There. Is there audio now at least? Hello? Hopefully this works. Dude, StreamYard is having all sorts of disasters lately. Good God. Somebody needs to take this they need to take this program out to the pasture, or the woodshed or whatever and kill it. It's terrible. Wow. So anyway, that being said, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota, and we are moving on to day 9 of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Johnny Depp is no longer on the witness stand. He testified for over the span of 4 different days. He testified, and now he is done. We then heard from his butler, who taught us how to buttle yesterday. He was probably the most refined gentleman we've had in in this trial so far. Like, it's like you don't want to touch the butler, for he may be too delicate. Is Miss Heard next? No, Miss Heard will not be for quite some time. We are still in Johnny Depp's case in chief, which means it is, it's Johnny Depp's time to call his witnesses. Amber Heard will go during her case in chief, which will only come once Johnny Depp's witnesses are all called and addressed. Then they will, they will rest their case pending rebuttal. And then audio is out of sync. Jesus. Fucking hell. Just a second. This is oh yeah, so that's on you. In fact, your audio's out of sync. You need to go ahead and refresh. It sounds like on your end. Thank God. Thank God. Okay, so they have to wait until Johnny Depp's case in chief is over, and all of his witnesses have been thoroughly questioned and cross-examined, and then they will rest their case, and then Amber Heard will go and they will begin to build their case, and Amber Heard will be called at some point during her case in chief, and that is when we'll see all of this stuff get, we'll see her testimony, which I assume will last quite a while as well. I don't think it's going to be a quick affair for her. But that's where we are. Today we will be opening up presumably right around 9 a.m. Central Time with testimony from some female witness who is going to be remotely testifying. Good job hiding that yawn. Dude, I am exhausted. My show last night went really long. It was in some ways a really horrible show last night. Let me advertise how good the nighttime show is. Last night was not a great show. I had a plan to cover an internet debate, and as I was watching it, I realized just how boring and pointless it was. It was absolutely a waste of everybody's time. And more so than I even thought. I mean, because it was it was going to be bad, but just sitting there, it got worse. I did have company though, and we eventually switched to a different subject. Um, although I was um, quote unquote swatted in the loosest of terms because I live in a small town. Doesn't really do SWAT. Don't really have a SWAT team. They don't really kick your door down. But had that happen, and then had a separate event that happened as a result of external butt hurt. So that was fun. It's always nice having people who love you enough to express their concern, right? It's very cool. So that's a good thing. This is the state of people, but that's the way it goes. Jim Mormon second time this year. It was twice yesterday, so third time, I guess. But that being said, it's all good. Everybody's fine. Nothing dramatic happened. Just annoying. Um, and that's what you get when there are weak-wristed people out in the world. But okay. That's for the night show. But anyway, so the show took longer than normal, an extra hour. And now I'm fatigued, but we'll get into it as we go today. And I'm still waking up. It's just early. We're gonna do our jumping jacks or whatever. We're like, whew, whew. These are jumping jacks where I sit in a chair and just half-assedly put my arms up. Let's see. You need to updated your way to follow link for Twitter. Oh yeah, I do. I do need to do that. You're right. Let me do that right now. Yes, my Twitter has changed from Rekieta Media to Rekieta Law. You don't have to do anything if you are already following me on Twitter. Rekieta Law is how you will. I mean, it is the Rekieta Media account. It is just now directing to Rekieta Law. So that's that. But anyway, let me get some of these early super chats, especially that last one. That was funny. And then we'll make sure we're ready for the show. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to not be yawning. Hill versus Babyface says Moose a Red Bull, dude. I cannot drink Red Bull. I find them to be really, really hideously disgusting. It's not my thing at all. So while I appreciate the sentiment, heartfelt, no. Heartfelt. Not a huge fan. Okay, hold on. I gotta get all this stuff ready to go. It's like you always get things to where you believe you're ready to go and then you're actually not. But goodness gracious. Okay. What do we have? Let's get this thing ready. You always forget some step. Plus, the audio was so messed up yesterday that I got everything set up and then reset everything. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay, things are relatively ready over there. Super chats. Yes. The Uber Geek says when Johnny talks back to Amber Turd's lawyer, it is funny, but can't this get him into trouble, i.e., contempt of court or something of that nature? It would be a long way to get there. The judge would warn him. He would have to keep violating what the judge said. They're not going to hold you in contempt for like one comment or two comments or first infraction. And the judge never really warned him. So he was fine. He can't really be held in, or he can't get in trouble for it. Now it's done. So that's okay. In theory, it's possible that the jury just did not like Johnny Depp's attitude, but that was always possible. That was always the possibility that the jury would just say that they, in their minds, that they did not like his snippy, snarky sort of attitude with the lawyers. They thought he should be more respectful of people in the court, blah, 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 boring. They can make those decisions themselves, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. Shane Bad says, good morning, Nick, in Richard's voice. Let me see if I even can this morning. I didn't just get a haircut. I got them all cut. Greatest coverage, justice for Mr. Depp Throat. Thank you. Thank you, Shane Bad. Dave's Got Milk says Joey Diaz is a MAP. Pass it on. Joey Diaz. Okay. Doug Murray says, who's coming with me? I've been off Twitter for over a year now, but not anymore. Thanks to our favorite autistic South African weirdo, I'm back in the South African groove. Yes, that was the dominating news of yesterday. All of yesterday is that Elon Musk purchased Twitter, and it has been pandemonium on Twitter. People are disappearing. People are reappearing. Accounts seem to be performing in somewhat suspect ways, as in gaining followers, showing up in people's timelines when they were shadow banned. I don't know if that's actually true. It just seems to be true. But that's how it goes. Yeah, so Twitter just feels like a different place yesterday and today, and it may just be that perception that may have been enough. That may have been enough to change things, but who we'll see. Time will tell. But man, yeah, I've gained like 2,000 Twitter followers the past 2 days with nothing in particular going on other than randomly making fun of something. Let's see. I'm trying to see. Is she still on? Sarah Gonzalez is still on Twitter, which is amazing because she went on a crazy rant with everything. And she's still going. She's still going. So great. Good job, Sarah Gonzalez. Oh, I mean, I hope Twitter's a different place than it was. I really do, because it had turned into such a boring disaster, and it needs to go back to being, fun. Downforce Recording says, did you see/hear the audio after the Australia incident with Kipper and the nurse, where Amber says, I didn't want to hurt him, trying to explain what happened? No. And I don't know why that's not, why that wasn't presented to Johnny Depp, but we'll see. I don't know who's in the audio. Beast on the Run says 2 minutes late and breaded. Imagine following the codex. Lamau, limit your chapter to only 1,000. Hydra Donatus, we are Alfarius for the Emperor. Okay, Beast on the Run. Thank you. You can no longer be trusted. Nate says you do good stuff. Hey, thank you, Nate. That's a huge donation for a small sentence, but I really do appreciate it. Scraith says, do you think you're Tim Pool or something? Gonna have chickens tomorrow? Yes, I've already learned how to play guitar while skateboarding with chickens. So I'm coming for that title, Tim. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, greetings, Nick. Sent the TikTok link via DM on Twitter. The whiskey I ordered will arrive this week. I'll send a bottle on to you shortly after I get it. Hopefully, I'll be able to see you open the bottle live. Hey, thank you, 11 Bravo Crunchy. Royce the Ripper says, I cut the tip off of my finger, getting it stuck in a machine at work on my guitar's fretting hand 2 years ago. Just starting to get my strength and feeling back to where I can confidently play. God, it's a long way back. Colo Sign says, YouTube not sending my super chats. Not today, Colo Sign. Not today. I've not gotten any. Sometimes this happens to me. You go to send a super chat and it acts like your chat went through, but it doesn't show up in the actual chat. So it's like it takes your money and doesn't show up in the chat. The good news is when that happens, you'll usually get your refund after the show. The bad news is it prevents you from sending a super chat for, as far as I can tell, the whole show, even if it's different. You mean from yesterday? I read all of the super chats yesterday. And then Pothead says, Joey Coco Diaz is not a map. Hi, Nick. Bye, Nick. Okay. We can now have a fight in the chat over whether or not Joey Diaz is a map. I will approve it. I will approve the fight. You say Diaz, I say Diaz. Who is Joey Diaz? Who is this? There's like a Christian music singer named, his name is pronounced Diaz. That's why I think of it that way. He's a comedian. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know who he is, so I hope he's either good or bad sufficiently to justify any super chats in either direction. Oh my goodness. Okay, one last thing. Where the court should be starting up fairly soon. So I want to make sure I'm watching so I can grab the feed right when it starts up. But let's see. Once it does get started, I do I need to keep on top of super chats today because I have to end the show pretty early after court is done. So I'll try and keep up with super chats, keep them on pace for the whole show, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, my goal is to actually, assuming the court is done, be done by 4:30 p.m. Central Time. So I'll be a little bit more on top of super chats today. And that's that's that. That's that. Okay. We do have a court feed. And I was half thinking of just doing the whole show solo, but I'm not sure. I might invite people in. Sailor says, love your content and unrivaled wit. Oh, yeah. No rivals for this wit. No rivals. Why did Tug quit? Because he and I had a fight. We had a falling out. We disagreed over who was guilty. In this case, I said Johnny Depp is innocent, and Tug said, I've actually been on Amber Heard's side the whole time. Yeah. Hey there. That's what he said. That I don't know what it is. That's That's what happened. Oh, and it killed my. It killed my camera. Hold on. God. Dude. Just a second. I'll get the camera back up. Oh God. I hate when this happens. Whee! Okay, hold on. Just tech support. No big deal. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. What the heck is happening? My OBS is having a fit. And before anybody starts screeching, I pipe my video through OBS and into StreamYard because that helps me crop the image down. My camera lens has a much wider view and it looks weird. Oh my goodness. Eventually, I'm going to get this thing back to where it's supposed to be. It's just doing single frames. What the hell? This is not making me the happiest person on the planet. Boomer. Yes. Yes. We should have. But you sound so elated. Yes, I'm riveted to have tech support issues in the middle of this. Yeah, the room full of women. I get the feeling they're there for Johnny Depp, but I can't tell. It's hard to say. They were all happy to laugh for him the other day. So who knows? I don't want to be off camera for the day. I like being on camera. I'm a narcissist. I want to look at myself. I'll get this thing figured out. Okay, just working this tech support issue out. My cam link is like 10,000 degrees. Probably has something to do with it. Switch to my other input.
Circuit Court of Fairfax County is now in session.
All right, good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before we have the jury? Yes, sure.
God, court audio sounds kind of low. We've got preliminary matters. Let's approach. Yeah, my camera keeps freezing. Hold on. I'm going to have to switch the source here. All right, let's see if we got this working on a different source. Aha! And boom. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right, here we go. So, Squidsgar says, bring other people on. You think we come here to see your ugly mug? Rude. Rude. Heel versus Babyfist says, geez, Nick, this is embarrassing. Delete your channel. True. True facts. Kiwi Kel E says, I know witty banter is part of the draw of your show, but the chat by your guest during critical points in Chad Butler's testimony yesterday was super annoying. Oh, yes. I know.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Our next witness.
I'm like, I tried a couple times. I'm like, guys, this is kind of important
Good morning,
testimony.
Your Honor. Plaintiff calls Tara Roberts.
All right, let's see if we can get her on here. Nice. Miss Roberts, can you hear me?
Long crime does not suffer from these
Can you hear
hiccups.
me, Miss Roberts?
Yeah, long crime's just taking a feed. They don't have on-camera talent. They sometimes have on-camera corpses.
Miss Roberts?
All right. See?
Is he?
It's not just me. Not just me. Court can't feed. Not just me.
Yeah, we can bring him in. See if she's on mute or not.
Just send someone to her house to tech support her.
She's right there.
Why does law and crime have different angles? Because so there are 2 feed options for this trial.
Can you hear me, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth under penalty of law?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
We can't see her on the big screen.
It's good. Suck it, court. I hope you have all the tech support issues in the world just to make me look as critically unadept as the court. Jeez. Pro Engineer says, what do you call a lawyer with an IQ of 50? Your Honor. Aspect says, would you say Amber's lawyers are doing a good/bad job so far, and why? It's a mixed bag. Oh. It's really a mixed bag on if they're doing good versus bad. Sometimes they're doing just fine, and other times they're kind of terrible.
Just do a split screen so we can start, please. All right. Go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead. It's the best we're going to do right now.
Okay. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
Tarly Roberts.
Miss Roberts, how do you know Johnny Depp?
I manage his island in the Exuma Keys in the Bahamas for the past 15 years.
I manage his
Miss
island.
Roberts, where do you live?
I live on the island, and I have a home in Nassau and in Long Island, Bahamas, which I try to get to as frequently as possible.
Can you please describe Mr. Depp's private island generally?
My duties on the private island would be to maintain the island, the buildings, the houses, logistics, not included or limited to provisioning fuel, gas, groceries, just day-to-day operations, staff, and kind of like an estate just in the middle of nowhere.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 49, which has previously been submitted into evidence.
Okay.
Man, that lawyer looks young. Very, very young.
And Mr. Gibson, if you could play this, and Your Honor, if you could publish this to the jury.
Yeah, I don't know why they're not showing the screen of the witness. This is an exquisite video. This is very important.
Thank you. We can take that down. Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yes, that's Johnny's house on the island.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, can you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 348? And this hasn't been submitted into evidence yet, so let's first just play that for Ms. Roberts.
All right.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize what is shown in that video?
Yeah, that's his house and closet area.
Okay. Your Honor, plaintiff moves to admit this into evidence.
All right, 348 in evidence. you wish to have it published?
Yes, can we please? publish
There
that to
she
the jury?
is.
And Mr. Gibson, once it's published, if we could play that again. And Ms. Roberts, what is that doorway with the beads that was just shown in that video?
That's the entrance to the closet.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down.
Tom Cruise will
In
be
his
coming out
house.
of it momentarily.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, I believe you mentioned that you manage staff on the island. How many people work with you on the island?
Myself and 3 others is Jason Major, goes by CJ, Stephen Farrow, and Rico Major.
Is this, I believe the witness is not being shown to the jury right now on their screens. Thank you.
I love it. Tech in court is such a
Thank
disaster.
you. Ms. Roberts, how are you compensated for your work on the island?
I receive a monthly salary.
Other than this monthly salary, what other sources of income do you have?
I get dividends and rental from family properties and businesses that we have.
Since you've been working for Mr. Depp, how often have you seen him?
On average, 2-3 times a year. Sometimes it was longer, more visits. Sometimes I didn't see him for a period of time, depending on what his schedule was or what was happening on the island.
And how would you describe your interactions with Mr. Depp?
The island was a very family atmosphere, dinners together. He was very social, funny, humorous, very kind with all of us, and very outgoing. Enjoyed working with him and for him.
Why
When
is
you
she in a
first
gaming
started
chair?
working on Mr. Depp's island, who would come down to the island?
At the beginning, it was Vanessa and the children. When he
Objection,
started dating
relevance,
Amber.
All right, hold on a minute, ma'am. Objection.
relevance.
It
Oh.
goes to just Ms. Roberts' knowledge of who came down to the island
We
with Mr.
can
Depp.
move forward. Next question.
Okay.
Crazy cat ladies. The
Ms.
female
Roberts,
the opposing
when-
attorney on this.
well,
This will be
Ms.
good.
Roberts, are you aware if Mr. Depp brought, or how often did Mr. Depp bring guests with him to the island?
He had guests. He would bring Amber and Amber with her friends, and also I had on one of the occasions I had Paul Bettany and his wife and his children here on one of the trips.
And when did the Bettneys come down to the island?
Sometime in the summer of July 2013.
What happened when the Bettneys came down?
It was a normal trip. We had an incident where I was asked to have Amber leave the island. I scheduled a flight for her to leave to go to Florida that morning, and then that afternoon I was told to bring her back, and I arranged for a flight for her to come back that afternoon to the island.
When did you first meet Ms. Heard?
I believe it was shortly after they started dating.
What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Objection,
Oh, they were very much in love.
relevance.
Oh,
withdraw it.
okay,
Oh.
go ahead. Next question.
Go ahead. I think Ms. Berthoff withdrew her objection.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you can answer. What was your impression of Ms. Heard when you first met her?
Oh, they were very nice, a couple in love. She cooked for him, cleaned up. They took care of each other. They were a very happy couple.
When, if at all, did that change?
With each visit, it changed. More of it was more not like an island life anymore. It was more of wines and more requests, simple things, toiletries, to have things here in place before they came or she came as well. So it, luggage changed. We got more and more luggage. Just things evolved and kind of mushroomed a bit.
How often would you see Ms. Heard on the island when she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp?
I would, on average, every day, taking meals, cleaning houses, sometimes more.
And how often would Ms. Heard come down to the island?
At the beginning, probably the same 2 or 3 times a year, sometimes 3 times with her friends and family and Johnny.
So they're having to play this game of
During your
proving
interactions with
the
Ms.
negative.
Heard, what,
Johnny
if any,
Depp
changes did
didn't
you
hit
observe of
Amber
Ms.
Heard.
The taking care of the cooking the meals, we then had a chef come to cook. It was more of a formal island with chefs and housekeepers and things like that. Changed and yeah, pretty much that.
Ms. Roberts, were you on the island in August 2014 for Mr. Depp's detox?
Yes, I was.
Who else was on the island?
I flew to Nassau and met Johnny, Amber, and Deb. I flew them back to the island, and then a couple of.
Oh, nice lag spike
Ms.
there.
Roberts, I believe you froze there for a second. I heard you say Johnny, Amber, and Deb, and then you were cut off for a second.
A couple of days later, Dr. Kipper arrived.
What do you recall about that time that Mr. Depp came down to the island in August 2014?
That he was going to be here. They were going to be here for an extended period of time, at least a month or longer. And so we provisioned for a month for the trip. And after about a week or 2, they left.
Where was Mr. Depp staying for the detox?
In his house.
Is that the same house that was just shown in those videos earlier?
Yes, it was.
How often would you see Mr. Depp when he was on the island for the detox?
I was every day, but not face to face, just from delivering, replenishing the house, delivering supplies, waters and things like that, linens and changing things out. So glimpsing him, not a conversation as it used to be.
How was Mr. Depp when you saw him?
He was always asleep on the couch.
While Ms. Heard was on the island for the detox, what, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't see anything.
I saw nothing.
After Mr. Depp and Ms.
Nothing
Heard
at all.
left the island, what happened next?
We would go into the house and break it down, empty out the refrigerators, change the linens, collect the laundry, straighten the house back up again.
After they left, what, if any, property damage did you observe?
There wasn't any.
Ms. Roberts, to what extent were you involved in Mr. Depp and Mrs. Heard's wedding in February 2015 on the island?
Pretty much all aspects of it, logistics, work permits, getting things set up onto the island, to the island, staff, provisions, building of the tents and organizing transportation of guests to and from the island.
When did you first hear that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were getting married on the island?
Objection calls for hearsay and relevance.
What's the relevance of when she heard?
I can move on.
Okay, next question.
What communications, if any, did you have with Ms. Heard about the wedding?
We were given information on a schedule to better help me schedule and the provisioning of what would be on the island, beverages and food and things like that. We were given a schedule for daily things were going to happen each day. What time foods were when people were coming in, how many people would be at meals, just so I had a better idea of planning of what was happening. It was detailed. It was what was happening each day and then it was the rehearsal night, and there would be, we had scheduled, like, it would be dinner, dancing, drugs, music, and then the wedding. We were very conscious about doing the wedding. The next day, we were doing the wedding, the ceremony, and we were specific on time. Privacy was very important. We were very careful of people taking pictures. I think everybody was given disposable cameras and asked not to take pictures. I was concerned about that also, but we were doing the ceremony at sunset, so there really wouldn't be issue with what paparazzi people and things like that. And shortly when the ceremony was about to happen, it actually happened earlier than it was scheduled. The bridal party and Amber showed up early, and we were still scrambling for flowers and setting up and getting beverages and snacks down there. And there was a plane circling overhead, and it would just kept on circling and circling and taking pictures, and the ceremony proceeded earlier than was scheduled.
Sweet.
Did you observe Mr. Depp drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
No,
Um,
okay. The answer is yes or no. It's not leading.
Ms. Roberts, as part of the provisioning for the wedding, did you
Not automatically
order
leading,
alcohol
I
for the
should say.
wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Was there alcohol at the wedding?
Ms.
Just-
Roberts, what did you order for the wedding in February 2015?
I was given a list of food. I was given a list of beverages for wines, champagnes. I was asked to have Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull here, because at that time that was what Mr. Depp or Johnny was drinking, was Dr. Pepper and sugar-free Red Bull.
Oh God, disgusting.
Okay. Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Who did you observe drinking alcohol at the wedding?
Everyone.
Pretty much everybody was drinking and doing shots and celebrating. It was a party.
Ms. Roberts, I'd like to discuss with you when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were on the island in December 2015. Who came down to the island with them?
I flew to Nassau to meet them, which is what I normally do. I meet himself, Johnny, and whoever comes to the island. I fly to Nassau to meet them, just to make sure that the transition is smooth with customs and immigration. So I flew to Nassau, and I met Johnny, Amber, his children, and a friend of the children, and load the luggage onto the caravan plane, and we boarded the plane and came to the island. And a couple days into the trip, Alice and Greg and Alice's 3 children and a nanny came to the island as well.
Okay, yeah. Tell
Who are Alice
us
and
everything
Greg?
about it.
Alice is a clothes designer, and Greg was her partner, and I believe he's a photographer.
When did you first interact with Ms. Heard when she came to the island in December 2015?
At the airport, when I flew to Nassau to meet everybody. Usually when they come down off the plane, there's hugs and kisses and chatting for a couple minutes while the luggage is transferred.
How close were you to Ms. Heard?
Close, hug, kiss, how are you, talk, same with everybody.
How close
So
are you to Miss
face to
Heard?
face,
Close.
cheek to
A hug,
cheek.
kiss.
What, if any, makeup did you observe Ms. Heard
okay.
wearing when you first interacted with her?
I don't recall if she was or was not wearing makeup. If she wore makeup, it was very natural.
Johnny wears
I
wide ties.
don't think often she wore makeup on the island. I don't recall her wearing makeup.
What, if any, injuries did you notice on Miss Heard?
I didn't notice any.
Ms. Roberts, you mentioned that Gregory, a photographer, came to the island during that time. How often did you observe Gregory on the island?
I interacted every day because meals went down and changing the sheets and cleaning the room. So I see everybody every day there.
And when you saw him, what was he doing?
They were doing, there was a photo shoot on the island. Amber was wearing the clothes, Amber was wearing Alice's clothes, and they were doing a photo shoot on the beach. And Greg was taking the pictures.
What, if anything, do you remember about that particular time that Mr. Depp and Miss Heard came down to the island?
There was a incident between Johnny and Amber here during that trip.
Ooh, an incident, you say?
Okay, can you please describe that incident?
On the evening, we kind of called it a night. Dinner was finished. We wrapped everything up down here at the staff area in the kitchen. Myself and CJ came to the office later on that evening, and Johnny was in the office up here, and he was agitated, kind of walking back and forth. I'd asked him if he needed anything because I wasn't sure why, if he was up here to get something or was looking for something, which wouldn't be unusual for people to come up here. So he was here, talked for a couple minutes, the three of us, and a couple minutes later, Amber came into the office and the three of us were in the office, and Amber came in, and she was asking him to tell him to come back to the house. Please come back. I'm sorry, come back. And he
Johnny, come back.
stood here reluctant to go, didn't want to go, and a little exchange back and forth. He left the office and got into his vehicle and started it up, and Amber went outside and stood in front of the vehicle so that didn't drive away. Amber was standing in front of it, and again, she was asking him to don't leave. I'm sorry, come back to the house. After a couple minutes, she got in the vehicle and they left to go up back to their house.
What happened after they went back up to the house?
CJ and I were still in the office and weren't really sure. Decided that maybe it would be best if we just drove up there just to make sure that everything was okay. And so we got in the golf cart and we drove up to their house, got into the parking lot, and his vehicle was in the parking lot, and you could hear them. You can hear them inside the. You could hear inside the house yelling. Amber yelling and Johnny answering back, and you could really hear what was being said. We stood there for a couple minutes, CJ and myself, and then you started to hear, it became audible. Amber was telling him that he was a washed up actor. He was going to die a fat, lonely old man. Then you heard, you hit me with a can. You heard Johnny say, you hit me with a can. And then he came down the steps and Amber was behind him and she had a bottle in her hand, was removed. And there was a brief pause the moment, I think of initial shock or uncertainty of why, that we were there. Neither Johnny nor Amber knew that we were there. He proceeded to walk back to the John Deere, and she again walked. He was just sitting in the seat. Amber came up to him and was asking him to come back in the house. That she was sorry. Please come back in the house. And he didn't come out of the seat, and she was hugging and kissing him. And I love you. I love you. She was telling him I loved you. He didn't react. Johnny sat there. Eventually got out of the John Deere and proceeded to start to walk away. At that time, Amber started to grab at him and his shirt, and trying to pull him back to the house. Just basically viciously trying to pull him back and get him back to the house, and yelling at him. And at that point, I was between them, and felt it was best, and I was getting worried about what was going to happen, and it was best that I remove him from the situation. And so CJ took Amber back to the house, and I walked Johnny over to the cafe, which was basically 30 seconds away from the house, because it was the only place I could take him to at the time.
And you mentioned that Ms. Heard was viciously trying to pull Mr. Depp back. Can you explain what you mean by that?
It was like clawing, grabbing at his clothes, grabbing his hair, trying to like pull him back, like an angry, like he was leaving and come back. He couldn't leave in the vehicle because the keys had been taken out. So there was no way for Johnny to drive away. The only way was for him to walk away, and it wasn't a pleasant situation of wanting him to not leave, and angry and yelling and just yelling, come back, don't leave, and things like that.
At any point, did Mr. Depp hit or touch Ms. Heard?
Objection leading.
All right, let's see an objection.
That's not a
Ms.
leading
Roberts,
question.
how did Mr. Depp react to Ms. Heard viciously grabbing him?
He didn't. He stood there with his arms by his side, and he didn't do anything.
Okay. Ms. Roberts, when you were back in the cafe with Mr. Depp, what happened next?
I was concerned because I had heard him say that
Objection.
he'd gone.
Objection to her being concerned. That's not
I'll
responsive to
sustain as to
question.
concerned, all right?
Okay, Ms. Roberts, without
Okay.
testifying as how you felt, what did you observe when you went back to the cafe with Mr. Depp?
When we went back to the cafe, he had a mark across the bridge of his nose. I
Ooh.
got a bag of ice to put on it so that it wouldn't swell, just to make sure that it wasn't bleeding. And he walked over to the love seat at the cafe, and he laid down and went to sleep. And CJ came back over, and I asked CJ to stay there for the remainder of the evening, for the remainder of the morning. And I left CJ inside the cafe, and I left Johnny on the couch.
When did you next see Ms. Heard?
That morning, I saw her that morning.
How close were you to Ms. Heard when you interacted with her the next morning?
Conversation in a couple feet away.
When you saw her, how did she appear?
They had guests leaving, and it was kind of a normal morning, going down to the beach to see the guests leave.
What, if any, makeup was Ms. Heard wearing?
Again, I'm not sure if she wore makeup on the island. If it was very natural looking.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Ms. Heard?
I didn't observe any.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on Mr. Depp?
See, and she should just be able to ask, did you observe any injuries on Ms. Heard?
Bridge of his nose.
It's the same question, and it's not leading either way.
When did Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp leave the island?
I believe they left that afternoon. The guests left in the morning, and I believe they left that afternoon.
After Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp left the island, what did you do next?
Our usual, we go into the buildings and we break them down. We empty out the refrigerators, garbage, take all the perishables out of the house, straighten the place up, take the linens away, things like that.
What did you observe when you went through that process?
The island was The island was as it was when they arrived. The only thing that was different was there was the liquid on the deck with a can, I believe, of mineral spirits or something there next to it, which had leaked out onto the deck. And then in the over the railing were paintbrushes and art supplies, paintbrushes, paint tubes, big jars that the paints are in, and those were all scattered in the bush.
Ms. Roberts, when is the first time you provided testimony about this incident in December 2015?
Wait, what?
I believe it was for another case in May 2020.
Oh, the phrasing of that question was really weird.
Ms. Roberts, how often have you seen Mr. Depp drink alcohol on the island?
He goes through periods of time where he's been here and he doesn't drink, and it's non-alcoholic Beck's or something like that. It varies. Sometimes he drinks when he's here, sometimes he doesn't.
How often have you seen Ms. Heard drink alcohol on the island?
She drank wine. She drank wine with her drink was wine with dinner, maybe in the afternoon, but I know definitely with dinner.
Did you observe Ms. Heard drinking alcohol when Mr. Depp was not drinking alcohol?
Objection leading.
Sustained, Ms. Leading.
Okay. How often have you seen Mr. Depp drunk?
I would know he has a huge tolerance for alcohol. I haven't seen him passed out drunk or anything like that. So
I love that smile.
he drinks, but I haven't seen him passed out drunk.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, there you go. That's it.
Ms. Roberts, the salary you receive for managing the Bahama Island is approximately $10,000 a month, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that comes out to $120,000 a year,
Not a bad gig.
correct? Okay. And
Yes.
you've been receiving that salary for many years, correct?
Correct.
Right. In fact, I think you got a raise to $10,010 in 2018.
All right.
Do you remember that?
10,010. So $10
No,
extra
I
a
don't know
month.
the exact number, but I know I get that a month.
Okay. And that's in addition to all of the expenses, correct? For running the
The
island,
expenses,
of running the island.
Those don't get paid to her. Those are expenses.
I get a salary every month. I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So the other people that are on the island, to the extent they work, they get a different salary, right?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the expenses you have, you talked about what you have to do to provision the island and everything else and run it. All of those expenses are paid separately, correct?
Those aren't her dollars,
Correct.
you dummy.
Okay. And you said you've been managing this
Those are
island
Johnny
for
Depp's
15 years for
expenses.
Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
All right. Now, let's talk for a moment about those two videos that you testified to were part of the house. The first video was missing both the closet and the bathroom, correct?
Were those added after the video was taken?
I don't remember. I'd have to look at it again.
All right. And the
There was
second,
sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. I'm sorry. You didn't come through. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I think in the first video, the beads were the closet, and then there was the bathroom next to the closet.
Okay. That was the
You asked me.
that was the second video.
Oh,
Okay.
Do you know who,
sorry.
do you know who took those videos?
Oh, I did.
Okay. When did you take those videos?
Oh, it would have to be, I'm not sure, a couple of years ago, maybe longer. I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you take those videos for the UK trial?
I don't recall
Her
if it was
face.
for
like-
that.
Right. Is there a reason that the closet and the bathroom were left out of the first video?
Yes.
No, stood in the house and did a circle around of the house.
Literally just goes
Who
in
asked you
360.
to make that video?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Was it Mr. Waldman? Adam Waldman?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Can't recall?
I can't remember who asked me. No, I
Okay.
can't.
Okay. Now, the second video, that shows the closet, and then there's a door there. Would you agree that
Look at
door
her
opens up into a
turkey.
bathroom?
Thing.
Next to the closet, yes.
Okay. And we don't have a video of the bathroom, correct?
I don't believe there was a video of the bathroom.
And no one asked you to make a video of the bathroom, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'll overrule it for now.
Correct?
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if anybody asked me to, I don't believe I videotaped the bathroom.
And my question was, and no one asked you to videotape the bathroom, correct?
She said she's not sure if anybody asked her to videotape the
Correct.
bathroom.
Okay. Now, let's talk for a moment about the logistics of the island. So Mr. Depp's house, we've seen the inside of, and you said that the cafe was a 30-second walk, I think you said. How many yards?
I don't know. I walk it. It's just outside his house through the parking lot and walkway to the cafe.
Okay.
I
And
don't know.
okay, and the cafe is where Mr. Depp would regularly have his meals, correct?
Correct. All the guests would have their meals there.
Okay, including Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd if she was there, and their children, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and
For
then,
dinners, yes.
and then you were located on the other side of the island, correct? That's where you stay?
Or I stay in the middle of the island, yes.
Okay, how far away is that from the cafe and the house?
Objection, compound.
I'll sustain the objection if you want.
How far away is it from the house?
Where I stay,
Yes,
probably a 3-minute golf cart ride,
okay.
5-minute walk.
Okay. And then when other guests come, I think you were talking about tents. Do they stay in tents?
No, the tents were erected for the wedding, and then they were dismantled. And sometimes we would erect them if we were asked to, just in case somebody wanted to stay there. But people didn't stay in the tents; they stayed in the buildings here.
Okay, so how much accommodation
for the
can you
doctor and
handle in
the,
the buildings for other guests? I'm not talking about the house, Mr. Depp's house. We've seen that. But how many people can actually be accommodated in the buildings?
We have a 2-bedroom yurt on Brando Beach. We have a beach house, which has the bed in it. And then we have what we call a roundhouse, which has a bed in it as well.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Depp and Ms. Hurd were visiting, whether they had the children there or not, typically, would you bring the meals to the cafe for each of the meals?
What? Objection,
So
relevance.
sometimes I would take them to the house. It depended on where they wanted to eat.
All right. And then typically, would you join them for the meal, or would you leave the meal and then come back and clean up afterwards?
Objection, compound.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
All right, we'll take that one at a time. Typically, would you bring the meals to them?
Myself or one of the workers here would take the meals.
Okay, how often was it
The
you that
defense
would take?
set the objection tone.
How often? Maybe every other day, every day. It depended on how, if people were eating in their buildings or eating together.
All right, and would you stay and eat the meal with them, or would you leave?
Objection compound.
If we were invited for dinner, we would all eat together. Usually we would take the food to the places and leave.
Okay. And then would you be called to come pick them up?
No, we would sometimes go back in the evenings on our own and clean up and turn some of the lights off. And sometimes we would do it in the morning. It depended on what was happening.
Okay. So other than bringing the meals, and it could be you or somebody else, how often did you interact with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard during the days when they were on the island?
On average, every day.
In what context other than delivering the meals and picking them up?
Oh, just seeing if anything was needed, if everything was all right, things like that. Generally passing them if they were walking or in the office or on the beach.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that you weren't spending 24/7 with them?
No, I didn't live with them. No.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you don't know what they were doing during the times that you weren't passing them by or bringing meals?
Yes, unless they were on the beach.
Okay.
Then I would know. But
So you wouldn't know what happened, what would be taking place within the house, for example, when you weren't there. Correct?
correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was taking drugs, correct?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether Mr. Depp was drinking, correct?
Or beating children? Or
I would only
murdering
know by
the
cleaning up.
homeless?
Okay. And you wouldn't know, well, you wouldn't know from cleaning up necessarily whether it was Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, or somebody else, would you?
It
Objection
depends on
compound.
beverage or what was,
Overruled out loud. Go ahead.
Please continue.
unless I would know what it was by what was in the garbage or left out of who consumed or what was consumed, I would be able to know.
Okay. And you wouldn't know what arguments, if there were any, were taking place in that house behind closed doors, right?
Correct.
And you wouldn't know whether there was any kind of physical abuse that was taking place behind those closed doors, correct?
I wouldn't know. Correct.
Okay. Now, let me just take you for a moment to the December 2015 timeframe. How much advance notice are you typically given for when Mr. Depp and his entourage are going to arrive and for how long they're going to stay?
Objection compound. All right, I'll state objection.
All right, let's break it down. How much notice are you given when Mr. Depp and his entourage are coming?
It varies. Sometimes it's a couple of days, sometimes it's a couple of weeks.
So how much notice were you given in December of 2015 to who would be coming for Christmas on the Bahama Island?
I believe sometime in November
Okay.
for
And,
that trip.
all right. And in November, how many people were you told were coming for Christmas on the island?
I don't recall how many people.
It was a lot more than Amber, Johnny, Lily Rose, Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was Amber's parents, correct?
I believe so.
And it was Rocky Pennington and Josh Drew, correct?
I believe they were on the list.
And Rocky Pennington's parents?
Yes, I believe they were on the list.
Do you recall them canceling?
Objection hearsay.
I recall,
How is that hearsay?
If they canceled, it'd be hearsay. I mean, technically.
I recall there was a change to the guests.
When did you learn of that?
I don't recall, maybe a couple weeks after, maybe it's beginning of December, maybe middle of December.
Do
I'm
you,
not sure.
do you recall if it was after December 15?
I don't recall.
Did you think that was a little strange that here these people were going to be at
Objection.
Christmas on the island and suddenly they
Objection
canceled?
calls for
Objection
speculation.
relevance?
I think it's highly relevant.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What
You
if
think it's
anything were you told
highly
about
relevant, but you're
why they
Objection
canceled?
hearsay.
Objection hearsay?
Party opponent admission.
Well, if you
Only
want
if
to
it's
know,
from
okay.
Johnny Depp.
Who told you that Amber's parents, her best friend and fiance, and her best friend's parents were suddenly canceling coming for Christmas on the island?
Objection compound?
I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Buster, this
I-
lawyer.
Don't know who told me, but I did receive I did receive information that they weren't coming and there were somebody else was coming instead.
And who was that somebody else coming instead?
That it would be Alice and it would be Alice and Greg and the children and the nanny.
And they were coming later, right?
They would be joining. That was, I think, was the words.
Okay. So on the December trip, you testified about a few arguments between Amber and Johnny, right? Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You weren't present when Johnny sustained the gash on his nose, correct?
I wasn't there. No.
Okay. And you weren't present when the mess was made through the paints that you've described, correct?
No.
And so you don't know whether there had been a physical altercation and that led to throwing a paint can to try to slow down Johnny, right?
Objection.
No, I just heard yelling in the house.
Okay, but that yelling in the house wasn't necessarily the same time, was it? You don't know, do you?
No, it was all in the same. Okay, no.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the summer of 2013.
Dan Vast
Are
for the
you aware
huge
that Paul
donation.
Bettany claims he's never met Amber?
Shut up, lady.
Objection relevance?
What's the
And calls for
The relevance
hearsay?
is She testified that he was there on the island with.
And calls for hearsay?
I can ask the question and see if she says.
All right, I'll allow the question. Go ahead.
What? You've sustained every calls for
repeat it?
hearsay objection.
Are you aware that Paul Bettany has said that he never met Amber Heard?
No, I'm unaware. I
Okay.
don't know that.
Well, let's stay on the summer of
Did he actually say that?
2013 if we
That should
can.
not have
Do
been
you have a
allowed.
recollection of Amber and Johnny, Lily Rose and Jack taking one final trip on the yacht that Johnny was going to be selling to J.K. Rowling?
I don't know what year that was. I don't know what year that was, but I do remember the yacht being sold.
If I tell you it was July of 2013, does that help refresh your recollection? July 9?
Yeah,
All right. Now,
Who's testifying here?
it doesn't. I just know the yacht was sold.
okay, and you made arrangements, did you not, for a captain to captain the yacht and for them to go out on the yacht?
No, I didn't have any responsibility for the yacht and the crew on the yacht.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of being called because Lily Rose and Jack were upset and they wanted to leave the yacht and have a helicopter take them away?
Objection hearsay and compound?
I'm asking whether she has a recollection of this.
I'll allow the question.
Can you ask me it again?
Do you have a recollection of Lily Rose and Jack being upset on the yacht and wanting to leave it immediately, so you arranged for a helicopter to come in to fly them away with Amber?
Objection compound?
I'll allow it. Okay.
I don't know if Lily Rose and Jack were upset. I do know that I did arrange for transportation off the island at the time.
And in fact, Amber went with Lily Rose, correct?
It was Amber and her friend and Lily Rose.
Okay. And Jack decided at the last minute to stay back, correct?
I don't know if he decided last minute. He stayed.
Okay. Do you recall Lily Rose telling you that she was upset because her father was drinking and trying to hide it
Objection,
from him?
hearsay.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking whether she has a
I'll
recollection.
sustain the objection. to
Okay.
that.
Then I'll ask the next one. Do you recall Mr. Depp passing out in the sand face first?
I recall that he was passed out on the beach. He was out on the beach. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall Jack calling you because he was concerned?
Objection, hearsay.
That's just asking if he called. I haven't asked what he said.
No, you did. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of Jack being present when Mr. Depp was passed out face first in the sand?
Yes.
Did we actually
And do you
testify
have
that
a
it was face
recollection
first
of
in the
Jack being
sand?
upset?
I don't have a recollection of him being upset.
Do you have a recollection of him being happy about it?
No, I didn't speak with Jack about it.
Okay. But you recall that Mr.
Disaster.
Depp was passed out face first in the sand, correct?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
All right, thank you. Let's talk about makeup for a moment. So
Yeah, let's talk about makeup for a moment.
you don't know what type of makeup regimen Amber uses every day, correct?
Correct.
Oh, keep the
Okay.
camera on
And
Johnny
in
when he's
fact,
laughing.
you don't know, you said at one point you're not sure, but it's a natural look. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that there are a number of different types of makeup you can use that would still give you a natural look?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it.
I'm guessing there is. Yes.
Okay, okay.
It's literally
and
speculating.
There's sun in the Bahamas, right?
Most of the time.
Do you know what Amber wears for sunscreen?
It's technically about half the time.
I think it
there's
was
sun.
at one point I had a brand Shishido or something like that was on the island that we provided.
And do you know whether Amber brought her own as well?
I don't know.
Do you know whether Amber had a skin condition?
It's called being a cold bitch.
I wasn't told.
Okay. But I take it you didn't ask.
No, I wouldn't have asked if somebody has a skin condition.
I walk
Okay.
around asking people if they have skin conditions all the time, actually.
The wedding. The wedding was planned at sunset, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, it went forward at sunset, correct?
It went earlier. It was earlier than sunset.
So your recollection is that there's no sunset pictures at the wedding?
It started earlier than sunset.
I mean,
Okay.
there was sunset pictures.
It started earlier.
Okay.
The wedding ended
So,
immediately after
last couple
beginning.
questions. The makeup or not makeup, you were asked whether you observed any injuries on Amber in the December 2015 timeframe. Do you believe Amber would cover up bruises to hide them from the kids?
Objection calls for speculation.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain this.
Do you have any understanding, based on your knowledge of Amber, whether she would try to cover up,
Objection
bruises
calls
or
for
cuts?
speculation.
Same
to
objection.
keep them from the kids?
I'll sustain the objection.
you said that you didn't believe that Amber was wearing much makeup, but you said she participated in a photo shoot in December 2015. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether Amber was wearing any makeup for a photo shoot?
I'm not sure the part that I saw, she was in and out of the water.
Do you know whether Amber would want to show bruises or cuts in a photo shoot?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, redirect.
Jesus, what a disaster. Somebody grab onto that hanging uvula of flesh under her neck and just swing back and forth.
Ms.
like
Roberts, how many
Tarzan.
times have you seen Mr. Depp consume drugs?
Objection, leading.
All right, sustained.
That is not a leading question. That's not even a yes or no question.
Ms. Brennerhoff asked you about Mr. Depp passed out on the beach. How would you describe Mr. Depp when you saw him on the beach?
He was passed out. I picked him up and brushed him off, and he sat. I left him underneath the. I believe he was in a hammock, and I believe he had fallen asleep, or he was asleep, and the hammock had overturned. And I picked him up and brushed him off, and left him underneath the lanai with Jack.
Okay, no further questions.
All
Thank
right,
you,
is
Ms.
this witness
Roberts.
subject to recall, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, potentially.
right.
So we'll
Ms. Roberts, since you're subject to recall, did not discuss your testimony with anybody and just did not watch anything about this case. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
So a leading question is a question which suggests
All
the
right, your
answer
next witness.
in the question.
Dr. Shannon Curry.
It's the difference between you
Dr.
did and
Shannon
did
Curry?
you.
Can you, is it C-U-R-R-Y?
Curry. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dan Vask, what's up, my man? Says you don't actually have to scream objection from the top of your lungs. Lame. No, because Dan, that would make you the greatest lawyer on the planet because you could just metal scream objection in the courtroom and win every time. Guys, make sure you check out Dan Vask on YouTube and toss a coin to your Witcher, baby. Thanks, buddy. I really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Funeral Man 04 says, Nick, can you tell us why this is taking place in Virginia? Do they live there? No. So the article that Amber Heard wrote, the op-ed piece, was published in the Washington Post, which is headquartered in Virginia, which means that Amber Heard published a statement in Virginia. And that's what you know. That's what you need. And my sister should be listening. Can you call her a putz and remind her that she's an FON, freak of nature? Funeral Man 04 sister. Apparently you are a putz and a freak of nature. So there you go. Someone paid to say that, and it's your brother. You should probably like put Tabasco on his toilet paper or something. Lancelot says, come on, crazy cat lady. We know she drinks already. The objections just make it look worse. Next, we've got Mike, the dad Crosby says, plaintiff, objection, your honor, bitchy. Doug Murray says, any questions about Johnny drinking is okay. Any questions about Amber Heard drinking is leading. Hypocrisy. But it's just, they're just not leading questions. Again, it's the difference between did you do something and you did something, didn't you? Did you go to the bathroom? You did go to the bathroom, didn't you? Those, first one, not leading. Second one is leading. First one has a yes or no answer. It doesn't imply the answer you're looking for. Sean Perry says, crazy cat lady lawyer has a Florida-sized chip on her shoulder. Who's this? New phone. Who dis?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case or penalty of law? I do.
Brian Law says, meanwhile, in the Berenstein Bears timeline, Amber Heard never married Johnny, but is instead the perfect wife to our little truffle hunter, cooking him breakfast in bed every morning like a Chad trad waifu. Yes. Uh-oh. Oh, no, the chat's engaged.
Good morning, Dr. Curry.
Good morning.
Oh, she's a doctor.
I'm Wayne Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, et cetera, and you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree. And that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them. I then completed 2 years of postdoctoral training at Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility. And that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
Yeah, what else
I
did you
have.
do?
So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe. And we can do that with certain military jurisdictions in other states. I also obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents learn how to prepare to bring their baby home and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
Eric, what's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in, just tell each other all their problems, and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children. But I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. Our
She's
practice,
very comfortable on the stand.
my practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments. And then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
Okay, you mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses. And according to that, there's a specific type of trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either directly, but you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen to somebody else, or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently to somebody close to you, a family member or a friend. And then there's also a provision for people who are first responders, if they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop.
Sure.
Sure.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Stop talking for a minute.
Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist
Where?
in California and Hawaii.
She even
Okay.
annoyingly says
Any other
Hawaii.
certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So I did research in Peru, and I was essentially looking at the effectiveness of a therapy intervention there for kids who were growing up in this community called Ayacucho which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
I work for the Curry Psychology Group.
What does the Curry Psychology Group do?
We're a multi-specialty mental health center. So we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Who's the Curry and Curry Psychology Group?
I'm Dr. Curry.
It's
How
me.
many people work for you?
It's me.
As of right now, I believe it's 13.
How long have you been doing this kind of work?
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would say about half of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So who bets?
So
Johnny
we have
hired
several
this chick,
unlicensed professionals
Amber Heard
at
hired the other
our
chick.
office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How'd you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. Camille Vasquez, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me and indicated that she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
All right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state. But essentially, intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's from one partner to another in an intimate relationship.
Did your role in this case evolve over time?
Yes, it shifted. So I was retained at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Okay. Were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
Sit down, you old bat. Did you see that look he gave her?
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse Erin Filati, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs. I might be getting them confused. And multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Hurd on 2 separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Hurd?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours together on the first day, December 10th. Not necessarily together because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish, with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
As a result of the work that you performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Hurd?
I did.
What were those
Uh-oh.
opinions?
The results of Ms. Hurd's evaluation supported 2 diagnoses: borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
No shit.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that we essentially,
Oh, she's
that
seething.
psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing. And along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might behave, perceive the world. It also drives treatment. The real purpose is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Yeah. Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health. And it's the authoritative manual of mental diagnoses.
Is performing diagnoses something you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you. So you referenced 2 personality disorders. What's a personality disorder?
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new, but overall, if somebody were to describe us, or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, when you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words. I apologize. So treating environment in therapy, if somebody is going in for treatment,
this is why you hire her as an expert
the mental
witness.
health provider will ask them questions to find
She's
out what sort of
very
symptoms
good at
they've
this.
experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be consistent with these disorders, or rule out these disorders, prove that there is no reason for these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information from multiple different sources. One main source is psychological testing
She
using
looks like a fucking
validated
villain.
objective measures. That means that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond differently. You integrate that with the same interview I was telling you that people would do for therapy. We do that as well. And then in a courtroom setting, you're going to look at all the legal records, all of those documents, corroborating information to sort of check your hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have.
Keep a straight
This can start
face,
as far
Amber.
back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences
We
that
get
come
it.
to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of some of the main symptoms. You might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking. That means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Ms. Heard suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, counsel, why don't we just go ahead and pause for a second while we go ahead and take our morning recess, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, okay?
So, so this is an
Your Honor,
expert
when would you
witness.
like to reconvene?
Give me a moment, sir.
Yeah, shut up, lawyer. How much do you value charisma on expert witness over qualifications? Qualifications need to be sufficient. Charisma needs to be off the charts. That's what it needs to be.
And doctor, since you're on the stand now, do not discuss your testimony with anybody to include the attorneys at this point, okay?
Understood.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll come back at 11:45, okay? All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
All rise.
Okay, there we go. We'll keep the video on till everybody can. Oh, there we go. Till we get weird boob out Virginia lady night murder factory emblem. I don't even know what to call that thing. Okay, so this is an expert witness. This is why there's a whole bunch of testimony about what she does, what she's doing, what she's learned, what she knows, how she does her things, why the jury should believe her, right? That's the whole point of this. Here's why you should believe me. I'm very smart in this field, and here's what I do. Here's why I'm very smart. I've done all this training. I have all this education. Here's all my experience. Here's some demonstrative knowledge of what we're doing and why it's relevant to this particular case. And that's why she gets to talk so much. Tell us why we should listen to you as a forensic psychologist. You're gonna tell us that Amber Heard's crazy. We need to know why she's crazy and why we should believe you that she's crazy. And so she gets to talk a lot, and eventually, oh goodness. Oh, my neck. Oh, that was good, I guess. And by good, I mean, have you ever, I don't know, the older you get, the more you feel like a rusted out Ford Pinto. Jeez. Anyway, so she's going to tell us the diagnoses for Amber Heard, talk about how that informs her behavior, what kind of strain that would put on relationships, what kind of things you might have, about how they might lie and exaggerate. Histrionic personality disorder. Very, very important here. This has to be about her. Let's take a quick look at the basic definition of it, and then I'll read some of the super chats. Okay. Listen to this. Histrionic personality disorder is defined by the American Psychiatric Association as a personality disorder characterized by a pattern of excessive attention-seeking behaviors, usually beginning in early childhood, including inappropriate seduction and an excessive desire for approval. I mean, she's right there. She's just, of course she's there. Now, what do histrionic personalities do? Will they lie for the attention? Would they go that far? If they're worried about losing their attention, would they lie about it? Who knows? I think so. Oh gosh, yeah, here we go. This is perfect. I found a useful chart. Gosh, is there a better version of it? Yes, here we go. I found this handy chart of histrionic personality disorder. All right. I crave sin. Histrionic personality disorder. Inappropriate behavior. Seductive or provocative. Center of attention. Relationships are seen as closer than they really are. Appearance is most important. Vulnerable to others' suggestions. Emotional expression is exaggerated. Shifting emotions. Shallow. Impressionistic manner of speaking lacks detail, and novelty is craved. So there you go. I crave sin with a raven-haired Amber Heard sitting in the chair. But that's kind of the idea. So they need to establish her credibility for the jury, and she is going to be mercilessly and relentlessly attacked by the defense. They need to discredit this woman. They need to say why she doesn't know what she's doing. From her education experience and employment, it sounds like she knows what she's doing, right? Like, I mean, it seems like she might have an idea about her profession, but we'll see. And yes, Ken also brings up that she was diagnosed with borderline. So let's quickly read borderline personality disorder. Just a basic definition. Borderline personality disorder is a mental health disorder that impacts the way you think and feel about yourself and others, causing problems functioning in everyday life. It includes self-image issues, difficulty managing emotions and behavior, and a pattern of unstable relationships. So, I mean, where do we have any evidence of any of this? I object. We have never once heard a single shred of testimony that any of these issues exist in Ms. Heard's life. Everything's been flawless and perfect. So, oh gosh. So that's her diagnoses. Now, once we get back from break, suppressing a yawn. I need to oppress yawns, right? I need to teach these yawns that they don't belong in proper society. Once we get back from break, they'll eventually transition away from the experts' qualifications and into more specifics. And we're kind of getting there, right? They're talking about the diagnoses. of Amber Heard. So we're going to really get into that, and maybe some of the reasons why she is the way she is, or how that diagnosis was made. But the defense's job will be to discredit this woman. They need her to be wrong. They need to find the instances where she has been incorrect or had a critical assessments of her work from peers, had public failures of patients. I don't know, something like that, to go ahead and attack her qualifications. If they can't do that, then they just have to get her tripped up on what she's saying. And they're going to ask how much Johnny Depp's team paid her for her evaluation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, which should be good. Should be a decent amount of money. But yeah, so you know what? I just want to point out, we've watched a lot of trials on this channel. And normally, when an expert witness is called to the stand, everyone immediately goes to find their gun so they can eat a bullet because it's terrible. This expert witness, and accuse me of simping if you want, it doesn't matter. She's attractive, which helps. She's also really, really engaging in her manner of speech. She smiles at the jury. She goes right to them. She looks at the jury. She smiles at them. She talks about the wonderful experiences she had teaching in classrooms, working with children through their problems, because sometimes the children really do these great things. That smile, that engagement is worth its weight in hundreds, man. Like, which I think a gold, the weight of gold in hundreds is worth more than the weight of gold. But so that's what I'm going to go with. She is exactly what you want on the witness stand. She's right there engaging with the jury. She knows how to talk to them. She's doing it in a jovial way. She seems like she loves her work, loves what she does, loves explaining it to people. We'll see how that holds up on cross, right? On cross, their job is to rattle that cage. They want to shake her up. They want to make her not look like this very nice, approachable person. They want to make her look standoffish. So we'll see what she does. We'll see how she works through that. But someone asked, what, do you want qualifications or do you want charisma? And my answer was sufficient qualification. That changes based on the case, based on the other experts and stuff like that. But you want a sufficient level of qualification. But once you're there, charisma is doing the legwork in all of this stuff because it's people, right? We select on charisma all the time, constantly, and people who pretend otherwise are just like the body positive movement and stuff like that on Twitter. The people who convince people to put like fat ladies in the Victoria's Secret ads and stuff like that. Like, not that they shouldn't have underwear too. It's not about that. It's about the selection criteria for people boils down to charisma, probably more than almost anything else, probably more than qualification. Most of the time, you're going to take charisma, whether it be natural attractiveness, engaging speech, storytelling, narrative ability, whatever it is, whatever thing is magnetically bringing people to the thing. That's so valuable. And so far, this chick has it. And that's going to probably pay off in credibility with the jury. Whether that's fair or not, it's a different question. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's fair. This is where we get out of Twitter realm. We're in court now. Fair doesn't matter. What is matters. And what is that having a charismatic expert witness is better than having an uncharismatic expert witness. My mic is shitting the bed. StreamYard is shitting the bed. Honestly, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to sit and belabor the point. There's StreamYard has been really fucking broken today. So anyway, here we go. All right. So let's get back to super chats while we wait for the court to come back. Tuscan Bob says, you wouldn't know that an alien makeup artist didn't come down to earth and apply advanced makeup to Amber because you weren't there the entire time, correct? These are, you should try Rumble. I'm on Rumble. Yeah, it was popping earlier, but it's better now. It'll pop the second I bring the stream, the window share back up. Something StreamYard broke yesterday, and it's not just me. Emily Baker had the same problem, and well, at least that's what she told me. And then I think Ryan Cannell said Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers is having the same issue with it. But anyway, this is the defense tactic. Well, anything could have happened while you weren't looking, right? Well, yeah, sure. Like Ronald Reagan could have been resurrected and killed again by zombies while I wasn't looking, and then all the zombies died, so I didn't know. I mean, I guess, sure, that could have happened. Sure. Yeah, no one's ever seen any physical abuse signs on Amber Heard. None of the witnesses here have ever seen any physical abuse signs on Amber Heard. But just maybe Johnny Depp beats her every single day, and she puts Amica cream on her face and heals the beatings. Like, while I'm not looking. Sure. I mean, maybe that's possible, right? Like, well, you don't know if he took a phone book and rubber banded it around the edge of a baseball bat and slugged Amber Heard in the stomach with it, do you? I mean, I guess not. I don't know. Is there evidence that he did any of this? Can we stop trying like this you don't know, you can't prove that you didn't? I mean, come on. But that's where we are. That's where we are. By the way, if you need to hit someone and not leave a mark, hit them with a phone book. There you go. There's your pro tip for the day. Soft cover. It spreads out the impact, but it's heavy. So it really jostles the old noggin. Anyway, your legal advice for the day. When you're going to hit someone, hit them with a phone book. Jacob Disher says, what do people write down while people give testimonies? Like, I saw Amber writing a lot. She's probably writing notes to her attorney. She's, this is not correct. This is correct. I agree. I disagree. Those types of things. Lancelot 652 says she sounds angry and aggressive to the witness. Well, yeah, the lawyer, she is angry and aggressive to the witness. She's terrible. Crazy cat lady is awful. Oh, and going back to that thing about what people write down, they may just want to call attention to a particular thing. Make sure you talk about this. This might be, we weren't supposed to talk about this. She got this wrong. Anything like that. Or just, how can she say this about me? Right? Maybe it's just a question. Let's talk about prepping says, wow, what a train wreck. And her questions were awful too. She's an awful, awful attorney. Gerhalt says it's a class 4 simp out. Yeah. Heel versus babyface says, is it simp time yet? It was simp time the moment she walked in the room. I saw her and I was like, oh no. Oh no. Bald Eagle 1787. Nick, we need her to come on the show to give an examination of chat. Yeah, that's right. In a purely professional matter. No other motives in any way. You know what? That would be really, really interesting. I don't know if she's would you need a sociologist for that? Are sociologists like anything? Or they're a pretend science. So, so who knows? But yeah, I need you to psychoanalyze chat as if it were a conscious entity, because it is. That'd be fantastic. Charles the Hammer says, I'm glad Johnny's young attorney objected aggressively to the turkey neck lady's questionings. What is that thing that hangs down from the turkey neck, right? What is that thing called? Well, Okie says, this testimony is just a paid ad for her and her company. Well, I mean, she has to do that. Yeah, I know sociologists study groups of people rather than individuals, but it's not really. It's called the waddle. People keep calling it the gobbler. It's not the gizzard. Gizzards are an internal organ. So it's not that. It's not a goiter. It's called a waddle. There you go. She has one. That's all I know. It's like a land bridge connecting her chin to her clavicle. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's like a paid ad for a business, but because experts have to testify about why they're there, why they should be there. Oh my goodness, so much knowledge in chat about waddles. What's it called on people? Remember, Nick, every single thing a lawyer knows may be turned on its head tomorrow because you only learn socially constructed rules. Social sciences have more staying power. Lawyering is a social science. We're just specialists in all of them. We just don't use the language. I'm the best psychiatrist in the sector from top to the bottom, and that includes everybody. Mr. Obi-Wan 2020 says this lady just crushed the turd. Might need to call her the plunger. Ooh, disgusting. Adrian says, so her diagnoses are probably just going to be used to excuse her actions. No, this is Depp's witness. You don't having histrionic and borderline personality disorders isn't an excuse for defamation. Levi the Watcher says, I vote for a mud wrestling contest between Dr. Mommy and Amber Heard. And just to avoid complete pineal overload, we then have to watch the judge and crazy cat lady go at it. Oh, God, why? Ew. Oh, here we go. Let me bring the screen back. Boom. Judge is back. Guess who's back? Back again. Judge is back. Lumberjack. Judge is back. Here she comes. Jacob Disher says, what do people write down? Oh, wait, I read that one. C. Neal says, I wouldn't call Amber borderline anything. She's passed more borderlines than a Haitian crossing the Rio Grande. Why would a Haitian cross the Rio Grande? It's like they take a boat over to Mexico, cross the entire country, and then go up to the Rio Grande and cross into Texas. That's fantastic. That is a lot of borderlines, actually. Now that I think about it, that's correct. Go for it. Bad Weather Biker says, did you know that Leonard Nimoy took artsy, risque nude pics of calorically challenged women and published a coffee table book of them? No.
All right, you have your seat. And your next question, sir?
For research purposes, I must know the title.
But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually my own behavioral observations of her based on her self-report. So one of the hallmark characteristics of histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful, and it can go on for quite some time, and yet it really lacks any substance. So at the end, you're left wondering what was just said or what the answer is to the actual question. So that occurred a number of times. And it also represented the quick shifts you'll see between emotions. So she would suddenly be one way, and then she would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are observing them will feel like it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also
remember
the lack
her.
of substance. They don't really refer to, I feel this way.
Smile
They might
to sad.
describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, I feel vulnerable. She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert and oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date. That way I can ensure that she's able to participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening. I then administered something called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory 2. The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives. It also measures very accurately any signs of mental illness or dysfunction. And the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case. And they may want to look like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are. And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really the truthfulness and accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales on this particular test have been so well researched over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating. Are they elevating one of the scales that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp.
The answer is no.
That's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street. So you really need a test that's very sensitive to that.
Oh, this is a
And
big
the
setup.
MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for.
I'm sorry if I hadn't said that. That's the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory.
What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician administered PTSD scale -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version. To do that test, you first administer something called the life events checklist.
So when are we going to get the
life
question?
events checklist, both of these tests, by
Does
the
she
way,
have
were
PTSD?
developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the life events checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed. Let's say they have a number of different types of traumas. Which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing. And we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does.
Okay.
We'll call it the CAPS 5. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most commonly used assessment worldwide by mental health professionals and in forensic settings for the court.
Why'd you use it?
I used it for that purpose and for its excellent validity in those settings across genders, across ethnicities, for different reasons. And when I keep saying validity, by the way, what I mean is accuracy, and I'll try to work that in, but then also for detecting the accuracy with which a person reports PTSD.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Is that scaled in some way?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Does that make use of a scale in some way?
The MMPI-2, do you mean?
Yeah, the top of the scale is this bitch be crazy.
Yes.
There's actually a combination of scales you want to look for. You would never make the diagnosis just based on one scale alone, or even on the test alone. You'd integrate other data.
All right. How did you administer the MMPI-2 to Ms. Hurd?
I provided her the test on an iPad. She essentially had her own little desk area and then an iPad. She hits start, it provides her with the instructions, and then it gives her 567 statements in order.
And then it just puts her in
each one she
Minecraft.
taps true or false.
What did you learn about Ms. Hurd from the
If she
results
digs
of
down
the
in Minecraft, she has
MMPI-2?
histrionic personality disorder.
Quite a bit. I wrote up a 25-page interpretation outline. It has numerous scales. So one of the reasons I like this measure so much is that it can tell you so much about multiple different traits and tendencies and mental issues. One of the primary things I learned was that she had a very sophisticated way of minimizing any personal problems. I also learned that she tends to, well, there were a number of characteristics that were consistent with the eventual diagnoses, but some of the primary characteristics, and I'm going to try to condense 25 pages here, were essentially externalization of blame, tending to have a lot of inner hostility that is attempted to be controlled, a tendency to be very self-righteous, but to also deny that self-righteousness and to judge others critically against these sort of high standards for moral value, but also to deny doing that, essentially to claim that one is very non-judgmental and accepting, and yet very full of rage, really. And these aren't facts, but her scores essentially correlated. So they were consistent with other people who obtained these scores who have been shown through many, many, many studies to have these very specific traits. So externalization of blame, a lot of inner anger and hostility. Sometimes that anger among these groups with similar scores, these people might have that anger kind of explode out at times. They tend to be very passive aggressive. They may be self-indulgent, very self-centered. They could use manipulation tactics to try to get their needs met, very needy of attention, acceptance, approval. They tend to distance people who are close to them. Initially, they may seem very charming. They're very socially sophisticated, actually. That was a major component on there. They have a capacity to kind of offer some of their faults, but in a way, but only the ones that people think of lightly and can all relate to. And so they can present as very fair and balanced, but in actuality, they really might be very judgmental of others and unaware of problems in their behavior and their thinking.
So
Uh-oh.
after you provide
Calling my
the
psychologist right now.
examination via the iPad, what do you do?
So once they've completed the test, you can have it scored by the computer immediately. It's a very, very complex test to interpret, but right away you'll get a list of what's called critical items. And these are just some, a couple of the items, the statements that are presented that are more clearly symptom-based. And I always follow up with the examinee. Some of these might have to do with suicide. Some of them might have to do with other symptoms that you just like to get a little bit more information on, because sometimes an examinee might tell you they're completely fine when you're doing your interview with them and that they have no symptoms. And then when they take the test, it says that they're having trouble sleeping, or they struggle with nausea all the time, or they feel very anxious. And so you want to follow up on that.
Okay. What's a code type?
A code type, let me think of how to explain this very, very simply. So the main scales, and I keep referring to scales, these are just the main scores that come up on this test. We can refer to them as codes. And when I was saying that Ms. Heard's scores could be compared to certain groups of people that had been researched before to obtain similar scores, the research has shown that certain people will have certain scores that kind of spike on this, okay? And so all of those traits that I was describing, those are traits that are found in these code types. So it means that score number two was high, and score number 6 was high. And so if we have those two scores were both high, then that's a 2-6 code type. And these code types.
What code type was Ms. Heard?
Ms. Heard had the clearest code type was 3-6, but then she also had some other code types that were less significant.
What characteristics are associated with a 3-6 code type?
So a 3-6 code type, a lot of that anger is expressed in this code type. There can be actually a lot of cruelty, usually with people who are less powerful. Actually, when you see this code type, you want to, if you can, to follow up with subordinates coworkers, people who may have observed their behavior more closely. The 3-6 code type is very concerned with their image, very attention seeking, very prone to externalizing blame to a point where it's unclear whether they can even admit to themselves that they do have responsibility in certain areas. A lot of suppressed and denied anger, but the anger is very present, will explode out, and a lot of issues in their close relationships.
How does Ms. Hurd's code type fit in with your overall opinion as to personality disorders?
Well, this might be an appropriate time to describe a little bit about these personality disorders, because I think what you'll hear is that there's a lot of consistency there. So borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships. It's instability in their emotions. It's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity. And that instability is really driven by this underlying terror of abandonment. So one of the key features also of this disorder, and all of it is like pistons of an engine kind of firing off and igniting one another. But when somebody is afraid of being abandoned by their partner or by anybody else in their environment, and they have this disorder, they'll make desperate attempts to prevent that from happening. And those desperate attempts could be physical aggression, it could be threatening, it could be harming themselves. But these are behaviors that are usually very extreme and very concerning to the people around them. The anger is typically what, sadly, it's counteractive, right? So the thing these people fear most is being abandoned, but over time, the anger, the explosive anger that they show when somebody is needing space, or when somebody's really not doing anything wrong, because a lot of times they read into things that they perceive as being a slight to them or being somebody intending to harm them that actually isn't happening. They'll exaggerate it, and they'll explode. They'll react in this heightened manner that is just exhausting for their partners. Oftentimes their partners will try to make them happy at first and really allow themselves to be a punching bag, thinking that they can somehow solve this problem, that somehow they can make this better. And eventually it just overwhelms them. Histrionic personality disorder is very
Before
similar.
we move on to that,
Okay.
You need to break that up.
The term emotional reactivity,
I am.
what is that?
So emotional reactivity is very common in the diagnosis. So essentially, like I said, there's instability in emotions. People with borderline personality disorder are often misdiagnosed as having bipolar disorder because they can be up and down. They can look very depressed, and they can look very elated, but these changes are happening within a matter of hours. Somebody with bipolar disorder, this is a clinical depression lasting days, weeks, a clinical mania where sometimes they even need to be hospitalized because they're so grandiose. They clear out their bank account and go to Vegas and spend it all. They're acting in some very bizarre ways. With
I know someone like this.
disorder, you're having these fluctuating moods constantly. And again, this hypersensitivity to being slighted or feeling offended, really driven by the fear that if you're offended or slighted, if the therapist comes in 2 minutes late, or if somebody shows up to dinner 2 minutes late, that they might be abandoning you. And it's not as if the borderline is considering themselves abandoned in that moment, but they just know that they have this overwhelming emotion, and there are no attempts to control that emotion.
Would they ever poop on a
There are no
bed?
attempts to regulate it. So if they're in the middle of the restaurant and they feel offended, they're going to start the fight. People are going to see it, or they might just start crying or break down, but they'll make a lot of accusations. And that reactivity is when you're going to see a lot of this escalation in the bizarre behavior. They can react violently. They can react aggressively. They will often physically prevent their partner from trying to leave if their partner wants to get space from all of this intense emotion. And oftentimes they will be abusive to their partners in these situations. Sometimes they'll physically restrain them from leaving and become injured that way, but also people with borderline personality disorder, it seems to be a predictive factor for women who implement violence against their partner. And one of the most common tactics that they'll use is actually physically assaulting and then getting harmed themselves. But mostly, we call this administrative violence. So essentially, this is saying that they'll make threats using the legal system. So they might say that they are going to file a restraining order or claim abuse, or they might do these things to essentially try to keep their partner from leaving. In the moment, again, they're not consciously thinking, I'm going to keep my partner from leaving right now. They're just thinking, I can't stand this. I hate my partner. They went from idealizing to suddenly devaluing because of the hurt, and they'll do anything to express that big emotion of anger.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm curious what their approach is. They may be, what they might be looking to do is inform the judge and the defense that they're going to go down a line of questioning. The defense is probably going to want to object to it, and they want to see, they want to get a, just kind of prep it and say, this is where we're going to go. If you don't want us to go here, you might want to tell us now, but we're going to go into exactly why she fits these things. And remember that whole, like, yeah, they get mad when someone's late thing. That's why she pooped on a bed.
Okay.
Yeah, Crazy Junior, you're right.
indicated, you were talking about emotional reactivity. What, if any, emotional reactivity did you observe in your review? And let's do this one at a time.
Okay. So there were a couple indications to me. First, I can sort of think about it with the treatment records. So particularly Dr. Cohen-Connell's, am I getting the name right? I feel like for some reason in my mind, I might have just reversed it. But Dr. Cohen's records, I did reverse it. He actually refers to this reactivity quite a bit and to Ms. Heard's temper. And that temper, it's often branded, or being hot-headed, is really characteristic of borderline personality disorder. As is their very charming, personable nature. This is a disorder of contradictions. In Nurse Filati's notes, I thought there was something interesting. She references a night when they're out to dinner, I believe in London, and she provided positive reinforcement to Ms. Heard because Ms. Heard had been disappointed by a mistake made by the server, and it sort of references how previously she might have criticized the server or become upset by that, and that she didn't this time, and so that had been some sort of a step forward.
Very proud of herself for not criticizing the help.
And there was also an indication actually in Dr. Hughes's, Dr. Hughes is a forensic psychologist who had been appointed by Ms. Heard to conduct as an evaluation as well. In Ms. Hughes's interview of Ms. Heard disclosed that she had cut her arm in the past, which is a typical reactive type thing somebody with this diagnosis can do. It's one of the symptoms. And that's sort of all I can think of top of my mind from the treatment records. Moving into some of the declarations or deposition testimony, what struck me was Ms. Raquel Pennington's testimony. She's a former friend of Ms. Heard's, and she told a story about, I suppose they were shopping for Thanksgiving accoutrements, something to prepare for Thanksgiving, and Ms. Heard struck her in the face sort of out of the blue, which is, I thought was interesting because that is one of those signs of borderline personality disorder where if a if a friend or a loved one isn't meeting your needs in that moment, people with borderline personality disorder can be very caring in their relationships as long as their needs are being met. They feel that their needs should be met when they want them met, at a specific level. And if they're not, then that anger, that sense of harm causes them to react. So the striking Ms. Pennington, per Ms. Pennington's report in the declaration or the testimony, I thought was pretty consistent. And then Ms. Hurd's own self-descriptions.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question about.
Sure.
You indicated Ms. Pennington was a former friend
Yes.
of Ms. Hurd. Is there a relationship between borderline personality disorder and intimate relationships?
Yes. So the instability definitely translates to their relationships. You'll see relationships start very intensely. People will, somebody with borderline personality disorder perceives the relationship as extremely close. This pattern of idealizing and devaluing is definitely at play. They do this with their lovers and also with their friends. And so
This is brutal.
this might be the perfect person, their perfect soulmate friend, perfect soulmate partner. And their engagement in the relationship is very alluring, very charming to the other person. And so initially everything seems great. But what occurs is that reality sets in. People are not perfect, even when we have a lot in common with them. Whereas most of us can accept somebody as a whole, somebody who has a little bit of flaws, and still think this is my great friend who always constantly running late for dinner. The person with borderline personality disorder, things are in these extremes, this black and white, we call it splitting. And so that person goes from being idealized, the perfect person, to dumpster. They are totally devalued. They are the worst friend. They don't care anything about me. I have better people around. And then there will be a repair because the person with this disorder does feel remorseful after they have these reactions, angry, tell their friend off. But over time, it wears away at these relationships. And so what you'll usually see is many, many transitions in their friendships over the years, people who have sort of fallen by the wayside, who were really very close knit at one time, and then, but there's not a lot of consistency in the long term. You'll also see that with their intimate relationships, many, many relationships, but none that are particularly long term.
How does borderline personality disorder relate to identity issues?
So again, that instability also travels toward identity. And when I was describing personality earlier, I was talking a little bit about those traits we have that help us know who we are. When you have borderline personality disorder, that actually is not something you understand. So people with this disorder actually take on the identity of the people they're spending time with because it's comforting. It's very uncomfortable to not know who you are. Some people with this disorder will describe a feeling of emptiness when they feel like they've been abandoned because now they don't know who they are in the world. And so when somebody with this disorder is going through that initial enmeshment phase with new people and they're idealizing them, they often will take on the identities of those people. So they may mimic them in a lot of ways. They might mimic the way they dress, their interests, the way they talk. And for this reason, the people around somebody with this disorder kind of from the outside may feel like, wait, I thought you were this way. Now you're advocating for this, and this is your new main interest in life, or the thing you're throwing yourself into all completely. Music tastes might change, hobbies will change, the way they dress.
Okay. In addition to borderline personality disorder, I understand that you diagnosed another personality disorder. What's that?
So histrionic personality disorder, and these are really two sides of the same coin. They belong to the same cluster. We call these clusters. It's a way to organize personality disorders in that DSM. And this cluster is described as the personality disorders that are dramatic, erratic, and emotional. Okay, so unpredictable, but really having to do with emotions and relationships. They're very similar. Whereas I was saying that borderline personality disorder, a lot of the key features that you're going to notice are instability. When it comes to histrionic, a lot of the key features are going to be drama and shallowness. Similarly, with borderline personality disorder, there's this underlying drive of avoiding abandonment. With histrionic personality disorder, that underlying drive is to always be the center of attention. Because if you don't have that attention on you, it feels similarly to borderline personality disorder, you feel pretty empty, like you don't have that sense of being or of value, okay? So whereas borderline personality disorder might have more of the visible reactivity if somebody seems to be leaving, with histrionic personality disorder, what you're going to see is extreme discomfort with not being the center of attention, extreme efforts to be the center of attention. And when they feel that they're not the center of attention, you will see some strange things, making up stories to try to get attention, often taking on a victim or princess role. Those two roles in particular are pretty consistent. Seeking caretaking. Borderline personality disorder is similar because with borderline personality disorder, these shifts of identity and the splitting, you might see somebody go from being, in the DSM, it describes it as a needy supplicant of help, seeking the perfect caretaker, to suddenly being the avenger against injustice or thinking that their partner is a terrible person. With histrionic, what you'll see is somebody who wants to be the center of attention, has sort of that impressionistic speech, very flowery, very enthusiastic, but nothing's really being said. The moment your attention wears away because they're so demanding for attention, that's when they might take the victim role or the princess role and even make up stories. Sometimes those stories are to bolster the victim role. Sometimes those stories are just to make them look more interesting or accomplished in their mind so that they can get respect and attention that way.
Man, she is just
relation between histrionic personality disorder and attractiveness.
There is, strangely, and this is always one of the trickiest things.
She's devastating Amber Heard without saying anything specifically about her.
How is that a symptom? But characteristically, people with this disorder are very, very interested in looks, but more importantly, they utilize their looks to get that attention, to get that respect that they're seeking. And so this type of a personality might be flirtatious with everybody. Characteristically, they actually couldn't even be subtly, and when I say flirtatious, I'm not talking overtly sexy, but kind of inappropriately flattering. Sometimes they act in a kind of a girlish way to be cute and to engender attention. And this will even occur in their therapy relationships as a way to sort of avoid getting negative feedback or criticism. Oftentimes they'll bring
Did
the
this happen with you,
therapist
doctor?
or be distracting if they engage in therapy because they just don't want any criticism. They want the therapist to like them.
Does the intelligence of the affected person bear on the manner in which these disorders present?
Excuse me, I choked a little at my water. Yes, and I think one way to think about it that's probably a little
It's a
more
conveniently
accurate than just
timed joke.
intelligence is, in psychology, we would describe this more as sophistication. So street smart, so to speak. The way, for instance, I've had many clients who have borderline personality disorder who are messy and really clearly suffering, and they might be difficult and all over the place and yell at you in the middle of a session, but it's so it's not tailored. It's so much easier to work with because of that just openness and rawness of it, genuineness. Sometimes you'll have a more sophisticated presentation. There are 9 symptoms and only 5 have to be met. So there are a lot of different combinations and different ways it can present. And sometimes you'll have more of a petulant version of this, where it really shows when you push the button and you're kind of, whoa, what was that? So somebody who's really productive, high functioning, successful, and you get to know them and you think they're fantastic because they're so interested in you too. And you might not realize it, but they're mimicking you perfectly. So you're really just kind of falling in love with this new friend who is being you. But then all of a sudden, you say something that they think is offensive, and you can't, even in your wildest thoughts, understand how that could have offended somebody, but their reaction is so strong that you kind of buy into it. Gosh, maybe I did say something offensive, and you feel bad about it. So that sophisticated version, they can be a little bit more calculated in the way they present. They tend to
Can be a
kind
little
of hit you where it
calculated.
hurts a little bit more. And they can be actually very, very destructive.
So, gun,
Conclusions
gun,
were you
gun,
able to
gun,
draw
gun.
about Ms. Heard's sophistication from her testing?
Well, from her testing and from her presentation, she was very likable, but her testing in particular showed that she approached it in a manner that, remember I told you about those scales that are pretty neat. She approached it in a manner that very clearly minimized any psychological dysfunction. Not just that, but really presented herself as free of any problems. And she did so in a way that was very, very sophisticated, not obvious, by responding to questions that most people might not notice were trying to detect that.
So she's taking a bunch of these tests on her own.
How did you determine that?
Probably. Just guessing.
So that's based on a particular scale on the MMPI-2 that is designed specifically to detect a type of responding that's a little bit more clever, a little bit more sophisticated, minimizing problems in a way that most lay people probably wouldn't understand, and even providers, very difficult to detect.
You mentioned that one of the characteristics of borderline personality disorder is emotional reactivity. How might that present in an intimate relationship?
So I think it probably presents mostly, or you'd see the bulk of it in intimate relationships because of that regular interaction and the desire for your partner to meet all of your needs, to be the perfect caretaker. Also that the hallmark of the disorder with the splitting, so idealizing, devaluing, and the perceiving of all sorts of neutral events as somehow demeaning or disrespectful. It's regular escalations of anger, frustrated complaints, criticisms of your partner. But because the person with borderline personality disorder, first of all, they're more sensitive to things, they feel distress more strongly, and then that distress lasts longer. So these types of blow-ups go on forever, and they're very cyclic. It feels like you just can't get a resolution, and eventually the partner will try to leave, will want to leave to take a break. It wears them down, and that's when the borderline might explode and act very aggressively or violently to try to prevent them from leaving.
It's just describing everything that they've talked about so far. Just wrote the testimony for this.
In addition to diagnosing Ms. Heard with these two personality disorders, did you form another opinion about Ms. Heard's mental status?
Yes, so go ahead.
If the answer to that is yes, I'm going to now ask.
Okay,
what was
yes,
that?
I did.
Okay, what is it?
So in addition to looking for Ms. Heard's general mental status, any psychological issues that were present, I very specifically was assessing to determine whether post-traumatic stress disorder was present, and it was not.
How do you know that?
Ooh.
So first of all, from multiple information sources, right? So I was integrating the interview, my review of the data, the case records, other people's testimony, her treatment records. And then I also conducted, in addition to the MMPI-2 and looking at that data, I also conducted the clinician administered PTSD scale, the CAPS-5, which is the gold standard PTSD assessment developed by the National Center for PTSD, shown to be valid, accurate for use, not just with service members, but also with civilians, men, women, all genders. and also all ethnicities, and then also specifically for use in a courtroom setting.
How do you conduct the CAPS 5?
So the CAPS 5 is a standard interview. What that means is that it's an interview with very clear questions that are scripted, and you ask those same questions every time you test a person. So because you're doing that, you're actually taking something that would typically be kind of subjective, an interview with somebody, and you're making it more objective. When you ask those same questions in the same way, every time somebody's assessed with this, now you can apply a scoring protocol and actually score their responses.
As a result of applying those protocols, what did you conclude?
Ms. Heard did not have PTSD, and there were also pretty significant indications that she was grossly exaggerating symptoms of PTSD when asked about them.
How did you make that latter conclusion?
So one of the strengths of this test, as I mentioned, the important thing about any test used when you're doing an evaluation in forensics is to make sure that the person is responding accurately. And this test does that by not just asking people whether they have a symptom, but asking follow-up questions that draw out very detailed accounts of every single symptom of PTSD. And when you're really familiar with this disorder, which you need to be to administer this test, there are nuances in the way a person will describe their symptoms that have been shown repeatedly to indicate exaggeration or faking. There are also indications when somebody is clearly giving you a genuine response.
Okay. What, if any, symptoms of PTSD did you observe in Ms. Heard?
So there are 20 kind of core symptoms that somebody can manifest with PTSD. You don't have to have all of them. Ms. Heard initially said that she had, in the first question, you say, do you ever have this? Before you get to the more nuanced follow-up questions. When I asked that first question on each item, she initially said, yes, I have that, to 19 of the 20 symptoms. That's not typical even of somebody with the most disabling form of PTSD. When we eventually sort of dialed it down, she had 3 remaining symptoms. And having symptoms of any disorder is common for all of us. Some of us struggle with sleep. Some of us get anxious. It could be several different disorders. It could just be that you have this struggle in your life. But she had 3 specific symptoms that I scored as present.
She
Off
just
the
told
top
the
of
jury.
my head, I might miss one, but one was sleep disturbance. So she reported that she has frequent nightmares. Another one was that she said that she tends to have a startle response. So if she gets startled or surprised, she tends to stay in sort of a hyper startle mode for quite a while. And that's consistent with a couple of things. It can be consistent with PTSD if other criteria are met. It's also consistent with childhood complex trauma, which is something that can occur when your brain is forming. If you constantly feel unsafe, if your parents are abusive, or if they're not present, if you're neglected, you can develop certain physiological responses that can stay for a long time in your life. So I noted that seems like a very genuine, accurate account where she stays in the state of kind of hyper arousal, has a hard time calming down if she gets surprised.
Hyper arousal sounds like
You
chat.
mentioned nightmares as well.
Yes.
Did she recount for you the nature of the nightmares?
So they were vague. She indicated that she has recurrent nightmares and that she feels as though she's being held down. And there was some conflict in that account because even though that could be a PTSD symptom, it is fairly vague, but I still scored it as present. And in her initial treatment with with Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, which I believe started before she began dating Mr. Depp, she had indicated to Dr. Jacobs, according to Dr. Jacobs's notes, that she was having repetitive nightmares back then and that they were related to her childhood trauma. And so that came up several times in the notes. Dr. Jacobs kept mentioning that.
Thank you. What is feigning?
Feigning is essentially faking or exaggerating symptoms that aren't present.
Does the CAPS 5 control for that?
It doesn't necessarily control for it. It can expose it
And
by
how
drawing
does
out
that, how does that work?
because you're not just simply handing the person a checklist that says, here are all the symptoms of PTSD. Why don't just check off the ones you have, which clearly, if you're trying to look like you have PTSD, you would just check them all. The CAPS 5, because it requires them to describe
She
in
literally
detail
tried to do that.
how they experience the symptom, where it shows up, what it looks like, what sort of examples they can give you, how many times it's happened in the last couple of weeks, how many times it's happened in the last month. By the end of each symptom, you've gotten a very good picture of a couple things. One, does it meet the definition of the symptom? Are they getting it right? Is this actually the symptom, or are they kind of confusing this with something else? Number two, are they giving you very vague accounts? Are they giving you kind of a stereotyped idea of what the symptom is based on media or movies or something that actually is completely different from genuine experiences of this symptom? Or are they giving you a very genuine, heartfelt, sometimes minimizing, but it's ticking all the boxes, their mannerisms while they're describing it, the actual very specific, very nuanced, symbolic ways they're describing it. A lot of times it smells, it sounds, that all appears in genuine accounts, and it's something that people really get wrong when they're feigning.
In addition to your conclusion that Ms. Heard does not have PTSD, did you make a conclusion with respect to her
feigning?
symptoms?
Oh, just ask about the feigning.
Yes, actually I did. So, just because somebody doesn't have PTSD doesn't mean that they weren't harmed psychologically by whatever is being alleged. In this case, Ms. Heard is alleging that she was psychologically harmed and that she suffered PTSD because of abuse that she alleges occurred by Mr. Depp. So the MMPI-2 is helpful because it shows you kind of everything, any other symptoms. And then in Ms. Heard's own self-report and her prior treatment records, I knew that she had reported to me that she had had some other symptoms. So now what becomes really important is determining, and let me clarify one thing here, not so much a diagnosis, but did she start to experience symptoms during the relationship and after? Did they worsen after? Or could these types of symptoms or reports be explained by other factors? A, by feigning, B, by pre-existing conditions, or C, by other stressful life events that might have occurred. So the main symptoms that I was looking at didn't meet criteria for PTSD, right? There was also substantial evidence of this sort of emotional dysregulation, emotional disorganization, the shallowness, the dramatic affect. Now, when you have a lot of childhood trauma, you can actually have some similar type presentation in adulthood. There are some differences though, but also that's not something that would have occurred after this relationship. So now I was looking at, are there indications that these types of things that she's described, this transient anxiety, the issues with sleep, were these there prior? And sure enough, Ms. Heard, in her own self-report, stated to me that when she first got to LA, she was seeking treatment for, in her words, blanket anxiety and depression. She also reported that she was taking medications. In general, none of them were helpful. That's actually very typical of borderline personality disorder. Medications typically aren't very helpful for somebody with the disorder. They really need an intensive, lifelong type of therapy, which is not necessarily as relevant to this. But interestingly also, people with borderline personality disorder often respond really positively to stimulant medications that are given for ADD or ADHD. And in one of Nurse Filati's notes, she reported that Ms. Heard told her that none of the medications were working for her except for one Provigil, which is often prescribed as a stimulant medication. And I just thought that was interesting and sort of consistent with more of these lifelong personality disorders that aren't necessarily caused by a harm by any allegations, but have been there and will remain there typically. The other issue, so the anxiety, she had already indicated that had been there prior, but the form of the anxiety. So looking at Dr. Hughes's testing and then also looking at the scores on the MMPI, when you look at all these little combinations of the scores, you can actually learn a lot about, is the anxiety related to an event, or is this more a person who tends to be an anxious person regardless of what's going on in their life? And somebody might describe them as a worrywart. And the scores, the little combination of scores that she obtained actually indicated that it was the latter, that her anxiety tends to be separate from events and more just kind of a constant, and it comes and goes, but it's more of a trait.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Oh,
right.
brutal.
Maybe why don't we go ahead and,
Do
go ahead
lunch?
and have our lunch break. It
Yeah.
might be a good idea
Yeah,
to
do
break it up
lunch.
there. Okay, I know, I can see you jumping up. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess. Just again, do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? We'll have you back here.
Oh my gosh, that was devastating testimony. She just, yeah, basically, she tried to pretend that she had PTSD for the purposes of this evaluation, which was for the purposes of trial. And I caught it.
And again, Dr. Curry, since you're in the middle of your testimony, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody at this time, okay?
Understood. Thank you,
All right,
Your
let's
Honor.
just, when we come back at 1:50, okay? Come back at 1:50? All right, thank you.
Oh, it was fantastic. Woo, hoo, hoo. So Dr. Curry, yes, there are some questions in Super Chats that I've seen about Dr. Curry. I'm going to get, what I'm going to try and do during this lunch break is a full catch up on all the chats that have come in from the beginning of the show and answer any questions that may have come up during that. So we're going to do that. Part of so people have asked like where the panel is today. I didn't really invite, anybody to the panel today, partly because I have to be done really early when this thing ends. And with a lot of discussion, it can cause the stream to go on longer than I'll be able to go today. But I'll probably be inviting the panel back. The other is, yesterday there was some really interesting testimony, and some of the panelists just kept talking over it. And this is a commentary channel, but a lot of the commentary was unrelated to the case. And I wanted to hear, I want to hear a lot of this testimony, and I know other people did too. So today we're playing a little bit closer to the chest on guests, because I would like to really examine what's going on with some of the testimony and be able to freaking hear it. So it's like, but anyway, so that's why I'm solo today. I hope you guys appreciate that. But that was a decision. Also, yesterday I did release a clip right around lunchtime. Today we released another one, just from yesterday, Johnny Depp and his little reaction to Amber Heard kind of lying about violence in their relationship and how it was presented in court, trying to grab some more of these moments from the trial and from trials that we cover, because I don't know, people just like them. They like these little moments. And there's some really good ones today too, that my editor is trying to grab, and as we go on. I mean, I think the PTSD stuff is just brutal. From this doctor. I mean, she basically accused Amber Heard without accusing her, in the nicest way, with the biggest smile and all of the professionalism behind her that she could, of feigning the symptoms of PTSD. I mean, it was amazing. That was magical. A magical moment. And so, that type of stuff is just is it perfect? I don't know what that was, like a half French, half Italian monstrosity. Okay, let me get to these super chats that have come in. let's see. Where did we leave off? Okay, Isaac Kozic, who raised an interesting point. I saw this when it happened. He says, to all the simps in the chat, yes, she's bad as hell, but she would also be digging around your mind and diagnosing you without you even realizing it. That's a nightmare. Never date a psychiatrist, y'all. Just don't do it. Oh my goodness. Horrifying. A crafty Huragok says, is it a neck gunt or a gobbler flap for people? Oh, gross. Next we've got FTWT says, did Amber go willingly to her? Or now I'm not entirely sure how the evaluation came up. They may have requested, they may have gotten it in a court order. Mike the Dad Crosby says MMPI-2 is used for most assessments, including things like dyslexia and ADHD. Lancelot 652 says, Nick, after hearing this excerpt, I think you need to take a test for us. Put MMPI-2. I'm sitting there listening to the borderline personality disorder and histrionic, and I'm like, I think I only don't qualify because narcissism exists. Incarnation Art says, after Dr. Mommy's diagnosis, camera pans to audience and suddenly there's less women in the courtroom. Oh no. Rudolph S says, how crispy do you like your chicken? Very crispy. Crispy chicken is delicious. No Guard says, punctuating that testimony about bipolar disorder, or no, borderline personality disorder, well, with a small break for the jury, let them think about the symptoms and the facts that were presented over the last week. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. I mean, of course, this is what you pay an expert for, right? That expert just laid out all of the evidence that we've seen related to Amber Heard in her diagnosis. Like, she just laid it out that this is who she is without referencing any of the evidence, without directly talking about Amber Heard. She said, this is what bipolar personality does, or not bipolar, borderline personality. I see BPD and I think bipolar disorder, but borderline personality disorder. This is how it presents. This is what they do. That was pretty good stuff. So next, Joshua Lewis says, I was watching Legal Bites' stream and they were saying that this witness was characterizing the disorder in a very opinionated way. Do you think the defense will go into that line of questioning on cross? Without having heard what they said, I think what they mean is that this was, so there are, hold on, let me think. I mean, yeah. They're going to attack her opinions on cross. That they have to, you either attack the credibility or you attack the assessment, or both, right? Like, you have to do those things. Again, they're going to attack her credibility with how much were you paid? What, you're getting paid for this, aren't you? How much did you bill? How much is that normal? How often do you do these things? So you got paid by Johnny Depp's team to give this test to Amber Heard, stuff like that. So they're going to attack her credibility by going after the money aspect. They're going to attack her credentials if they can find, again, I mentioned earlier, some major professional failing, a famous, maybe someone she was treating that ended up murdering a bunch of children. I mean, who knows what's out there, right? But hopefully they've done their research on her. We'll be able to attack her credentials in some way. And then you just have to, challenge the assessment, what about this? Isn't this a better test? What about these other things? Now, they may have a hard time doing that, but that's the goal. I'm curious to see where they go. I'm not a psychiatrist. I haven't done a bunch of research trying to figure out how to discredit this woman's testimony. They know the results of this test. They're going to have, they'll have access to her notes because Amber Heard is their client. So she would consent to the release of medical records to her own team, probably. So they're going to know what's in there. They'll have been able to have another expert, if they want, evaluate it. give an assessment of the notes, the quality of diagnoses, and then they can try and poke holes that way. We'll have to see what they do. I don't know enough about psychology to say whether or not what she said was accurate at the, at the doctorate level. But from a popular psychology standpoint, it sounded right. I mean, I know Ken was in the chat talking about the accuracy of the tests that she's using and how she seems to know what's going on. So at the popular or professional level, great. At the scholastic or like academic levels, I don't know. Maybe there's some problem with her analysis that we're not familiar with. We'll have to see. But it sounded pretty tight. And who but yeah. I mean, characterizing the disorder in a very opinionated way. I mean, I'm not entirely, without hearing exactly what they said, I'm not entirely sure what they're getting at there. Which one, histrionic personality or borderline personality disorder? I mean, she basically took the DSM definitions and put them into lay terms, which is her job as an expert. Can they attack the accuracy of her definitions of those things? I mean, sure, they can try, but they better be right because she's the credentialed expert. And so unless they can catch her on an obvious and gross mistake, or get her to admit that she made a mistake of characterization, they're going to have real trouble without, bringing on their own witness. Am I going to have guests at some point this stream? I don't know if I will. I don't think so. Not today. We'll probably go back to guests like tomorrow or the next day, but again, for the new people, I have to end this stream right around 4:30 Central Time, and having a bunch of the court will wrap up a little bit before that, most likely. But with that, having guests can really extend a stream time, because rather than doing things like doing super chats and just kind of analyzing things and move on, you get wrapped up in side conversations and stuff like that. So so today it'll probably be just me. Okay, next. Tina Lewis says $5 says Branko would say Dr. Curry is describing his ex-wife also. Lol. Yes. Dragon's Treasure says, I give up trying to send a decent super chat. Please shill code for me. Yeah, you guys can go to thedragonstreasure.com. If you like tea, loose leaf tea, hand selected loose leaf tea, bagged, not even bagged, actually, one bag. You got to scoop it out and put it in a diffuser. Get yourself a tea diffuser. If you like loose leaf tea, all different blends, highest quality stuff, you need to go to thedragonstreasure.com. Also, if you're a weirdo who likes anime, go there as well. Buy yourself some tea. Enjoy a nice warm cup of tea. Enjoy a steaming cup of tea like Amber likes leaving a steaming turd on a bed. And with that, if you use promo code Amber Poops in Beds, you will get 10% off your next order of tea. Get it. Get some tea without any irony or anything. I've had several of his teas. They're really good. They're really, really good. If you like tea, just go buy some. Honestly, you do yourself a favor. Let's see. Von Bismarck sent a donation, didn't come through. Then he had a follow-up. So he says, but does the doctor know if Amber was wearing makeup at the time? Let's see. We've got JL says, the hot doctor, Mommy Curry, definitely pegs. You know, she degrades you and pegs in the sack. She's a dommy mommy for sure. Either that or I'm projecting, but I don't think I am this time. Oh no. Squirrel Knight says, I still prefer nurse mommy, but Dr. Mommy is pretty good too. Amber is seething is a sight to behold. It it is funny, right? Because it's so stereotypical. Like all these people they're hiring in LA are all fairly attractive. Kind of look like, the Hollywood entourage. Let's see. Mike the Dad Crosby says psychiatrists can prescribe you drugs. Psychologists can only dig into your mind. Don't date a psychologist. There you go. David Stanhart says, my ex-friend was arrested for child media and facing 130 years. Oh my God. Any chance the trial will be available to watch online, as I don't live in the state and can't be there in person. News link on Twitter DMs. Highly unlikely. When it involves offenses against children, due to the nature of the possibility of having to show at least some portions of evidence, even censored or redacted ones, they don't want to, they don't want to involve the children in any sort of public shame and humiliation. So they tend to not do that. Not saying they won't, but I would think they probably won't. Rick Nikita says, you've reminded your local police department to like and subscribe to the channel, right? I did. And the person who came after the police, because wasn't once last night, it was twice. so butthurt. Oh my goodness. All right. Beasts on the Run says 2 minutes late and breaded. Imagine following the codex. Wait, I read that one. Okay, so here we go. Boo Jalicious says, did you notice mainstream media live feeds yesterday cutting out the part where defense objected to their own question? Makes you think. Stay unbreaded. I mean, I saw a clip of Law and Crime doing it, but I don't know if anybody else did that. I have no idea if anybody else did that. Spooky Weeb Trash says, hey, Nick, I heard about what happened last night. Hope both you and your family are okay. We're all fine. Thank you, Spooky. Thank you. We are all good. Ethan Flash says, F you, Rekieta, you shyster lawyer figgot. First one, get my purse taken from me. Then you skip super chat yesterday while you continue to claim I hate the grumpy. I didn't skip your super chat yesterday, buddy. I read all of the super chats individually by hand. Rady to Kill says, you need to see some of Sarah Gonzalez's new tweets. Yeah, I covered them last night on YouTube. They're hilarious. She's still going. She's just going after it. Colo Sign says, YouTube not sending my super chats. That sometime, I think I talked about this earlier. I think I read this one, but because that was a membership chat, not a super chat. Yeah, for whatever reason, sometimes YouTube will act like it takes your money, not send the chat, and then you get it refunded later in the day. But you also can't send a super chat for like the rest of the show. It's really lame. Les White says, between Disney and Elon, I'm going to need more popcorn. Comedy gold and very unbreaded. Sigurd Hellickson Crypt Keeper says, thanks for helping me get through my garbage job last night. How many calls last night? And for sure, AF and Fuentes. To be very clear, I do not think Nick Fuentes personally swatted me or had me swatted. I think it was he was the main subject, or his debate with Medicare was the main subject last night, and he's been a little bit vocal about me lately. I would imagine it was probably one of his supporters. That's not Nick's fault, by the way. Didn't say it was. Don't blame him. Don't hold him responsible in any way. And he disavowed it on the show, which is fine and dandy. I didn't hold Nick responsible for that. It's whatever person is very sad about it that's their issue. But that's the internet, though, guys. Like you're out there talking. Someone's not going to like it and do something stupid. But it was twice last night, so that was fun. Tim Lynch, thank you for the donation. Jennifer Cochran says, do you think Amber will be canceled like she tried to do to Johnny? I can't stand cancel culture, but we know how they play. Curious to see. Amber should be canceled for lying to get someone else canceled. That's the proportional punishment response. The proportional punitive response to a lie should be the result of that the lie would have on them, on the victim, should be exacted on the liar, right? Seems fair to me. Aaron Lovelace says guests are way more interesting than most of the testimonies. Just keep up with the subs if you can't hear it. If you can see past the hatchet on your face. No, yesterday it got a little overbearing, but a lot of the reason today is because I just have to end the show at 4:30 ish, as close to 4:30 as possible. So that's the main issue. Squeeb-esque says favorite 40K novel. I'm getting done with Galaxy in Flames as we speak. Mine is okay. So my favorite 40K novel is that's tough. That's tough. Majos, Eisenhorn Majos was really, really good. I think that's my favorite 40K novel. 30K though. I can't remember which one it's called. Trying to see if I can see it. Shoot, I can't remember. It's one of the Horus Heresy novels that is told through the eyes of a skald in the Space Wolves. Was just that was great. That was well done. I think Dan Abnett wrote it. Jay the Real McCoy says Elon buys Twitter. Woke people on Twitter in Darth Vader voice. No. Big Worm, welcome to paralegal status. Miku Huntu says, Dad, unlike your PC being assembled flawlessly, I boomered myself into accidentally breaking my CPU fan attempting to put on a new one. I'm a holler. Sweet. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful with those fans. You bust one of those fan blades and it's over. It's over. Need to auto-tune the no. Oh my gosh. I don't know that it'll matter. No. I was wrong. It mattered. There you go. Fat Monk 1 says, I missed the Edgecombe judge. He was the most entertaining one so far. Oh, yeah, he was fantastic. Judge Borowski. Thanks for the amazing commentary panels and discussions on your channel. I love when I can tell that like the auto tune has hit the chat because suddenly the chat lights up. Let's see. Colo sign says hippopotomonstrosesquipedaliophobia. Okay. Gotcha. Baziwan says, I called it within a week. All shadow banning code is backed out, and today we will get hashtag me poo trending. Felipe Move. Oh, shoot. No, wait, we got to get this. ZeroX1S says, thank you for entertaining me through 8 hours of my boring IT job. Hey, you're welcome. You're welcome. Felipe Move says, you got swatted? Yeah, I mean, again, I'm very careful here not to over dramatize it. I live in a small town. They don't bust down doors. They call you. Like, are you actually killing anyone right now? Nah, I'm not. I'm fine. Oh, okay. Can we come by and check and see that everything's okay? Like, you could just turn on the show that I'm on live right now and notice that I'm not killing anybody, but sure, if you want. So, yeah, but everything is fine. Not sure how the cops got to your secret lair in King Kai's planet. Yeah, me either. I really like every time I'm like, guys, just turn on the show. You could. Same thing with Tim Pool. Like every time they show up when they swat Tim Pool, it's like, just turn on the show. He's obviously not murdered anybody. Okay. Ashley Crocker says, I keep your trial streams on all day in the background while I work. I enjoy your commentary and love having the law explained in real time, hoping for an exciting trial day. Hey, thank you, Ashley. I really appreciate that. Squizgar says, fix yo sheet rackets plus ratio plus boomer plus no audio plus no camera plus Shaster Jawyer. And then someone who doesn't have a name says, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Literally, yes, I did. I don't know what was up with my camera. My cam link, I took out my cam link. This is what I normally run the camera feed through. But I also have a Elgato capture card, which I'm running it through. But you've probably seen it glitch out a couple times. I know I have. But anyway, when I pulled this out though, the USB piece was very, very warm. So not sure what was up with that. This thing was cranking. The computer is not particularly warm, not any warmer than normal. Oh, I wonder if it's related to the 3090. I wonder if the 3090 is putting off more heat, which would be down near the 3090 is kind of close to that USB slot. That could be something. Could be something. Let's see. Rory says, what is Chanley Painter wearing today? I don't know. I haven't seen her. I haven't really looked. Zendu says, I mean, to be fair, the 3090 Ti shouldn't be putting off that much heat. It's not doing much of anything right now. Zendu says, hey, Nick, you should update the description to Rekieta Law on Twitter under ways to follow now that you've reclaimed it. OCD demands it. Oh, yes. I meant to do that. Oh, wait, I did. I guess I should change it to Rekieta Law's Twitter. Rekieta Law on Twitter. I had updated the link, but we'll update the wording. But I'm not going to go back and do it for other ones. That's annoying. Takes forever. Sean Lindsay Melancon says, if Ty eats on stream again, I'll puke. He comes on stream and immediately here. Look, I'm going to do a Ty impression. Oh, hey, Nick. How's it going? Happy to be on the show. Seriously. Oh. The worst is he has a Yeti mic. Yeti mics they pick up everything. They're terrible. Terrible. Brittany Foster says, do you think Johnny will at the very least take the female lawyers sitting next to him for a mega pint? He's got to rebound at some point. K-Dub Smiles says, regular media doesn't seem to like Johnny Depp's take on things, afraid to not support a supposedly battered woman. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when you look at commentary about this, comment sections and stuff like that, people seem to really, really be largely in favor of Johnny Depp, but the media is not. The media is not at all. Cheeky Mare says every man should wear a 3-piece suit. You know how warm that is? Oh God, and the laundry bills. Ugh, they smell. Oh no. It sounds better in words than it is in reality. Toby Jean Almy says, what is Amber Turd up to today? Wonder if we'll see another rendition of the SS outfit this week. No, she's wearing like a pantsuit with like is it like a turtleneck that she's wearing? Wearing like a sweater underneath, a sweater for a shirt. It's kind of weird. Joji says, watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Nikki, shame on you for covering this trial without having watched it. Also, the Harris is clearly team no balls. Yeah, I'd love to watch it. I don't have time. Son of a glitch says, Rackets, if I understand this judge's rulings correctly, asking a direct or specific question is leading, but asking an open-ended question is vague and calls to relevance. Is that about right? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Again, a leading question is one that suggests the answer to the question in the forming of the question. You did this, and then you did this, right? And then you did this, didn't you? Did you do this is not open. It does not suggest the answer because the answer is yes or no. Now, you did this, right, has a yes or no answer also. Or you did this, didn't you? Right? It also has a yes or no. But didn't you implies that you did it. That's the whole difference right there between a leading question and a non-leading question. Does it imply the answer in the question? Now, it's not always yes or no, but you know, there are sorts of things. But and then you went to the bar, right? Yeah. That's a leading question because it implies that you went to the bar. You may not have. Did you go to a bar? Or did you go to the bar, I guess? Doesn't necessarily. I guess from context, it's possible to imply imply or infer the answer that's desired. But really, just a yes or no question. Did you do this? Unless it's really, really specific about something that wouldn't normally come up, you're probably okay. Did you see Johnny Depp drink anything? Yes, no. I mean, that's not leading because we don't know if he did drink something or didn't drink something in her presence. We have no idea at all. Mr. Obi-Wan 2020 says, Cat Lady's got some massive jowls on her. Gobble, gobble. Well, Aoki says, and you wouldn't know why my neck jiggles while I speak, correct? Mr. Obi-Wan 2020, objection, turkeys can't practice law, Your Honor. Oh, watch them. Oh, watch them. Kevin Hunt says, have you played Heroes Quest? They raised $9 million to re-release it. Get for kids. Can you respond in auto-tune? Sure. Yeah, I played Hero Quest when I was little with my grandma because I didn't have no friends. Yeah, I did. I did. I did not. I haven't rebought it yet, though. Revenant says, will you be covering Rittenhouse's defamation lawsuit against Whoopi Goldberg? Last weekend on Friday, a judge denied Whoopi's motion to dismiss. Oh, wait, they actually filed one? Oh, well, yeah, I'll gladly cover it. I need to find that. I didn't know they had actually filed one. That's hilarious. Amir Mueller says, can I get a big read for all the meltdowns over Elon Musk's Twitter acquisition? Keep up the good work. Sure. A read. There you go. Nick Demakis says, from one Nick to another, thank you for giving us a good name. I appreciate your aggressively assertive takes. You've helped me understand law in such a fun way. I'm glad neurotic cave weirdos like you exist. God bless. Thanks. Tom Grawl says, the sweater is to stop the ice in her veins from spewing through. I don't think it's working. Yeah, it's kind of a weird one. The Wolf of Fenris over on Rumble says, Nick, your favorite 30K novel is Prospero Burns. Thank you. Yes, that's true. That's the one. That's the one. Josh D says, why does Cross anyway seem so aggressive? Couldn't you get the same information with a calmer tone and not look like a jerk to the jury? Sometimes, and sometimes you do. But remember, Amber Heard, from the perspective of the defense, is an abused woman being sued for calling out her abuser. The people on the plaintiff side are villains. So they're that's part of the strategy, I would assume. That's part of the posture and the tone that they want. Colin Ciapella says defense gets snippy when not allowed to just testify and skew facts. From a fellow attorney. Love the channel. Hey, thank you, Colin. Sorry I massacred your last name. Please don't charge me for the wrongful death of your last name's pronunciation. Charlie Harris says the judge is sustaining any objections to questions that begin with did. I can understand how such questions can be considered leading. They can be. The ones I was talking about weren't. Did you see Johnny Depp drink anything? What's the answer? What answer do they want? Do they want yes or do they want no? How can you tell? Ryoji Mata says crazy cat lady is bad at her job. Yeah, I don't think she really did very well with the housekeeper witness. I mean, she didn't get any useful information out of her. Ryoji Mata says crazy cat lady. Oh, wait. Entropy denied. Objection, Your Honor. These questions are leading everyone to believe I'm an idiot. Ocean Redux says, thank you for the Rekieta Jersh Moon super stream yesterday. I needed that. Josh is great, but FFS, he doesn't watch anime, the superior choice. Lol, take care, and thanks for the keynote, you two. Thanks, Ocean. Honest AF says, Jane Hathaway here isn't doing Poison Ivy any favors. Jamie McClement says, I really wish they'd ask on Cross if Amica cream was supplied on the island. Yeah. That'd be good. Goger says, can we start a petition to get a new judge, please? I've heard from people who practice there that she's really like one of the better judges around. This isn't a normal case, right? This involves celebrities from Los Angeles. I mean, how ridiculous was this moment where they asked the lady about getting the yacht ready for Johnny Depp to sell it to J.K. Rowling? Like, that's how weird the lives of these people are. Like, you're talking about having a yacht prepared to sell to J.K. Rowling from Johnny Depp as if it's normal everyday occurrence. Oh yeah, well, Johnny's just going to sell the yacht to who? The author of Harry Potter, billionaire J.K. Rowling. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? President-elect 4 Doors More Horse says, I suddenly feel like I need a psych evaluation. And then has some sweaty faces. Dread says, that's the kind of shrink I could get behind. Respectfully, of course. Rory, that clinical psychologist is hot, but I think I'll pass. She would try to psychoanalyze like the reasons I like to dig tunnels in the dirt. Colosign says, I'd love to give this doctor the most disappointing night of her life. She's doing a great job, including the jury. Project XVII, that's 17. Chat's going to need therapy after all the simping going on for Dr. Bay. Austin Pissy says, I'm a veteran, but I've never had problems with PTSD until right now. I think I need private sessions with this therapist. Trevor R says, this is womansplaining at its finest. Ovid says, the DSM is considered our Bible. Objection, heresy. Trent Taggart, if more psychologists looked like her, I might actually get help for my PTSD. Joe Sullivan, Virginia is pronounced Fudginia with an F. Timothy Reaper, could one be traumatized by finding a grumpy? Good question. JK Wynn, so much funding and research, yet veterans still can't get help they need. Beauty of government to get all the funding, cert, and rank themselves with no results. Fauci lied, puppies died, says Nick, it's not too late to let the take the megabus to Fairfax and give Johnny those flowers. You, with that super fresh haircut, why the heck not? JK Wynn, I wonder how she was one of only 2 accepted to the school in which one was hotter with the bigger rack. Brotherhood of Steelman says, Heard looks like she's about to ask for $1 million. Fauci lied, puppies died. I hope to God this therapist has some guns, gets a new name, number, address, and alerts her family because she's about to get stalked for a lifetime. Dat Tilson says, just a reminder, people with bipolar disorder are human beings, or not bipolar, borderline personality disorder. Every time I see BPD, and the pain they express is usually real, even if diluted. This case is not a witch hunt. It's law. J.K. Wynn says, now do Hillary Clinton and not Epstein yourself. Well, what? Do Hillary Clinton what? Like an impression? Oh, wait, no. Oh, the doctor. Have the doctor do an evaluation of Hillary Clinton? Yeah, that would not go well. Motorola 762 says, now that Elon is in charge, we can get Me Poo trending again. STFU says, Virginia, a home for dominatrices. 200-watt studio. Dr. Mommy is a dirty, dirty doctor. She has a nice throat. Oh my God. Cure. Message retracted. 007 Angelo says, that cute blonde doctor can blow my mind anytime. Grimm's Bar says, Dr. Mommy, my physical is due. Joe T, I'm a law student and I struggle smoking pot when I'm bored or can't sleep. I smoked a lot in college, but in law school, more people do uppers. Do you think marijuana affects studies? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, the short term, the difficulty in forming short term memories while under the influence of marijuana is directly detrimental to studying. Also, there's just it's a thing to go do that is not your work. I mean, and that's not specific to weed. That's anything, right? Movies, video games, music, drama class. I don't know. But if anytime you can go, you know what? I don't really want to pick up this calculus book. I can go do literally anything. I can take breakdancing lessons from Vin Diesel, for example. Those exist, by the way, and I strongly recommend everybody take them. But yeah, of course it affects studies. Jennifer Lamp says, this is the cheapest diagnosis ever. Thanks, Nick. Grimm's Bar says, Mike sounds a little poppy. I don't know why. It's StreamYard. StreamYard has decided to develop a problem yesterday and now today. Brian Allerman says, that mic is so poppy, I could turn it into opium. Nick Afifi says, watch them turn this around from Me Too to mental health awareness. Criticizing Amber will now be ableism. For me, Tarot says, borderline personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, is not the same as a mood disorder, bipolar disorder. I know, I just see BPD and my brain goes to bipolar. Elgin says, histrionic personality disorder, 2X chromosomes. Damn. NBR Film says, could these diagnoses for Amber end up working in her favor? Like an insanity plea for someone accused of murder. Could she say her psychological issues are what led to her behavior against Depp? I mean, you can, but it's not an excuse. If you lied and you say, well, I lied because I'm histrionic. That's still a lie intending to cause harm. Grimm's Bar says, Dr. Mommy only fans when. KB says, if it's Cat Lady crossing the psychologist, it's going to be really bad for Amber Heard. Cat Lady will be out of her league. Oh, I hope so. TC, welcome to Paralegal Status. Nicholas Olszewski says, JD saw poop in those cabinets he was slamming. Blinded Journeyman says, soap and a sock works well too. I say that as someone who's been on the receiving end. Hashtag me poo says, hit them with a phone book. You mean a computer? Yes. Yep. Just a laptop, basically. Volpe Fox says, Amber Heard notes, do you like me? Yes, no. DCV Titan, who is worse, Cat Lady for her brain dead questions or the judge for her objectively we Todd did rulings on objections? Cat Lady's worse than the judge. Death Proof says, Elon Musk dated her before. Will he be brought in? I think he's on the witness list. Probably not in person. He'll probably appear remotely. Soul Fiend says, just back from my Nan's funeral, 95, best cook ever. Can I get a toast for Audrey? Best pancakes. Made me ask for more history of my grandfather, as I only remember him as a figure who sat on his throne guarding the dining room. Yeah, I'll do a little toast for your grandmother, Audrey. Wait, what happened to... Oh, wait, no. Sorry, my brain broke. Let's see. So that was what? She was 95, I think you said. To Audrey, the 95 years old, a true stalwart figure, a matriarch in her family, the most phenomenal cook. And grandmothers, aren't they often phenomenal cooks? Not only from years of experience, but from hearts full of love and joy for the people they are providing for, and a time in which cooking mattered. It's a dying art from a dying breed. And Audrey is one more loss to the winds. May those winds carry her off to a place of peace. Cheers, brother. Okay. Babe Lincoln says, Mommy Curry Chan makes me warm and fuzzy in my loins. Abby says the Leonard Nimoy book is called The Full Body Project. Marie D says these psychological tests should be required before all marriages. See, Neil, check your locals page for the Haitian story. Will do, brother. Musean87 says it's called a diaper neck. 200 Watt Studio says, if it may please the court, I will now make love to Dr. Mommy Witness. Oh, Daniel Weimer, thank you for the donation. Tank Theta says, Hyperborean bitch disorder. Sandy Pez, welcome to Paralegal Status. Felipe Move says, enough with this psychological analysis of Mr. Rekieta. Let's get on to Miss Heard. Brian says, very curious how the defense does cross. As someone who's getting a PhD in neuroscience / does research on various disorders in neurobiological POV, it's always wild to see how much of a fishing expedition the clinical application of research is. Always easy to find what you want to find. Oh, so there you go. That's interesting. Happy says in Indian voice, oh God. Oh, Dr. Curry, we very much love curry. I hate you for that, Happy. Thank you. Joe Fisher, thank you for the donation. Nana Party Time says, I wonder what my code type would be. Fauci lied, puppies died, says borderline will definitely poop on a bed. Timberwolf sent whiskey, scales of justice, and a nose. Caleb smiles. Hi, I'm Amber. This is my brother Crazy and my other brother Crazy. That's an old HBO reference there. Larry, Daryl, and Daryl. Job for 9 says USA Gymnastics suing the FBI for $130 million for investigation failures. It's about time. Not going to win that one, most likely. Why didn't USA Gymnastics investigate? But they don't have a duty to effectively investigate. As weird as that sounds, probably. Let's see. What's next? Diana B says the cuts were in the photos. She did them. Amergad says, what is Amber Heard writing? Revenge notes? She's probably just writing that bitch over and over. Oh, sorry. Newhart from CBS, not HBO. My bad. I apologize. I sorely and humbly apologize to everyone 45 and older in the chat who's pissed off at me for that. Pat Best, thank you for the donation. Fauci lied, puppies died says, did anybody else have a dream that Amber punched you too, like I did last night? Wait, that Amber punched you or Amber punched me? Because you wrote you as in me, for example, or you as in the chat. I'm not sure who you're talking about. No, I do not have dreams about Amber Heard. Pat Best, thank you for the donation. Also says, borderline personality disorder symptoms are vague enough that you can describe any abusive behavior as some form of borderline personality disorder. If Heard really has it, she is rich enough to afford treatment. No excuses for the way she acts. The McGeek says, hearing all this before Amber Heard testifies is going to prime the jury so much. She is screwed. Joe O. Flesh and Bones says, a professional should know not to say you. Dermy Wormy says, damn, Heard is really the same as my ex. Robin DeHood says, according to the blonde lady, Amber Heard is literally my ex-girlfriend. Oh no, lots of that going on. Jamie McClement says, are expert witnesses deposed? They could be. Julie Wilson says, I can't wait to hear this cross. Von Bismarck, read that one. Justin Wright, this is what being nuked from orbit looks like. Alberto Bonsanto says, hashtag Amber to the asylum. Grump, Texas says, thank you. Other commentators are very distracting. Gidi Firer says, I'm an MSW student with a focus on clinical psychology. Borderlines are some of the most difficult clients to deal with. They are crazy, always blowing things up, and zero introspection. Fits Depp a story. I think Depp's story is what they're trying to type. David Stowe says, gonna ask my wife if we can marry her. Hashtag simp so hard. Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it. You have to let her ask. Dax709 says, and by the way, say no, because it's a lie. You trust me. It's a lie. Oh, husband, would you like to marry another woman with me? Yeah, you're gonna end up with you're gonna wake up dead with your head on a platter at Thanksgiving with your ears in your mouth. Don't do it. Dax709 says, how can Amber Heard's expert refute this? Do they have one? I don't know. I would assume they probably have an independent analysis, most likely. Iken says, how many started self-diagnosing? What a headache. Air Chunk, as Richards, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if woodchuck objection hearsay? Super Deagle, Nick, it's called a throat scrote and it adds to the balls or no balls debate. And V says this lady is moving up on Amber's grumpy list. STFU, they gotta impeach her testimony somehow or they fugged. Bash Coder, more like borderline drop a grumpy disorder. Jacob Disher says, are the people in the courtroom just locals who are allowed in the courtroom? Typically any member of the public would be allowed in. They probably have a limited amount of seats. Next, STFU says PS extra neck skin is also known as a gular sac. Okay. Gross. Four Dorgy More Corgi says maps to the wall. Pete Rich, this is like Jodi Arias, Dr. Janine DeMart Part 2. Amber is finding it so hard to look at her and pretends to be writing just like Jodi did. Tara Rayner. Tara Rayner says, Heard needs to be told not to take old idioms literally, such as, did you shit the bed this morning? Also, the butler, the butler, that guy has to be an Alfred fanboy from way back. Wrecked, Amber satisfies. He was just like, I always thought he was just like, that was a joke, like how they portrayed butlers, but he was a perfect butler who buttled. Winning Reality says, know you're busy, but what's the best way to send you DMs? I'm in Locals community member on Discord server and follow on Twitter. Don't want to bug you, but it's important making sure you get it. Winning Reality, if you, it's hot. Locals is better. I'll check DMs. I just haven't checked DMs on Locals in a little bit. So I'll check there. Trashman says, I would recommend the the Horus Heresy Alfarius Primarch novel. Also, the excerpt where Perturabo beats Demon Angron in a duel. Oh, nice. I have the Alfarius Primarch novel. I don't think I read that one. I do want to say Nyrona Sherokin is probably my favorite Horus Heresy character, though. What a beast. Okay, next. Bringing the Smoke says, do your lawyer thing and chill for me. Bring the Smoke. Yeah, check out Bring the Smoke on YouTube. He does barbecue and other cooking. So if you want to learn how to do some cooking, check out Bring the Smoke. Keith Gray, welcome to Paralegal Status. Igor Slagathor says, what form of law do I specialize in? Now, I don't know that I specialize in any particular form. Minnesota doesn't require specialty or really offer specialties in any particular area of law. Also, how do you think you'd fare against Charlie and his uncle over a case involving bird law? Well, considering I never watched Always Sunny in Philadelphia, I would definitely win. But again, not specializing, but I prefer doing criminal law when I practice. It's kind of fun, interesting, fighting the government. Jay Spike says, shout out to Matt at the internet. Bad vibes. Amber's attorneys are going to be fighting an uphill battle on cross, and they better tread lightly or they risk alienating the jury. Laser Wolf says, who's worse, Rottenborn or Binger? Binger only because Binger has the power to take liberty and life. But that's the real main reason there. AP says the defense setting the tone for the constant objections and then being mad when it happens back to them is priceless. Yes. The defense objected to a whole bunch of stuff, objecting to foundation on foundational questions, objecting to leading when it's not leading, and objecting to leading when it's just fleshing out testimony, like unimportant leading questions. Why do you care? Like this, it doesn't matter. It's not like if you don't object, you lose your ability to object to anything else. Keith Gray, thanks for the donation. Seth Hagler says, Gaunt's Ghost is such a good series in 40K, but if I'm going to be honest, I think I prefer fantasy, specifically Gotrek and Felix being my favorite. I have a big collection of their books. I haven't read any. I read the Sigmar book. I liked Sigmar, the Sigmar trilogy or whatever was really good. Andrew Murat says, Nick, could you please give a toast to my amazing wife? We just found out she's pregnant with our first child. Also would take any parenting advice. Andrew and his wife, congratulations on the pregnancy. May God bless the pregnancy and keep his hand upon it. If you don't believe in God, then may the doctors who are guiding your pregnancy have all of the wisdom and more skill than they thought and carry you to a successful delivery. My parenting advice to you. First, cheers. My parenting advice to you is simple. Do not be afraid to set the child in the crib and walk away. I don't care what other parenting advice anybody gives you is all great and fine. But you have to know that baby, when you are tired, when you are angry, when you are short on sleep, when you are stressed out, when things are a mess, when you've missed something, and that baby is crying and screaming and you can't get it to stop, set it down in the crib and walk away for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The baby will be there when you get back. Might still be crying, might just go to sleep. You may be surprised. Set the baby down and walk away. So many parents get into stress. They get into lack of sleep. They get into anxiety, anger, and frustration, and then they do something they regret. That's how lots of really bad injuries occur to lots of kids. So please learn to set your baby down. Lady Rackets and I were foster parents and had to watch videos about abuse. So I don't like. I've been exposed to too much of that stuff. So please set your baby down. Okay, next. Karen took the kids as not a good look when a psychologist is telling everyone you have a borderline personality disorder and you're dressed like Kathy Bates in Misery. Well, I mean, to be fair, she's about 150 pounds smaller. Igor Slagathor says, what are your thoughts on Warhammer TV and Warhammer Plus in general? I haven't checked it out at all. What did I think of Astartes? I thought it was great. Very well done. Did you see it before it went to Warhammer TV? Yes. I have not checked out Warhammer TV. Warhammer Plus is really annoying because it the websites made you do a new thing and they completely screwed over my account registration. And I have a bunch of Black Library books that I don't know if I can even access anymore. Miku Huntu says, Doc, mommy gives me penile stress traumatic disorder. Taylor Hatfield says, paying forward my $6 check for my 1 day of jury duty. Also, thanks for exposing Minecraft as a primary tool for a psychic evaluation. Kolivar says, Rekieta, I'm taking after you with shameless self-promotion. How much more exciting your career would be if 40K was real. Imagine defending your case against the Inquisition. You don't want to do that. That's not exciting. That's you facing certain death. That's that. What Where is the court, by the way? I've got the court video pulled up, although I'm going to switch the feed over to this other one. But I've got the video pulled up. There's just nothing happening. So, but I am watching. Karen took the kid, says study suggests that smoking pot while studying affects. Wait, what are we doing again? Devil's Advocate just DM'd you on Twitter. Someone at NBC Universal is quietly asking around what the technical legal ramifications for disconnecting Twitter would be. I mean, disconnecting Twitter, turning it off entirely. STFU says Mary Jane short-term memory issues depends on the person. And ADHD will actually have improved memory retention on marijuana. Same with regular heavy users. Tara Rayner says, who wants to wager Amber got so mad and just lost it on whatever she has come into contact with since she can't get at the doctor? Lamau. Triggered turds. Charlie Harris, did you see that smile just explode onto Amber's face when they called lunch? Like, oh, thank God. Carol Clark, you make such sweet, lovely toast. Oh, thank you, Carol. Jerry Price says, plot twist, Johnny possessed Amber to hurt herself. D.E. Poland says, can this PD diagnosis work in favor of Amber? Jury sympathy, not wanting to hold her accountable, not in her right mind? Well, anything can be like that. You never know what the jury's going to do, but legally speaking, borderline personality and histrionic personality disorders are not, they're not an excuse for defamation, and not her lying about PTSD doesn't look great. That doesn't look good at all. So, but it's always in how a jury takes it. That's the thing with having a jury. STFU FFS says super chat that said BPD's all crazy might have BPD. Tara Rayner says he would wake up and resemble Jack M. 200 Watt Studio. Dr. Shannon has a website and Instagram following. No. Wait, her Instagram isn't like a bunch of Dr. Curry goes to like the Bahamas in overwater bungalows, is it? Because some people are like that. They're like, they have they're professional. They have an Instagram and it's all just like bikini shots. It's like, oh, okay, I guess. All right. I mean, that's my Instagram. Basically, it's just me in a bikini a whole bunch of times. Brohan Solo says, since your Indian is so elite, try Asian voice. Hello, Dr. Curry. Re-review? Oh, God. I'm going to get canceled and banned. Jerry Price says, this is the easiest Ace Attorney case I've ever played. Sean Perry says, hashtag Poogate. Eric Miller says, you know the secret ingredient to Amica cream is senzu beans. Goku has been in countless fights, but his skin is always flawless afterwards. A 200 Watt Studio says, Dr. Curry individual therapy, $350 an hour. Can I borrow some cash? Zealous Rose, would you do individual therapy with me? Maybe like over a ribeye and some salad for you. Zealous Rebel, what are your thoughts on Rottenborn objecting to his own question? One, that wasn't Rottenborn. Two, it was the other weird guy at their table. Two, he technically objected to the answer to his question. But three, always a bad look. Always a bad look. You do not want to do that. Not at all. Igor Slagathor says, do you follow any 40K lore / battle rep YouTubers, and which are your favorites? I mean, of course, I love Lutein. I mean, dude just puts out really, really good, thorough videos. They're very great. Like Major Kill, he's hilarious. Think he's very funny, even though Australia is fake. I like Arch Warhammer. He doesn't do so much 40K stuff anymore, but he's a good chap. Had him on the stream. That's most of what I've watched. I mean, here and there, some stuff. Wolf Lord Rowe does great like readings, but I think that half of them are probably illegal, maybe all of them. So, but I don't want him to be. I just think that I maybe he got permission to basically create audiobooks for all of Games Workshop's books that I don't know, man. kind of crazy. Let's see. I watched a couple of the battle reports before, but those are like 3-hour long videos and I don't have time for those. Anyone who does 3-hour long videos or longer is really crazy and insane. Has no respect for anybody. It's a joke. Charlie Collette says Hocus Pocus. Amber Heard's lawyers are out of focus. Sam Anderson, happy 175th birthday to the Lutheran Church, Missouri Synod. Have a Hofweisen on me. What's a Hofweisen? It's one of these. Wait, because it's Lutherans. Lutherans drink. Yeah. Yeah. Happy 175th birthday to the Missouri Synod. Baldermore's cool, yeah. Border Prince is good. I mean, I like all these guys. The ones that, but I listen to Lutein the most. Eduardo Irizarry Pacheco. Welcome to Paralegal Status. Jesse Courteous has just thought of Phil Hartman's marriage and murder. Depp is so lucky. Lucky to be alive. Just minus a bit of a finger. Sean Perry, welcome to Paralegal. Oh, and your entire career. That one too. She tried to murder him a different way. David. Your Honor, Miss Heard is nuttier than the turd she left in Mr. Depp's bed. We need to put a stop to all the havoc she's unleashed on the sheets. Blue-eyed Roof Curry in the Bay says, if justice carries scales and is blind, what's the sword for? If people demand the sword, how can judges be forced to use the sword if people demand it? The sword is for the death penalty. I mean, that's what I got for you. She's blind, but she strikes true when the scales tip in that direction. Sneed says, fell asleep while your stream was playing in the background. Dreamt that you were hosting a debate between Musk and Bezos at your house, but I woke up before the debate started, so I don't know who won. I would win that day. That would be a very, very well-received debate, and the super chats would be glorious. David says, I searched Johnny Depp. You don't even come, or Johnny Depp trial. You don't even come up. Well, you know, I'm not super concerned about it anymore. We have 16,000 people through the lunch break. We'll be, once the lunch is over and it kicks back up, we'll probably get back up around 20,000 again. I'm okay with the 20,000 person stream. Look, I know YouTube is throttling down some results and throttling up others, specifically Long Crime, basically paid for what they've got. They were really mad that the Rittenhouse case did not do this for them. That was one of their moments. This was what was supposed to happen for them. And they didn't pay YouTube to become a verified source. So they were stuck, like many of us, getting, they even got shut down when I did with the copyright error that didn't affect any of the mainstream media channels at the, Long Crime wasn't mainstream media channel at the time. Now they are. What happened? What's the difference? Well, one day we can talk more about the trusted source protocol on YouTube. David says, and the cost of entry is, I don't know. I'll try and find out. I would love to find out. David says, I searched Johnny. Oh, wait. Xanothium 15 says, this trial is Borowski's nightmare. Oh, 6 weeks. Dude would want to kill everybody. He'd have to try himself for murder. Of course, he'd find himself not guilty by reason of justification. Because if I have to listen to a histrionic woman testify one more time in my court, I'm probably just going to kill everyone in the room except my stenographer, who is probably the only more dangerous person I've ever met than myself after the Brewers lose. Yeah, he would hate it. Jackson Kai says, behind today, helping set up my nephew's 5th birthday party. But from all the psychology I've taken, witness seems to be making a fair assessment that isn't surprising. Also, keep up the clips. My mother has been enjoying them. Well, very cool. Thank you for letting me know. Jerry Price is very unrelated, but what is your favorite Indiana Jones film? I'm really torn. I love Temple of Doom because I saw it first. I love Last Crusade because I just thought it was really fun. I like Raiders of the Lark, but it's the one Raiders of the Lost Ark, Raiders of the Lost Ark, but it's the one I've seen the least. So I don't, I don't know. But I like all 3 of them. All 3 of the Indiana Jones movies. I'm a big fan of. That's, I wish some ways I wish they would have continued the series, but since they only made 3, those are the ones. That's, too bad. Okay, we're there. But I can't really choose between I cannot really choose between Temple of Doom and Last Crusade. And they're all, again, all 3 are great. Very, very, very good. But I always identified with Short Round. I mean, as a small Asian man myself, I always identified with Short Round when watching Temple of Doom. I thought he was hilarious. I thought it was a lot of fun. Also, he rock crushes that one guy. I mean, that guy deserved it. There are not 4 Indiana Jones movies. There's 3. Why are you guys doing this? Why are people like this? But anyway, yeah. So I also liked watching them eat those monkey brains. That was gross. Let's see. Susie says, it looked like the island manager was reading notes while testifying. Is this proper? Nope, not proper at all, but prove it. They're on a camera in the friggin' Bahamas. What are you going to do? No, there wasn't a 4th new one. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So weird. I can't believe the chat's in here trying to convince themselves that there was a 4th Indiana Jones movie. Oh, here we go. All right, we're back. We're back with the judge. Very good. So if you notice over here, there's Rottenborn is this weirdo. This guy's the guy who objected to his own question. Was this guy back here? Is he not wearing a tie, or is it just the exact same color as his shirt? This guy's looking slovenly. Button your damn jacket when you stand up. Button your jacket. Your hands are right there. Button your jacket.
You have your seats. All right. Cross-examination. You can sit down, ma'am.
Thank you, Anna.
Okay, here we go. It is Cat Lady. Yes.
Dr. Curry, you're not board certified, correct?
No, I'm not.
Not
There we
in
go.
clinical psychology or in forensic psychology, correct?
No, I'm a licensed clinical psychologist.
But you're not board certified.
No,
Okay. And you also have only been practicing approximately 8 years. Is that correct?
that's not correct.
How many years?
Oh, shit.
I've been licensed for 10 years
Okay.
and I've been practicing for about 15 years.
Okay. And that includes what you went through with your different trials in Hawaii and everything else that you testified to, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you went to Mr. Depp's home
Remember, attack the
for
credentials.
dinner and drinks
Oh.
before you were hired as an expert in this case, correct?
that's not quite right. I was interviewed at Mr. Depp's home by his legal team. Dinner was served.
You, in attendance with Mr. Depp was Adam Waldman, correct?
Yes,
Ben Chu, correct?
yes,
Camille Vasquez,
yes,
Okay. And the dinner lasted approximately 3 to 4 hours, correct?
Yes,
And it included
interview.
drinks, correct?
yes, dinner and I believe drinks were served.
Okay. And this was before you were hired as an expert, correct?
Yes, this was an interview so that they could make an informed decision as to whether or not to retain me.
And don't you think that's a little odd that you're getting interviewed by Mr. Depp
You should just say
to
no.
decide whether you're going to testify adversely against Amber Heard?
No.
I was interviewed by the legal team.
And Mr. Depp was present. It was his home, correct?
Yes,
And he was serving dinner and drinks.
he was
Correct.
not serving dinner and drinks.
Well, it was at his house, at his behest, correct?
Yes, it was at his house.
Okay. And you were contacted by Camille Vasquez, somebody you knew in the community, in February of 2020. Is that correct?
I knew of Ms. Vasquez professionally. We live in the same city and I work with many attorneys.
And at that time, you not only knew Johnny Depp, you'd seen a number of his TV and movie roles, and you believed he was a good actor, correct?
Not correct. I did not know Johnny Depp. I
Well,
had
you knew
seen
of
several of
him.
his movies.
You knew who he was,
Yes,
right? And you believed he was a good actor,
yes.
correct? Okay. And then you
Okay.
provided an expert designation in this case before ever seeing Amber or having an opportunity to review any documents or records. Isn't that correct?
I did not provide an expert designation. That's an attorney thing. My opinions are contained in my report.
Let's pull up plaintiff's exhibit 884, please.
Uh-oh. Susie, J3 Aviator, says, it looked like the island manager was reading notes. I read that one. Maggie says,
This is
read, Mark,
plaintiff's
learn, and inwardly
designation,
digest.
Identification of expert witnesses in this case. And this is dated February 2021. That's a year after you went to dinner at Mr. Depp's house, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And it attributes, if you go to page 13, it says you have 3 opinions. The first of those is that Amber Heard, quote, exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder. Did I get that right?
I'm reading that here. That is not my opinion.
Okay.
Well,
but
it's a current
attributed-
opinion, but this was not an opinion of mine then. I didn't have any opinions at that time.
It says Dr. Curry will testify, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And this is a signed pleading, correct? On behalf of Mr. Depp.
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
She didn't
What-
You don't
write it.
understand what a signed pleading is?
No,
Okay. Do you understand that Mr. Depp's counsel prepared this and served it on Ms. Heard's counsel?
I'm not an attorney. I don't understand necessarily all of these procedures.
Okay. Are you aware that Mr.
put on the
Depp
glasses.
is on an audio recording years earlier taunting Amber Heard that she has a borderline personality disorder?
I was made aware of that in this case, yes.
So you did, is that one
Actually,
of the audio
not
tapes you
necessarily
listened to?
taunting, but I do recall hearing that Mr. Depp had used that phrase.
So it's a coincidence that you now think she has those attributes after the attorneys listed it in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, and Mr. Depp had made that accusation to Ms. Heard years earlier.
My opinions aren't based on coincidence.
It's objection. I'm
Okay.
sorry, Dr.
All right, sure.
Yes. Compound, I'll sustain the objection.
Let
It's
her
a
answer that one.
coincidence then that you came up with symptoms of borderline personality disorder years later after Mr. Depp has been taunting Ms. Heard in an audio tape.
I
calling her-
can't speak to whether or not there's a coincidence. What I can tell you is my opinions are based on the results of my evaluation.
And it's a coincidence that Mr. Depp's counsel attributed that to you, said that to you in February 2021 before you'd looked at anything, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, would you agree that a disproportionate number of women are tagged with a diagnosis of borderline personality disorder?
Just
No,
you.
that's not quite right.
Just you old bat.
75%?
The way you phrased it is not quite right.
Tell me what's right.
Okay, so there are more women who have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder than men. It's more prevalent in women.
And trauma
She
can
said
cause
bipolar.
borderline personality disorders, can't it?
No.
Never?
Right now, we know that there are people who have borderline personality disorder who have sustained childhood trauma. There are also people who have borderline personality disorder who have had no childhood trauma. So like most personality disorders, and really like most mental health issues in general, there seems to be both a biological component. In this case, with borderline personality disorder, the research tends to support a genetic component and possibly a neurological component. And then there is also possibly an environmental component triggering those genetic markers.
Do you know the percentage of women who are victims of IPV, intimate partner violence, or domestic abuse who are diagnosed with borderline personality disorders?
I can't
Probably
tell you
all
the
of them.
percentage off of the top of
Just
my
kidding.
head, but I do know that there is a larger, women with borderline personality disorder tend to have a higher prevalence of being involved in intimate partner violence relationships, being the receiver of violence, and being the perpetuators of violence.
Now, you've never been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has a bipolar disorder. Is that correct?
A bipolar disorder?
Yes.
That's not correct.
Okay.
Fadi El-Didi says, was there any witnesses whose testimony you feel was beneficial to Amber Heard?
Bear with me.
Nothing particular. I mean, at best, neutral.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Handed her a book.
Thank you.
Do you recall having your deposition taken in this case?
All right,
Yes.
deposition.
On March 21, 2022?
I believe that was the date, yes.
And were you under oath at that time?
Yes,
All right, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 207. And the question was, have you ever been asked to testify or serve as an expert with respect to whether someone has bipolar disorder? And your answer at that time, will you please read to the jury?
I'm sorry, page 207.
207, line 5.
Ah.
Could you
No.
read? Okay, thank you. Now, when this designation was served in February of 2021, you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. What was that?
When this designation was served that you have in front of you as plaintiff's exhibit 884,
Oh, okay.
you had not rendered an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that are consistent with co-occurring cluster B personality disorder traits, especially borderline personality disorder, correct?
No, I had not rendered any opinions. My opinions weren't finalized until after my evaluation.
Right. So when this came out, you had not rendered that opinion.
I had not rendered that opinion.
Okay. The second opinion that's listed in the February 2021 is that Ms. Heard repeatedly and characterologically perpetuated severe physical and psychological intimate partner violence, IPV, toward Mr. Depp over the course of their relationship. End of quote. Did I read that correctly?
It says perpetrated, but other than that, yes.
Okay. And so is it correct that that this pleading says in February 2021 that you are going to testify to that?
This document, yes,
Okay.
it says that.
And you have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behaviorally or characterologically conducted conduct that suggests they may be an IPV perpetrator, correct? I have to ask that again because I
Yes.
stumbled. I
Okay,
can't
thank
do
you.
characterologically. That one's just a
Okay.
tough one for me. Okay. You have never been asked to testify as to whether anyone has behavioral or characterological conduct that suggests they may have been an IPV perpetrator, correct?
No, I've never been asked to testify for that.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, correct?
No,
And
So
in
you're
fact, you do
showing that
not
they're
hold that
pleading?
opinion now. and you were not even asked to provide such an analysis or opinion. Isn't that correct?
No, or that is correct,
That's
yes.
correct. Okay. And you have never held that opinion, correct?
No,
Oh.
that is correct, yes.
Okay. And your third opinion, if we can go to page 14,
So you're
was
pointing
that
out that the
Ms. Heard
lawyers wrote
exhibits
something down?
patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Do you see that?
I see that. You said it's my third opinion. That is not my opinion.
All right. But in this pleading, it says that you
She
will
didn't write the
testify to that,
pleading.
correct?
Yes, that's what this says.
Okay. And that was not your opinion in February 2021, was it?
No, as I said, I had not formed any opinions at that time. I had just been retained.
And in fact, you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
In terms, no, the opinions that I've rendered are provided in my report.
And
And they're what I'm testifying to today.
and you have never arrived at this opinion as an expert witness in this case, correct?
There are three
I'll
different
sus-
opinions. It's
sustain.
vague.
You have never arrived at the opinion that Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, you've said that has never been my opinion, correct?
What I'm saying is that the opinions in here, these are not my opinions. My opinions are provided in my report.
Can you please turn to page 255 of your deposition?
So if you wondered how they were going to attack this witness, this is how. Through the words of the
And if we
attorneys
could
written
start
on
254 to
something.
give the
I don't have
context.
that
year
page,
ago.
I'm sorry.
254, line 11.
Oh, okay.
And the question is now, the next one is, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest her allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. Was that your opinion in February 2021?
She already
And
said
you
no.
answered at that time, no, correct?
That is correct.
And then I asked, have you ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you have served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, it's not the task. I was cut off, or essentially what I said then was, no,
Dr.
that's not
Curry,
the
okay.
task of Dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the
Okay.
question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard
That was a
exhibits
cue.
patterns of behavior that suggest
Ask on
allegations of
redirect.
abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty.
no,
Your
I-
answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what you
Correct,
said
yes.
under oath on March 21st? Okay. And then I wrote, then I'm going to ask you, do you know who wrote this portion of the designation suggesting that these were your opinions in February of 2021? And what was your answer?
I said no.
Now, as of the time of this initial expert designation, you had not reviewed any materials.
She's
reached
looking at
any
her
opinions,
with
correct?
murder.
I believe I had just started to review materials. I believe that I indicated that in my deposition. I had not yet rendered any opinions. I had completed my review and I hadn't conducted an evaluation.
Okay. And in fact, you've never testified as an expert on IPV, intimate partner violence. Isn't that correct?
I believe that is correct, but I may not be remembering all of my cases.
Well, let's go to page 200.
Okay.
So the
Line
real interesting
17.
questions will come on redirect when she
My
gets to
question was, have you
explain
ever
some of
testified
these
as an
things.
expert on IPV? And your
IPV is
answer under oath
intimate
then
partner
at line
violence.
22 was what?
Oh, gosh, let me catch up. Line 22. No,
And you've never testified as an expert on emotional distress damages associated with IPV, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you've never been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse. Isn't that correct?
Again, I'm reluctant to say that's correct because with 15 years of experience, a lot of my cases have been complex, and that may have been a component, but I don't remember explicitly a case being just about that.
Let's go
Correct.
to page 199, line 20. My question to you was, have you ever been asked to testify with respect to emotional damages associated with domestic violence or abuse? And your answer under oath at that time was,
No,
I've not, right?
sorry, I
isn't that
haven't
what
found
you
the
said?
page in time,
Okay, you said, no, I've not.
but I have
correct?
not.
Okay. Now, you also have never been asked to testify on whether an individual is being truthful in saying that they are a survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have never qualified as an expert to speak to whether a person suffered from IPV, intimate partner violence, or was a victim or survivor of IPV. Is that correct?
That's outside the task of a psychologist to determine whether an event occurred. We assess behavior, we assess mental status, we don't detect crimes.
So you have not been asked to testify to that, correct?
It's
It's
outside
not
the
something
scope.
that occurs, so no, I have not.
And you were not ultimately asked to provide any opinions on that, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. Now, you did not disclose in any of the designations or your report that you had met with and had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, did you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time?
Yes,
That
you did
confused
not
me.
disclose in any of the designations or in your report that you had dinner and drinks with Mr. Depp, correct?
I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You
What
did
you're
have dinner with
stating.
Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did, with
And you
his
had
legal
drinks
team
with
and
Mr. Depp, did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was over 2 years ago. I may have had a drink with dinner, yes,
In fact, you thought you had a mule something, right?
possibly.
Yes, okay. And you didn't disclose that you had met with Mr. Depp, Mr. Waldman, Mr. Chu, and Ms. Vasquez at Mr. Depp's house for 3 to 4 hours and had dinner and drinks, correct?
I did not disclose that. It's not significant to the report.
You don't think that's significant, correct?
I don't.
It's not
But
significant.
you've never been asked to meet with a client in his counsel before being retained as an expert, either before or after, have you?
No,
And you justified that it was okay in this case because it was a high-profile case.
that's not quite right. I justified it in this case. Actually, I sought consultation about it. First of all, the person who had retained his attorneys was unable to come to my office with his attorneys. And yes, this is a very visible case. It's been going on a very long time. And I understood that there would be a need to interview me and make an informed decision about my qualifications.
Oh, look at that. Did you see the smile on this guy's face?
Can you look at page 240, please? Line 3 is my question. Would you agree it's highly irregular to meet with the subject in a litigation? And your answer on that occasion was, I would not say it's highly irregular. I would say it's not something that I would typically do. However, I had not yet been retained on the case. This was a large, high-profile case, and I understood that I believed that it was appropriate for a person retaining me with such a high profile to meet me, to be able to vet me, essentially with the attorneys present prior to retaining me on his case. You
Yes.
recall that?
Yes,
That's what you said under oath, correct?
yes,
And then
It's
I said,
also
have you ever
true.
done that before? And you said, no, correct?
Correct.
And then I said, have you ever done it since? And you said, no, correct?
correct.
She hasn't been retained in another
Now-
high-profile case, probably.
Would you agree that if you did not find something that would be in favor of Mr. Depp and negative to Ms. Heard, that you wouldn't be an expert in this case? They're not going to bring you
Essentially,
into court if you're going to say, that Ms. Heard is right and Mr. Depp is wrong, correct?
So as a forensic psychologist, my obligation is to the court, is to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, when I take a case, my retainer agreement is explicit about that, and I discuss
Dr.
that
Crew, I'm
with the
just asking
attorneys.
you, I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer my
Okay.
question.
Oh,
You
object.
understand
Let
that
her
if you
finish.
Found favorably to Ms. Heard and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying.
No, okay, sorry.
Hold on. The objection is speculation.
That's not speculation.
No, I'll sustain the objection.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
She doesn't know if she'd be brought in. She could probably reasonably assess that she wouldn't, but she doesn't know. You lost now,
Goes
you
to
old bat?
bias, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. You were, in fact, so excited about being involved in this case that you told your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be conducting the examination of Ms. Heard, didn't you?
That is not accurate.
You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you told your husband, correct?
Ms. Bredehoff, that is not accurate.
What is accurate?
You're incorrect. That is not correct.
Is your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination of Amber?
That is my testimony.
Okay. Let's go to page 306.
So this will be interesting. I wonder how they're going to impeach this.
So the question that was asked was because you brought muffins, you said from your husband, right? You gave those to Ms. Heard, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware of that. I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Ms. Heard and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
Did you say on pages 305 and 306 that you frequently have examinations of high-profile clients? You want to just take a quick look and tell us?
What, 305, 306?
Yeah, that's where we're talking about it.
Is there a line you'd like me to look at?
You can start with 15.
Lawyer's getting
line
pissy.
15, 305.
Yeah,
Just read
that's what
through
we're
that
talking
and Tell
about.
me whether you said anywhere in there that you have a lot of high-profile examinations. You do this frequently. I don't agree.
Won't you approach, please?
Wow. Tried to impeach her professional ethics, her duty to confidentiality, got schooled, and got a little laugh from the gallery. Can I explain this so we're not talking about muffins? That was good. That was good stuff. This psychiatrist is eminently likable. And that's a big problem for Cat Lady, who's not likable. Cat Lady's head looks like a muffin. Maybe that's why she's so offended by the muffin violence that happened. She's late too. Yeah, she probably has ADHD or something.
So why did your husband get the muffins for Amber Heard?
He did
Didn't
not
get the
muffins for Amber Heard.
he knew you had a high-profile client and you were preparing for a very long time and you asked him to pick up the muffins, correct?
I asked him to
Yes.
pick up the muffins for me, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree that domestic abuse can be verbal?
Absolutely, yes.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be emotional?
Yes, certainly.
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be psychological?
Yes,
Would you agree that domestic abuse can be physical?
yes,
Now, you indicated, and I believe you testified in your direct, that it's very important to review the treatment records before forming opinions. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay. In fact, that's the first thing you would do, correct?
Not necessarily the first, but it's part of the evaluation.
Let's go to page 261. And let's go to 260 because that's where I start the question. The question I asked was, and do you recall whether you'd review any of these by the designation on February 19, 2021? And you said, okay, I can't say for certain. What I can tell you is that knowing my normal procedure, I would have reviewed the treatment records first. Did you testify to that under oath then?
Yes,
Okay. Now, before we start getting into the ones that you testified about, I just want to be really clear about what you actually
Get on the
have
mic.
as an opinion with respect to the borderline personality disorder and the histrionics. You didn't diagnose, you didn't actually have a DSM-5 diagnosis that Amber Heard suffers from either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, correct?
that's not correct.
In fact, your report says Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder. Would you agree?
Yes, I did say that in also what designation was that? I believe January 18th, that report was included? Yes,
Okay. And that's what you said at that time, correct?
yes.
Okay.
I said a little bit more than that as well.
You said, and I'll read it, I'll quote it, quote, based on the combined results of my interview with Ms. Heard, behavioral observations, psychometric test data, and review of the available records, Ms. Heard demonstrates psychological symptoms of a combined borderline and histrionic personality disorder, BHPD. That's
Yes.
what you wrote in your report as one of your conclusions, correct?
And that's a DSM-5 diagnosis.
And it did not say that you were diagnosing with a DSM-5 for borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder, did it?
That's what it says in different semantics.
Oh, so what you meant to say.
It did not use the words you just said.
Now, let's talk about the treatment records that you said that you reviewed, but I'm going to start with Rocky Pennington. Your testimony was that out of the blue, Amber hit Rocky Pennington, correct?
I can't remember exactly what I said, but I did reference Ms. Pennington's deposition that Ms. Heard struck Ms. Pennington in the face.
In
Yes.
fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Heard. And in response to that, she can't recall, but Ms. Heard either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seems that both of them might have been unstable.
Oh, now
I'm
we-
only evaluating Ms. Heard.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington?
No,
from-
I just said, but that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating Ms. Heard.
But you testified to that on direct that that was a factor, right?
Yes,
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Okay, so
From-
now let's talk about Dr. Cowan.
Good objection. I was about to say it, but I got
You not
cut.
only reviewed his treatment records and his text messages and documents, but you also attended his deposition, did you not?
Yes,
Okay, and do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that Amber told him about Depp physically abusing her contemporaneous with the events?
I don't recall specifically his words, but I remember him recalling that she had disclosed abuse in their treatment, yes.
And do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night, end of quote.
Again,
Not in this Constance, she can rely on it. She testified.
Overruled.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Do you recall that?
Again, I don't recall the testimony, but I do remember that being an exhibit. I've seen it.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that not only did he believe Amber in her reporting of the abuse by Depp, but that she had no ulterior motive?
I actually don't recall that. I'm not saying that it didn't occur.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he believed the relationship was toxic and he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I do recall him saying that he believed the relationship was toxic.
And you don't recall
I do
Dr.
not.
Cowan saying that he was concerned for Amber's physical well-being?
I don't remember those exact words.
He's a doctor.
Do you believe,
medical
do you
doctor?
recall
That is
Dr.
his
Cowan
job.
testifying in that deposition that you were present for, referring to Mr. Depp, quote, his controlling nature, jealousy and suspiciousness, addiction to drugs and alcohol, and violent and indulgent temper? Do you recall him using those terms to describe Mr. Depp?
I remember thinking that would be an inappropriate impression for a treating provider of a different person to give. But I do recall him making that statement.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that if he pushed her, she was going to push him back? And I never had the impression that she was the provocateur, but that she was indicating to me she had a hard time, de-escalating these types of situations.
Objection cumulative.
Yes.
Okay. And do you also recall him saying that she didn't say she pushed him, she just said, I got right back up? She told me that he pushed her down and she got right back up.
I remember him saying that Ms. Heard told him that, yes.
And do you recall him testifying, you could interpret it that way? I kind of interpret it more, metaphorically, that when somebody comes at her, she goes back at them, in a similar way, whether it's verbally or she protects herself. Do you recall that?
I recall something along those lines, but it was a 6 or 7 hour deposition, so the specifics are not fresh in my mind.
Do you recall Dr. Cowan specifically testifying that he believed Amber Heard when she reported the physical abuse by Mr. Depp?
I recall him saying that and following it up with a statement that you have to take the patient at their word when you're the therapist.
You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he believed her? That he found her believable?
Yes, that he found her believable.
Okay. Now, you also testified about Amy Banks. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And before we go there, Dr. Cowan has been a clinical psychologist for 40 years, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he testified to that, didn't he, in the deposition?
I don't recall.
And he also saw Amber Heard for over 2 years, correct?
Yes.
From 2014, approximately.
This is all
August
admissible because she relied on it to form her
2000 through
opinions, by the way, if
2016,
anyone's
correct?
confused
Yes,
as
he
to
did.
why other
for a
people's
period
words
of
matter
time.
here.
Do you agree? Okay. And he also testified that he did not diagnose Amber with borderline personality disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
He also testified that he doesn't use diagnoses, but yes, I do recall that.
And do you recall that it was those words were in his notes, but he said he had written that down, but then he discounted it and determined that that was not correct for her.
All right, you want to approach?
So yeah, since they're referring back to deposition testimony of Amber Heard's healthcare providers, medical records that were disclosed for the purposes of trial. This expert would have used those medical records and that deposition to evaluate Mrs. Heard.
All right, now let's jump to Amy Banks. Dr. Banks is a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, she went to medical school at Georgetown and she did her psychiatric training at Harvard Medical School, correct?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall 100%.
All right, and she was a psychiatrist in Massachusetts that Amber Heard had reached out to
Yes,
after the Australia incident to try to help her relationship with Mr. Depp, correct? Let me back up. You attended Dr. Banks' deposition as well, did you not?
yes, I did.
And Dr. Banks testified to that, correct?
I don't remember if she testified to that. I don't have the notes right in front of me or the deposition transcript.
All right. Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that she understood that Amber was in a relationship with Johnny Depp that had gotten violent and out of control?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that they had physical altercations and his drug use had escalated and Amber felt she was at risk?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Amy Banks testifying that Amber was reporting the violence by Mr. Depp and it was not consensual?
I recall Dr. Banks stating that Ms. Heard was reporting violence to her, yes. I do not recall a statement about consent.
Do you recall Dr. Banks testifying that there was discussion about Mr. Depp cutting off his finger, and she said only that it was a middle of one of these very kind of out of control escalated fights, and that did make a fairly big impact on me?
I remember something like that.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying it was a whole other level? As I remember, it told to me he actually cut off a part of his finger during one of these altercations, meaning to me, the way I digested that, if you will, was that things had gotten particularly out of control.
I do not recall that exact statement. I'm not saying it didn't occur. I just can't recall it.
All right. And you recall that Mr. Depp was in sessions with Ms. Heard with Dr. Banks, correct?
Yes. My
Okay.
understanding, however, is that they met with Dr. Banks and then it was primarily Ms. Heard meeting with Dr. Banks for treatment after prescriptions and therapy.
All right. And do you recall Dr. Banks saying that she was not surprised that Amber was seeking a restraining order because of the violence that she knew existed in the relationship?
I do recall that, and it would be impossible to know that violence exists as a treating therapist or as a psychologist. Again, we're not investigators. However, I do recall that she said that because I remember having that thought.
And do you recall Amy, and she's a psychiatrist, right? So she's-
Psychiatrist.
Okay. And do you recall Amy Banks saying that it was clear to her that Mr. Depp was the one who initiated the violence?
I don't recall that.
All right. Do you recall that Dr. Banks said that she knew for certain that Mr. Depp was the one who had committed the violence because Ms. Heard reported it in the presence of Mr. Depp and he did not contradict?
I do not recall that.
That does not mean that that happened. That's a shit tier take.
And do you recall that Dr. Banks ultimately concluded that it was her belief that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
Here, you want to approach this?
Yeah, objection, Your Honor. She's just testifying for Dr. Banks. She will get the opportunity to do this then. When you guys see Dr. Banks, you'll probably understand what happened with all of this. Frankly. So again, why don't they have this testimony should come through Dr. Banks. So she's taking advantage right now of the doctor here being attendant to these depositions and using them in the formulation of her diagnoses, to just flat out testify on behalf of another expert without the expert being
And what was your
cross-examinable.
answer to that last one? I'm sorry.
I think I can't recall, but I also can't recall that last question.
Do you recall that Dr. Banks concluded that Amber was a victim of domestic violence at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, you also reviewed the records of Laurel Anderson and you reviewed her deposition. Is that correct?
Let me refresh my memory for a moment. I reviewed Dr. Anderson's deposition, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she reported that Amber Heard had reported physical violence by Mr. Depp to her?
I recall that she said that Ms. Heard had reported that, yes.
Okay, and do you recall that she said that it changed over time?
I don't recall that specifically.
And do you recall Dr. Anderson saying that she had witnessed her face being bruised after the December 2015 incident?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that, okay.
She's just getting to testify through the
And
words
do
of
you
other people.
recall that Dr. Anderson said that Amber had reported that he had pulled out her hair, bruised her face, kicked her leg, and hit her in the head?
Yes, Ms. Heard did report that to her according to her testimony.
Okay. And do you recall that Amber Heard said that Mr. Depp was scaring her?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And do you recall that Dr. Anderson said she believed that Amber Heard was a victim of domestic abuse at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I recall, no, I don't recall that statement.
All right, let's go to Bonnie Jacobs. You said that you reviewed the notes from Bonnie Jacobs, correct?
Yes,
And what you testified to was that you discounted these because the first notes from Bonnie Jacobs indicated that she already had all of these symptoms, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. I discounted.
Tell me why you discounted Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
I did not discount Bonnie Jacobs' notes.
You said that Bonnie Jacobs in her notes had already determined that these symptoms were present for Amber Heard before the relationship with Mr. Depp, did you not?
What I recall saying was that within Dr. Jacobs's notes, she's documented instances in which Ms. Heard reported to her over the course of therapy that she was experiencing nightmares, recurrent nightmares, in fact, about childhood abuse.
Okay. Now, the very first entry on Bonnie Jacobs' notes, and these are the notes, right? Do you recognize these?
I do. And we
Okay.
received more sort of at the tail end just a couple months ago.
All right. So the first of Bonnie Jacobs' notes is on 10/17/2011. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact date. I don't have anything in front of me.
And Amber Heard was already in the relationship with Johnny Depp at this point, was she not?
I believe she was, yes.
Okay. And in Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she documents
However, go ahead.
multiple occasions that Amber Heard reports to her physical violence upon her by Mr. Depp, does she not?
There are several notes that indicate that Ms. Heard has reported violence by Mr. Depp, yes.
Many, correct?
I wouldn't qualify it as many. I'm not sure what you mean by
How
many.
many would you say?
I don't know. I don't have the notes in front of me.
Okay, well, what do you recall in deciding?
Not
to make
many,
your
many.
opinions in this case?
Well, I'm confused about the dates because I know that Dr. Jacobs treated Ms. Heard even while she was in her prior relationship, leaving her prior relationship with her last wife.
Dr. Curry, I'm not going to ask you to try to bring in extraneous things. I'm asking you what.
You literally
recall
are
of
bringing
these
in
But the
notes.
extraneous
dates would
things.
have been different based on that alone.
Okay,
And I recall that there was quite a bit of information because these were copious notes spanning back in time from her relationship with Tasha.
so Dr. Curry, please answer my question. How many occasions do you recall Dr.
I don't know.
Jacobs documenting Amber reporting physical abuse?
I don't know.
Now, you also said that you listened to audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes,
Did you hear Mr. Depp admitting to headbutting Ms. Heard?
that is not what I heard.
You didn't hear that?
I heard a conversation about headbutting. I did not hear him, as you said, admit to headbutting Ms. Heard.
Okay, that's your characterization of it, correct?
Yes,
Versus
Okay.
yours.
Did you see the videotape of Mr. Depp in the kitchen?
yes.
Okay, did Ms. Heard imagine that or create that, or was she responsible for that somehow?
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, impact did that have on your opinions watching Mr. Depp in that video?
I'm not sure it was one of many pieces of the exhibits and other collateral data that I considered. I'm not sure what the direct impact was or if that could be measured.
All right. Now, counsel asked you whether you had conducted any type of examination on Mr. Depp, and I believe your answer was no, correct?
No,
You did not review any medical records or psychological records from Mr. Depp either, did you?
I reviewed all of the records that were available.
Do you recall reviewing medical and psychological records on Mr. Depp?
Yes,
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein referring to Mr. Depp having rage?
no, I actually recall him referring to Miss Heard in that note.
Your testimony is that Dr. Blaustein was referring to Amber Heard as having rage?
I transcribed several of the notes, and I may be missing a time when I said that about Mr. Depp. The handwriting was very difficult to transcribe, but there was one instance in which I recall transcribing him stating that Mr. Depp reported that Ms. Heard had rage.
Dr. Blaustein's deposition was taken, was it not?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, so I take it then you don't recall him testifying that Mr. Depp told him he had rage and demons?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Blaustein testifying that Mr. Depp looked at his wife Amber like his mother or his sister that he didn't like?
I haven't seen his deposition. I don't recall that.
Okay. Now, did you see and do you know whether Mr. Depp has ever been diagnosed with any personality disorders?
That's not relevant to my task to conduct an evaluation of Ms. Heard. So
would
I
it be-
do not know that he has had one. It was not in the records that he did.
All right. So one way or the other, you don't know whether Mr. Depp suffers from any personality disorders.
That's not my task.
Okay. Let me go to IPV perpetrators. Would you agree that accusations of infidelity can be considered one of the characteristics of a personality perpetrator of IPV?
It can be a characteristic of a lot of things. It is something that can be weaponized if somebody is trying to or is having rage toward their partner.
Let's go to page 270. Line 3, my question was, are accusations of infidelity considered one of the characteristics of a perpetrator, a personality perpetrator of IPV?
The objection.
The question is vague and ultimately ambiguous.
I don't understand the objection.
I'll overrule the objection.
And your answer under oath at
Can
that
you
time?
remind me of the page? I thought
Page 270, line 3
Ah.
was where my question was, and
Okay.
your answer is at line 8. You said it can be, correct?
Mhm. Yes,
Okay. And interrogating your partner about unfounded accusations of infidelity can be abusive. Would you agree?
it can be if they're unfounded, yes.
Okay. And psychological consequences for a victim of IPV can include diminished self-esteem, correct?
Yes,
Depressed mood,
yes,
anxiety,
yes,
fearfulness,
certainly.
diminished self-agency,
Yes,
feeling powerless,
yes,
loss of sleep.
yes,
And IPV is a traumatic stressor. Would you agree?
it is.
All right. And IPV is capable of resulting in PTSD, is it not?
It is.
Okay. And IPV is capable of resulting in other trauma-based disorders, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
This attorney had
Now,
some momentum on
Amber's
the
medical
other stuff and then
examination,
killed
she
it.
was cooperative, correct?
her psychological, yes, she was cooperative and polite.
And in the 2 full days of examination, you felt she was polite and answered all your questions, except in one instance where she furrowed her brow when you were asking about friendships in high school, correct?
That's not correct.
All right, let's go to page 275. So we start on 274 with the, was she polite? You said yes. Was she
Nervous
cooperative?
drinking.
Yes. Did she answer your questions? For the most part, yes. This is, now we're on page 275, lines 4 and 5. And then my question was, did she at any time become combative or unfriendly with you or angry? And your answer was, there was one instance in which she appeared annoyed and the posturing forward a bit, more assertive tone, furrowed brow, when I was questioning something, following up on data that had been inconsistent about friendships in high school. Other than that, she was very polite. Is that your answer at that time?
That was my answer at that time, and it's inconsistent with the question you had just asked me.
And would you agree that appearing for this examination with an expert who had been retained by Mr. Depp more than a year earlier might be a little stressful?
Yes,
Okay. And in fact, not only had you been retained by Mr. Depp, but what had been communicated by Mr. Depp's team was that you had called Amber Heard a liar and a perpetrator of abuse, correct?
first of all, I'd like to clarify that I was not retained by Mr. Depp. I was retained by Mr. Depp's counsel. And what I can say that, yes, any examinee in a forensic context, you would consider that they're probably stressed.
All right. Would you agree that all perpetrators of IPV have anger management issues?
Yes,
And a large portion of IPV perpetrators have substance abuse issues.
it's one of many factors that correlates with intimate partner violence, but there are certainly many
What is
people who
happening over
perpetuate
here?
intimate partner violence who do not have substance abuse
All
issues.
right, let's go to 131, line 17.
$131, you said?
Yes, line 12 is what I have here. And I'm talking about, you said, and just to give context, remember I was asking you what percentage of people you treat that are perpetrators, and you'd said 5%. Do you recall that, just for substance?
I see that here.
Okay, and then I said, of the 5% that are IPV perpetrators that you've treated over the last 8 years, how many of these perpetrators have substance abuse issues? And your answer was?
I see that I answered with a figure of speech, a large portion.
Okay, thank you. And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you
Are
agree?
you in a different area, or are you asking me a separate
I'm
question?
asking you a question.
Oh.
And it's
Sorry,
common.
can you please repeat it?
Yes, and it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight the victim, accuse them of being the perpetrator. Would you agree? That's exactly how it was asked in the deposition. So I'm
I
trying to be
understand it
perfect.
is a compound question. I'll
Okay.
sustain the objection.
And it's common for the perpetrator to essentially gaslight. I don't think that's, Your Honor, it's just, I think it's just one question. Let me try it. To gaslight the victim, isn't it?
That's a characteristic of psychological abuse, yes.
Okay, and it's common then for them to accuse them of being the perpetrator, the victim.
That's a
Would go
characteristic
both
of
ways.
abuse from women perpetrated against men. It's actually very, very common. About 90% of male victims of IPV have reported that a female partner who abuses them makes threats to report their partner as an abuser.
Oops.
It's less common for men to make that statement to female partners just because there's less potential consequence.
Isn't it true, though, that some form of gaslighting is often present in these personality-based IPV scenarios?
Yes,
Okay. And it's distressing for the victim to be accused, is it not?
absolutely,
It causes them a lot of fear.
certainly.
This could
and
get turned
causes
around
them
on
a lot of
redirect.
distress.
Absolutely, yes.
And in fact, they feel falsely accused, correct?
Yes,
And they feel paranoid.
This is a bad line of
Yes, and they
questioning.
And they feel frightened,
yes,
afraid that everyone's going to believe the perpetrator, correct?
yes.
And in fact, they're afraid they're going to lose their security, correct?
Can you clarify what you mean by security?
I'll ask
Notice the
next
tone
one.
change
And
in the
they're afraid
doctor.
they're going to lose their reputation, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
She just literally described Johnny Depp.
Now let's talk about the testing for a moment.
The jury's in there
You-
thinking that's what we're in here for. All of this, this
Talked
stuff.
about the MMPI-2, but that's not the most recent MMPI, is it?
No, it's the most researched.
Okay. Now, you need to have an elevated, on the MMPI, there was only one section that had elevated scores, correct?
No, that's not correct.
It was the K section, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. And was there any elevated score over 65 on the MMPI?
I would need to take a look at it. If, you know, I provided a 25-page interpretation outline. If you're able to pull that up, I'd be happy to go over any of the individual scores for you.
Can you recall any clinical scales for the MMPI-2 for Amber Heard that were above 65 as you sit there today?
Again, there are multiple scales on this test, 25 pages worth listed. So if you can pull it up, then I can review and give you a confident answer.
What can you recall as you sit there?
I'm hesitant to do that because I don't want to make an error by ignoring hundreds of scale scores.
And would you agree that you can't make a pathological determination or diagnosis if the scales are not elevated on the MMPI-2?
I would not agree with that.
Now, one of the answers that Amber gave is that it's hard for her to feel safe, correct?
What are you talking about the MMPI too?
Yes.
Again, I don't recall. There are 567 items on that. I would need to see her results.
Well, it's a common trauma symptom, isn't it, to not feel safe?
Sure.
And safety concerns are common among women who have been victimized, correct?
Women and men, yes.
Okay, and common especially for sexually victimized people. Would you agree?
Any type of victimization, yes.
Okay, and hard to trust. That's a common after effect of interpersonal violence related trauma, correct?
Sure.
And memory difficulties. Amber said she felt she had holes. Do you recall that?
I do. And
And-
her account was different than typical memory difficulties with trauma.
It is common
Oh.
for individuals who have experienced trauma.
And it's actually
to
not
have-
common. No, it's a symptom, but it's the least common.
In fact, a DSM-5 diagnosis for PTSD includes a, quote, inability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic event, end of
Mhm.
quote. Am I correct?
Yes.
And memory difficulties are a symptom of PTSD, correct?
Certain types of memory difficulties, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall when Amber says the first incident of abuse took place?
I believe it was, the first incident in which yes. So she stated that it was early on in their relationship.
Do you recall it
I
involving?
don't recall the exact date off the top of my head.
Do you recall it being a tattoo, something related to a tattoo?
I do.
Okay. Now, if someone had been subjected to a 4-year relationship characterized by repeated IPV, they can have symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Intense anxiety,
Yes, certainly.
depressed or irritable states,
Actually, it's not so much states. When you're looking at a real trauma reaction, it's pretty persistent. It's less of these transient states.
intimate problems,
Yes.
relationship difficulties.
Yes.
And these are symptoms you're also attributing to the personality disorder, correct?
Yes, there are some key differences.
Okay. Now let's talk.
She
for a
doesn't care
moment
about those differences, though.
specifically About a couple of
Notice the smile.
profiles on the MMPI. This is not an exaggerated profile for her, is it?
No, actually, that was something unique. When she completed objective broadband measures, where the questions, you don't know what the questions are getting at, they seem completely random. She raised scores that indicated that she was trying to minimize any mental issues and appear completely free of pathology. When she took tests that asked questions that were specific to trauma, that's when you'd see these extreme exaggerations.
All right, let's go to page 337.
So she was trying to minimize her own mental issues and exaggerate her trauma. So her PTSD claim. That was not helpful for her right there. And again, just the psychology of having the intimate partner violence thing and the jury sitting there thinking we're at a trial over this for Depp. All these things apply to Johnny Depp. And the doctor had even said more common
My
for
question
men.
on line 7, this is not an exaggerated profile, is it for her? And your answer under oath at that time was no, it is not an exaggerated profile. Do you see that?
Yes, we're
That's what
talking
you
about the
testified-
MMPI here.
You
Yes,
testified under oath at that time, correct?
yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Now, the profile is also not consistent with malingering, correct?
The MMPI-2 profile, it's specific to how she approached this test. And you're correct. For this test, it was a defensive profile, not an exaggerated profile.
So my question on line 10 was, this is not a profile consistent with malingering, correct? And your answer under oath at that time was correct. On this test, it is not consistent with malingering, period, right?
Yes.
That was your full answer. Okay. Now, is it your testimony under oath today that you have not been asked to testify concerning Ms. Heard's behavior in the context of her relationship with Mr. Depp, including any abuse?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have not made any determinations, including any of opinions that
Thank you, Chat.
Ms. Heard abused Mr. Depp or Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. That's outside of the scope of psychology.
Okay. And you cannot testify whether Amber Heard suffered any emotional distress as a result of any of the defamatory comments that she has alleged Mr. Waldman made through Mr. Depp.
Objection,
through Mr. Waldman,
relevance?
correct?
What I can testify is that there was no indication of a decline in psychological functioning showing any injury since she's been with Mr. Depp.
You cannot testify one way or the other on that, correct? Your Honor, may
Just
we approach?
testified.
Okay.
Allegedly defamatory statements by Mr. Waldman should have no bearing on this case and should not be mentioned. Here, we're going to do a new poll here. I should actually probably, let me read a super chat or two here. Doug Murray says, holy cow rackets, this lady is gorgeous and a head shrink, completely dangerous. She's exactly the woman turtleneck / no tie Bronca wants us to stay away from. Gnome John says, got to get Drex and Mindset's opinion on this witness's expert qualifications. You guys are terrible, terrible. Lancelot says, I disagree.
Dr. Curry,
Wait,
Yes.
in your report, nowhere in your report did you provide any opinion of whether Ms. Heard suffered emotional distress as a result of the defamatory statements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Kerr, you were just asked a question about malingering
Yes.
and made reference to the MMPI-2. Is there another test that you did to make a determination with respect to malingering?
Yes. So I also, well, malingering is a term that most psychologists, we try to be careful of it because it indicates an intent for secondary gain. I prefer feigning, which you had brought up earlier, because it indicates that somebody is intentionally exaggerating, but I don't know necessarily why. So I think that's a more accurate term in general. On the MMPI-2, yes, there was no exaggerated profile. I also gave her the CAPS 5. I don't know if you'll remember, but that is the clinician administered PTSD scale consistent with the DSM-5. And on that, there were signs of gross exaggeration. I also looked at the test results that were provided by Dr. Hughes, and on an objective test of trauma, there is a scale specific to intentional exaggeration on that test, and Ms. Heard was in the 98th percentile, meaning that she had engaged in extreme levels of exaggeration.
Ooh.
Thank you. You were asked about intimacy problems, relationship difficulties associated with IPV, and you then said there were some key differences.
Yes.
What are those?
So what you see when we're talking about the personality disorders is there is a very consistent pattern of the aggression, the violence, the irritability. First of all, it's escalated. But second of all, it occurs when there is either, for the borderline component, a threat of abandonment, a perceived slight, feeling like the person is about to leave you, about to walk away to get some space from an argument. It also occurs to a more mild extent, but when there's a loss of attention and a need to manipulate to try to get that attention back. But it's not, when somebody has PTSD, that irritability is sort of at a low, constant level, or it's completely random. For instance, you might have a Vietnam vet who went straight to bars for a period to get into fights with the hope that he would kill somebody and just self-destruct. So it's a very different type of presentation. IPV, it might be more irritability, but that's actually less of a symptom for female IPV victims. Usually what you'll see is somatic symptoms, the depression, a lot of fearfulness and anxiety, but typically more complaints about somatic symptoms.
Okay. You testified that some of the professionals involved in this case had to take their patient at her word. What did you mean by that?
Excellent
So
question.
when you're providing therapy, you're in a very different role than an examiner. When you're the forensic examiner, you're just really looking at data to make a decision. When you're a therapist, you're an advocate for your client's well-being. And in
Excellent.
fact, it's considered extremely unethical for a treating provider to ever provide opinion testimony like I'm providing, because it's so well known in our field that you're going to have an automatic bias for your client. It's
Shredded it.
almost a sense of protection, advocacy, wanting their best, which is why we also know that it's very inappropriate to convey any sort of opinion about whether a crime occurred, whether abuse occurred. We can certainly believe our clients. We can support them in their therapy and take them at their word. But when giving opinions and consultations, we have to be very, very cautious and really only provide the facts. We would state things in terms of, my client did report this. I saw this. Here was our treatment plan. Here was the diagnosis. It's we're taught, we're trained to stay away from making any sort of opinions, understanding that most of the time, and most of Ms. Heard's providers were just treating Ms. Heard. They had never so much as done an initial interview with Mr. Depp and gotten his whole life story or his symptoms or his side of any of it. And they're going to be advocating, and the treatment relationship is about helping your client achieve well-being, not making formal psychological or psychiatric opinions.
So you're asked a question about a series of doctors. Dr. Cohen, treating physician?
Yes, he was a psychologist.
Yeah. Dr. Banks, treating physician?
Dr. Banks, yes, treating psychiatrist.
Dr. Anderson?
Yes, treating psychologist.
Every one of them had to take Amber Heard at his word, right?
Yes.
Excuse me. Oh, overruled.
Thank you.
You're way late on that leading
All
objection.
right. Is this
No
witness
further
subject-
questions.
Yes, sir. Is this witness subject to recall?
Oh, yeah, for remote.
All right. Since you're subject to recall, Dr. Curry, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody, and please do not watch anything of this trial,
Okay.
okay? All right.
Devastating.
You can stay there for a moment.
Okay.
All right, ladies
That-
and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our
that was an
afternoon recess for 15 minutes. Do not do any
excellent
outside research. Don't
redirect.
Talk to anybody, okay?
Excellent redirect there kept it short, kept it simple, discredit all of the things. They have to take her at her word, right? Remember, this is about a liar. The one thing I would have said was I would have gone back to that intimate partner violence and the abuser thing, the false accusations, and say, did you actually say that false accusations in intimate partner
Go ahead and
violence
take our
often
recess till 3:20. Your next witness is by deposition, is that correct? We
come
will
from
get you all
women?
set up then. All right, thank you.
No, the next witness is by deposition. No, they're going to kill all of the entertainment. No, it's dead.
Okay, we'll come back at 3:20 before the jury comes back out. We'll discuss your exhibits, okay? All right, thank you.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, I would have hit that one other point personally. Just go ahead and hit the fact that that intimate partner violence, false reports of it typically come from women. More often than men, it's much more common. And that often men who are victims of domestic violence have reported that their partners have falsely reported intimate partner violence from them as a means of control. Like, I would have hit those two things because that is consistent with what's going on. And I think just reminding the jury of all of that, then you go ahead and focus all of that testimony. They're probably already thinking it, but you want to focus that testimony back on Amber Heard abusing Johnny Depp. And that being a big thing here. Remember, you want this jury to think that at the worst, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp had a back and forth tumultuous relationship where they fought each other. But what you really like, when you really get to it, because then it fits into the narrative. If she was abusing Johnny Depp physically, then she continued the abuse with the accusations when he finally tried to escape. All he wanted to do, and see, this is how you wrap it up on close, right? All Johnny Depp has wanted to do this entire time was get away. He's been trying to get away from Mrs. Heard. He tried to leave all throughout the relationship. Every time he would leave, she wouldn't let him, and things would escalate every single time. Just when he would go to a bathroom or a bedroom, she would follow and she would batter down the door. He would try to get away and she would batter down the door. If he left the home, she would go into hysterical crying. She would burst into tears. She would try emotional manipulation. When he came back, he would find destruction. He would be met with violence and accusations and screaming and abuse. And he would have to apologize. And then when it kicked up again, as it always would, he would try to run away and try to leave. Eventually, he tried to break away from Miss Heard. He tried to get away from this. He signed a divorce decree. He said, this is finally done. They made a joint statement just so he could get away. And what did she do? She brought him right back with lies, with false accusations, and is a continuing pattern of abuse and violence that she had perpetrated on Johnny Depp, as you've heard in testimony, throughout the entirety of their relationship. Bring that in. Do that. That should be your close. And I mean, they can still do that. It's not like they can't, but I think just hitting that mental reminder that this false accusation stuff is more likely to come from her than him. But, okay, next. Lancelot 652, quote, I don't agree. I don't care what you agree with, you old leatherback. It's what the judge thinks. Cart says, maybe the muffin man touched that turkey neck in the wrong way. Ron White says, hey, Nick, great witness. Just want to say hi. Where's your panel? I've explained it a couple times today, but people cycle in and out. I decided to keep it solo today because I will be ending the stream right around 4:30 Central Time, very shortly after the court is done, trying to keep up on super chats as we go because of that. Because I basically have to run my kids somewhere this evening and we'll have limited time. So I didn't want, if I have a panel on, we get talking and things are good and I love it, but it takes a little bit, it makes me run a little bit longer. Funeral Man 04 says, Nick, thank you for calling my sister a putz. She's the best sister and I love her very much, but she is a putz. Anyone with a sibling knows that feel. Let's see. Next, we've got Ray Marshall says, I hope this witness puts out her evaluation on the cat lawyer's mental state after the trial. Mike the Dad Crosby says, Dr. Banks, pink hair, nose ring, Subaru. No pink hair, no nose ring, but I'm thinking a Subaru is heavily in her future. Lord of the Rings 25, thank you for the donation. Lancelot says, I can't imagine this lawyer being venomous and snarky with the witness. Looks good. D says, the rainbow whale and her buoy look like they're mad dogging the hot psychologist, slurping down that Pepsi and trying to reach critical mass. I'm amazed they fit in the rows. There she blows, the great white whale. Catherine Ruck says, this line of questioning is bringing back my past trauma from my ex-husband. He did all that emotional damage to me and blamed me for everything. Not only did I have to deal with him for 7 years, but also his mother. Oof. Evil Bunny says, check quarantine Koof's Twitter timeline. Ralph is angling to get people to report you twice. Just FYI. And Bunny. Oh yeah, Ralph is fat and sad. I mean, what else is he going to do? Thankfully, based on the size of his audience, there won't be very many reports. So not too worried about it. Mo says, Jesus, I had to double check my eyes are working properly, but the Cuck and Crime Network YouTube channel has 500,000 concurrent viewers. That is nuts. Rittenhouse who? Yep, they've got it. Sejong the Great says, why would Heard agree to take this evaluation? I think they got it through a subpoena personally, but I'm not sure the backstory on that one. Okay, back to here. Fadi El Didi says, was there any witness whose testimony you feel was beneficial to Amber Heard? Not really, not so far. Nothing on balance more beneficial to Johnny Depp than Amber Heard on all of them, which is how it should be. Amber's witnesses come later. Trash Man. Oh, excuse me. If you want LARPier 40K lore vids, check Oculus Imperia. I think I've seen one of his vids. Nikki says, was Amber made aware of the diagnosis the doctor just testified to beforehand? Or was this the first they heard of it? No, they would know. None of this is a surprise to anybody there. Me04120 says, Robert Reich identifies heavily with Short Round. Yeah, back to Nikki's question. One of the things that TV does really poorly with court, most things are not a surprise in a courtroom. Now, a witness may say something surprising, right? They may say something or refuse to say something that shocks you, catches you off guard. But generally speaking, at trial, you've done trial prep, you've interviewed witnesses, you have a rough idea of what they're going to talk about. All of the witnesses are disclosed to you in advance. All of the evidence is turned over in discovery. Both sides should have reviewed basically all of this stuff. So unless they miss something, there's not going to be much to surprise them. Rare times where that can change. If there is evidence that was not available prior that gets revealed, you can then sometimes get that evidence in, but most of this stuff is going to be available. So they would have seen this doctor's diagnosis. They would have been able to bring the diagnosis to another doctor to have it evaluated, to see if there was anything they could ask about, if anything seemed inconsistent. They could have done all of those things, and they likely did. And that's probably where a lot of their questions are going to come from, because they're lawyers. They're not psychiatrists. They don't necessarily know how to evaluate that person's notes and to see if it was legitimate or to ask appropriate questions. Excuse me. Scotty Blanton, thank you for the donation. Felipe Move says, to the people who say Rekieta doesn't have trial experience, let me tell you how wrong you are. His latest ongoing and, as far as I know, unsuccessful trial has been against Millennia, the Blade of Michaela. Yes, thank you, Felipe. Thank you for igniting my PTSD. Parul Srivastava says, just joined. Did I miss a lot? New to the channel. Testimony today's been pretty interesting. It's been pretty good testimony for Johnny Depp. His island manager was first, was relatively neutral, except that she testified to some violence from Miss Heard towards Johnny Depp. And then the most recent testimony was the doctor who you just finished watching. Susie J3 Aviator. The J Aviator? I don't know. Is this all Karen legal team strategy a good one in your is this all Karen legal team strategy a good one in your opinion? I'm not sure all Karen. There's 2 men and 2 women on Amber Heard's team. I think they're going to excuse me. I think they're postured as Karens in the sense that their client is claiming domestic abuse and that has made Karen-like statements. So I think they're assuming the posture of their client. Unholy says, are they mixing borderline personality disorder and bipolar on purpose, or is everyone involved just confused? That was very confusing to me because the doctor said bipolar, the lawyer said bipolar, and then the doctor confirmed that they were talking indeed about bipolar, but she'd been talking about borderline the whole time. So I don't know what the hell that was. Blind Press says, crazy cat lady. So eater for the gotcha. She's making up words characterologically. That was a good one. Bradley Ward says, do you think this means anything to the jury? I think a lot of that did not. When they got into the weeds of the back and forth between the lawyer and the expert, I think they lost the jury. They lost me for a while. I was like, until there was something interesting and salacious. Mike Brogan, you're talking about the lead attorney. The lead attorney for the past couple days has been live streaming this trial on his own channel. David Stowe says Turkey Neck is just mad. She is smarter and hotter. Parul says, is she confusing the witness? Yes, I think she was at the time you sent this. SCFU says, you never, not often, rarely not wanted to be false. Christopher Ruber sent a salt shaker sticker. Thank you. Colosign, Dr. Curry is what an actual strong woman is. Very intelligent, well-dressed, and articulate. Heard is just a banshee victim shame. BBI2GU says, I think Amber is the blonde girl that drove unbreaded into lunacy. Johnny Stoffel says, Dr. Psych Lady gives me a high profile. The chat. Munakita 04 says, can you answer this, please? Can't they point out all of Heard's team's improper impeachment? They do it a lot. Does the jury think it's really impeachment? Question is, do they really want to call, do you want to risk annoying the jury by calling it out? Or do you want to have faith in your jury to understand that this is really just not very damaging testimony in the first place? The Dashing Rogue says, does she know the Muffin Man? She does. She married him. Missy Lanius says, cat lady aneurysm. Dr. Curry, does your husband know the Muffin Man? David Stowe, need to bring the muffins in for questioning. Real Character says, really goes to show how many people are watching this case when Asmongold is streaming it on his channel. Rekieta Asmongold collab when? Have a good day, Rekieta. Never talked to him. No idea. Ludwig is also streaming this, by the way. Cubus SC7. I think I happen to think that maybe some of them saw the success of Rittenhouse trial streams and thought, Cubus SC7 says, nothing is funnier than a cat fight between women. The tension in that room is insane. Stephen Cooper says, I like this attorney for Johnny Depp. Seems a lot better on objections. C. Goody says, chat is exhibiting symptoms and needs evaluation. The dude says, fun fact, borderline PDO is nearly always diagnosed as bipolar. HMOs don't like paying for personality disorder diagnoses because the pill won't fix it. Prognosis is not good. And then I practiced psychology in the army. So thank you to the dude for that. Fadi El Didi says, can't they object to cat lady testifying like this? Doesn't sound like something that should be allowed. They probably could have come up with something, but I don't know. I think the judge is going to let it in because the doctor had testified that she had relied on it for her evaluation. Gerard Garvin says, don't smash crazy chicks, quoting the hot psychologist. Not Shank's nephew says, Amber Turd found the perfect lawyer that represents her personality and soul. Thumb Ugly says, Attorney Gullett is as slimy as a lawyer's stereotypes. Get in her use of Depp's witness to avoid cross on her own. Depp's attorney should do something. Cheers. They should have just objected, asked to approach, and said, who's testifying here, Your Honor? Is the witness on the stand testifying, or in fact, is Ms. Gullett trying to have her witnesses testify without cross-examination? Because she's going to have her chance on her case in chief to call her witness, and so let's let those words stand on their own. Seamus McDermott says, a lot of angry women in the gallery behind Heard. Defense tactic. Don't know who those women are there for or not. Thunder Kid says, check out Chubwagon Monsters on Facebook and YouTube. Creepy, fun monster comic by an independent artist. The Twillos need a home. Drew says, this lawyer sounds like Dianne Feinstein, like nails on a chalkboard. Mop Hop, man, you can make a drinking game out of many times. She says that is incorrect. She is killing this cross exam. Joshua Cornelius, this feels like watching a chihuahua chasing its own tail and leaving a human-sized dump in the middle of the courtroom. Jamie McClement says, is Cat Lady testifying for Johnny? I thought she was an attorney in this cluster. Yeah, I mean, that segment on intimate partner violence was just really, really good for Johnny Depp, I think. I don't think that did Amber Heard any favors at all. But that's just me. I'm just a humble favor merchant. Let's see. Tyler Molter says, this lawyer is pulling a Binger Krause, making the case for the opposition. Catherine Rux, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. MGTOW Biologic says, in other words, lying. The Real Hayden says, Rekieta, I don't watch many trials, but how great is Dr. Curry on the stand? Best since when? She was a fantastic witness from the start through the end. Pretty credible. Did you have dinner with them? Yeah, it was an interview over dinner. Well, I mean, if the weird thing is she didn't attack how much she got paid. She's like, didn't you have dinner with them? It's like, what, a steak dinner and a what, 2 glasses of wine? Okay, what, $100, $200? She's probably making, this appearance was probably like 10 grand. I don't know. This appearance is probably like $10,000 just for this portion of it. Like, what, a $200 dinner? Oh, okay. I don't know. Doesn't seem like that bit, like that doesn't go to bias for me. Someone says easy 25K. Yeah, I forget this is a Los Angeles celebrity psychiatrist. So, or yeah, probably a shitload more. But Joshua Cornelius. This lawyer's line of questioning is a demonstration of borderline personality disorder. Appropriate lawyer for Amber, indeed. Space King 44, welcome to paralegal status. Teresa Stray says, feeling rage over the mess my hubby made making coffee. But also feeling loved, he made me coffee. I think I need an eval. AP says, I don't know why the chat is afraid of Aphrodite in the form of a psychiatrist. Take a chance. Even Dr. Harleen Quinzel was turned eventually. Moosey 87, I'm sending this again. I'm not sure it went through, or maybe you read it while I was up. I've got a great nickname, Turkey Neck Lady, Diaper Neck Lady. I did read that, and it's still disgusting. Let's let's see. Mythic Gamers has been watching all your videos on this case and have to say, I started watching you during the Vic Mignogna case. And I think ever since I've been a fan of you law-splaining the internet. Thank you for putting this out for us. Hey, thank you, Mythic Gamer. Very much appreciated. Tell you what, guys, I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Have they even come back yet? Have they been up there the whole time? Have they been sitting up at that desk the whole time? Oh my God. Oh, they're getting ready for a deposition witness, so they have to clear all the evidence. Oh, this is gonna drag out the rest of the show. It's gonna be horrible. Okay. Sufal Gosh. I don't know if I pronounced that right. I'm very uneducated and unknowledgeable on this, but do you think Depp has a chance of winning or losing? By the way, from India, loving the stream. I think Depp has a chance of winning. I do. He's got Barnes gave him like 75% odds with a normal jury. I think that is grossly overestimating his odds, but I think he does have a realistic chance of winning. It depends on if your jury is going to be a strict adherent of the law or if your jury is going to be normal people. And you really don't know which way it's going to go, honestly. And it's really going to be the major personalities on the jury who determine it, because you're not going to get the same. But you do have to have a unanimous jury. So it's going to be, it'll be interesting. But he has a claim here. But I think it's, also going to come down to how well he did versus how well Amber Heard does when she takes a stand. 200-watt studio says Dr. Curry was strong and focused, destroyed cat lady lawyer, amazing woman, and the glasses made her even hotter. Jacob Laffoon says, I lived this with an ex of mine, exactly the borderline personality disorder manipulation you described. I hope Johnny gets justice. So we're going to end this poll. Most people found that the doctor had good testimony for Johnny Depp, not for Amber Heard. So let's see. Hello, Nurse Killjoy says people who purposely slander should be punished with incarceration as well as monetarily. Susie says, who hired Amber Heard's lawyers? They don't have good reviews. They don't seem experienced. Why would they do this? Well, to be fair, their reviews got hit from this case. So I don't know what their reviews were like beforehand, but you might have to somehow find an archive of their reviews prior to this case really being taken on. Amber Heard would be the one who hired them, or, some agent acting on her behalf. Ryan Bibb says, surprise, the defendant's paralegal pretended to be a detective. Yes, that was a surprise. But see, they actually knew about it, though. That was only a surprise to the judge. It wasn't a surprise to the prosecutor there. Contrarian 420 says, PSA, if you are late to a stream and demand that others bring you up to speed on what you missed, you are a sociopath. True and honest Shabada, bad pressure, bad Catholic Care says, I would prefer panel over super chats since you didn't read one of mine yesterday. It was about things you love. Add these comments to things you love. Wait, what? I do not believe I missed any yesterday, but I'd have to take your word on it.
All right, we're ready for the jury then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, let me see if I can find it real quick. Go. I'm only seeing one from today. I'm not seeing one from yesterday, but my list doesn't go all the way back. Oh, here we go. No, I read the Ice Queen one. And then I read the one about the sentencing on Sword and Scale with Borowski. I read both of those yesterday. Let's see. HB says bipolar and borderline personality disorder are very similar with a lot of overlap.
All right, thank you. Your next witness?
Parul says next witness is from deposition.
We call Officer Melissa Sines by deposition designation.
All right.
What does that
And
mean?
just so the jury is aware, for the first hour or so, what you'll hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel. It will then shift to questioning by Mr. Depp's counsel.
All right, thank you.
Questioning by deposition means they already did the deposition. This is a video playback.
Yes, Officer Melissa Sines, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
And what is your occupation?
I am a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Going on 12 years.
What year did you begin as a police officer?
2009.
Take your
And was
fucking
that
mask
with the
off.
LAPD?
Yes, it was.
Did you have any law enforcement experience prior to coming to the LAPD in July of 2009?
No, I did not.
As of May 21, 2016, what was your rank?
Can you repeat the date?
May 21st, 2016.
I was a training officer.
And was that a P3?
Correct.
And as a training officer, were you considered a field training officer?
Correct.
And for how long a period of time had you been a training officer as of May 21, 2016?
Approximately, I believe, 4 months.
And who was the first officer you trained once?
This
you
is Johnny
became
Depp's
a
witness,
training officer at
not the defense
LAPD?
witness.
I don't recall.
When did you start training Officer Haddon?
I don't recall the exact month.
Do you have an approximate?
If the incident was in May, then it's going to be within 2 months of May, before or after.
So are you suggesting that you may not have started training Officer Haddon until 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident, so he wasn't there?
No, I'm not.
Was it 2 months or less from the time you started training Officer Haddon before the May 21, 2016 incident?
Yes, so I have
I'll explain the order in a minute.
For 2 months. So May could have been the second month I had him or the first month I had him.
But you don't recall, as you sit here today, how long you had been training Officer Haddon as of the May 21st, 2016 incident?
Correct.
What does Central Division include?
It encompassed downtown Los Angeles.
In May of 2016, what shift were you on?
I was working nights.
And what would the night shift entail? What was the time from when to when?
It is approximately 6:45 p.m. to 6:45 a.m.
And how many days a week would you work the shift?
Usually 3 days a week.
Typically, what was the range of the number of units that were working on your shift in May 2016 in Central Division?
I don't recall.
I mean, are we talking less than 5, more than 10, more than 25?
There would be at least 5 units. How high over that, I wouldn't know that. Every night is different. The city pulls from different divisions if there's special events going on. So it's constantly changing.
Okay. But it's usually at least 5 and maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 if there's not a special event. Would that be a fair estimate?
Correct.
What was the process for checking out equipment in May 2016 after roll call?
Oh my God.
We would walk to the window and give them our name and serial number, and they would present us with equipment for the shift.
And what equipment were you given in May 2016 after roll call?
I don't recall.
You don't recall any of the equipment you checked out in May of 2016 after roll call?
No.
I don't remember that specific day that I checked out equipment. I can tell you what I typically check out, if that's what you'd like.
All right, let's start there.
I usually check out a police vehicle, a taser, a less lethal beanbag shotgun, and a regular shotgun.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Do you check out body-worn video equipment?
Yes, if you were trained in body-worn video, then yes, you would check that out.
All right. Were you trained in body-worn video equipment?
I was not.
Have you ever been assigned body worn video equipment?
Yes, I have.
When?
Oh my gosh.
I don't remember the specific date.
What is your best estimate?
If
No.
I had to guess, it would probably be June of 2016.
Why do you think it was
Wearing a mask
June of
because they're indoors in
2016
LA
that
in
you
2021
first were assigned
in March.
body-worn video
They had
equipment?
to.
Because that's the time frame that I remember having to use it. It was new to me. I never used body worn before.
When did the LAPD start issuing body-worn equipment for Central Division?
I don't know that date.
When approximately?
I don't know. I couldn't give you a date.
Can you name any other officer that did not have body-worn equipment that was on your shift at any time between November 2015 and June 2016, other than you?
I cannot.
Have you had more than one body-worn video equipment?
Body worn camera, is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I have had two. One in Central Division, and now a new one at Southwest Division where I currently am. The camera stays at their respective divisions.
While you were at Central Division, did you ever get assigned more than one body-worn video camera?
Oh,
Not to my knowledge.
So
this
to
is
the best of
painful.
your knowledge, you had the same body-worn video camera throughout the time that you were at Central Division, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a recollection of at any time while you were at Central Division, your body-worn video camera not working so you couldn't turn it on during an incident?
I do not recall that.
What tools were available to you in May of 2016 for investigating calls, answering and investigating calls?
Can you specify what you mean by tools?
Well,
Screwdrivers.
Did you have a notebook, for example?
Is a notebook a tool now?
Yes, we carry field officers' notebooks.
And did you have your own field officer notebook?
Yes.
Can you describe what your field officer notebook looked like in May of 2016?
It's a small, just paper pad that we keep in our pockets to write on.
And do you carry a pencil or a pen with it so that you can take them out during a call and take notes?
I do.
What do you do with your notebooks once you have filled them?
You can turn them into the kit room and they can store them.
Is that what you have done?
I have my same officer's field officer's notebook in my locker.
Since you started?
No, I've had several different ones, but I usually keep them in my locker.
This is entertainment
So-
cancer.
For the field officer's notebook that you had in May of 2016, that would be in your locker?
It should be, yes.
How many field officer notebooks have you filled since you've been a police officer?
Not many, probably less than 5.
And do you recall roughly how many pages are in each field officer notebook?
No, I don't recall.
Did you have access to DART?
I don't recall what hours they worked at Central Division.
And
Why
what
does
did
it
DART
matter?
stand for?
I don't know the specific acronym, but I know it's the domestic violence car.
Did you also have access to report types of reports, incident reports, various forms, diagrams, things of that nature in case you needed them?
Yes, I did.
And where were
You should have
those
edited all
kept
this out.
while you were on a shift? I'm talking about May 2016.
I usually keep extra spare reports in my bag, and I also keep them in my vest.
So when you answered calls in May of 2016, you had reports material in your vest as you answered calls? Is that correct?
Yes.
It's deposition exhibit number 14. It's a multiple page document. I'm just asking her if she recognizes this document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. When is the last time you reviewed this document?
About a week ago.
All right. And what were the circumstances under which you reviewed this document a week ago?
For this testimony.
Reviewing for the
Now,
purpose of testimony. Come
I
on.
asked you some questions about the body worn video. Are you aware of anyone, any other officer being assigned your body worn video under your serial number?
I'm not aware.
Is there any chance that you could be mistaken about when you were assigned body worn video?
No,
Sure.
there's not.
Oh, no.
And why do you
Good.
say that?
Because everything is recorded and documented on evidence.com under my serial number. So if a supervisor wanted to enter the database under my serial number, they could watch my videos and see the specific date and time my videos started to record and when the date of my last video was to this date.
All right. And did you go back and look to see what date you started?
I did.
What was the date that you were assigned body worn video equipment in Central Division?
So the first day that I took out body worn video was June 16th of 2016.
I'm going to show you this second page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It has you summoned to attend and give testimony at a deposition and also to produce certain documents. Do you recall this being issued?
Yes, I do.
And here we go. The documents to be produced. The first of those was all video footage recorded by you relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016, including all video footage relating to incident number, and it has the number on May 21, 2016. Did you conduct any type of search or any kind of effort to see if you had any video footage on May 21, 2016 relating to this incident?
The answer is no.
So
I'm going to ask you to take,
this is
anyone
Johnny
at the
Depp's
LAPD
witness.
at any point, supervisors,
But Amber Heard's
branch
lawyers would have
commanders,
noticed
commanders, anyone
his witnesses for
connected to the
deposition
LAPD ever
to try and get
asked you
impeachment testimony.
whether
That's why
you
they're
had
asking
any
questions
video
first.
footage from the incident of May
Try not to
21,
talk over it, but this is really
2016.
freaking boring.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at number 2 here. It says,
So
"All
that's why
documents and/or
her lawyers are going
communications,
first.
including without limitation any notes, memoranda, reports, filings, and/or summaries relating to any incident at 849 South Broadway, Los Angeles, California, 90014 on May 21, 2016. Are you aware of any documents or communications that would fit this description?"
No.
Now, Officer Sines, you
Also,
had
there would be
training,
objections to basically
on
all of these
domestic
questions.
violence, correct?
There'd be argument over the objections. She
Could
would
you
still
tell me
have
what
to
that
answer the
consists of?
question.
We received training
And
in the
then-
police academy.
Later, the objections would be edited out. And if the objection were sustained, the whole question would have been
Anywhere else?
edited
Did you
out and
have
you'd
any
never know
other
it was
type
asked.
of domestic violence training other than when you were in the police academy?
Eat
Other
something
than my
crunchy.
experience in the field dealing with domestic violence, no, not that I can recall.
I don't have
And
anything.
As of May of 2016,
Let me open something.
Would you agree that you had answered over 100 domestic violence calls?
About, I go to a lot of domestic violence calls every day.
Put it on 2x speed. Wish it
And
could.
You consider
Believe me.
yourself to be a specialist in domestic violence. Is that accurate?
I don't understand the title specialist.
I'm a specialist in domestic
consider
violence. You want to
myself
find out?
specialist.
Date me.
In May of 2016, what was the police officer supposed to do when the victim of a domestic violence would not respond to questions or cooperate with pursuing charges after a call was placed and the police officers had arrived?
If an individual is uncooperative, we are to check the location to make sure that the suspect is in hiding for the safety of the potential victim, and offer a business card if they decide to speak to us later.
In May of 2016, was it your understanding that if you saw evidence of injury or property damage in disarray, that you were to file a report even if the victim was not cooperating?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what is remarked as exhibit number 8. And this is something that was dated November 24, 2018. It's to all department personnel from the chief of police.
I'm the
Domestic
chief.
violence supplemental report form.
It's from
And it
2018
says,
after all of
domestic
this.
violence supplement
Why?
Report form, and it
Object
has
to the
the
relevance
number,
of this.
has been revised to provide a more concise picture of the history and needs of the victim for the purpose of investigating the crime of domestic violence. Was this a document that you recall?
Jamie Anthony,
receiving
thanks for the
at some
donation.
point?
Yes.
Okay.
Felipe
And do
Mouve
you
says,
understand
new
why-
fan
do you
here.
have any understanding of
Question,
why
is your hair
this
always like that,
was
or did you get in a fight
supplemented
recently?
in November 24, 2014?
I do not.
I'm going to ask you, officer, to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 9, and it's called Los Angeles Police Department Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your understanding of what this document is?
It's a supplemental document that we add to a police report for domestic violence.
And is this one of the reports that you would carry in your vest when you answered calls?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look, if you can, at the very left-hand column, where it has a number of different categories here, and it has victim shaking, unresponsive, crying, scared, angry, fearful.
Okay.
Of why these are included on this supplemental domestic violence report.
To identify somebody's emotional state during an investigation.
And this is specifically with respect to domestic violence, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. And then if you can turn over to the crime scene section on the right-hand side, you'll notice that there are some categories that include location vandalized / ransacked, personal property damage, furniture disarray, broken. What is your understanding of why those categories are included in there for making notations for domestic violence supplemental report?
To identify the crime scene at the time of the incident.
Okay.
There are objections.
And
They're just
was it your
edited out
understanding that
since it's a video
these
deposition.
items that they have on here may be significant in assisting in determining whether there was in fact domestic violence and improving the case?
Correct.
And I direct your attention specifically.
You'll sometimes hear a
to
bad
the
edit and hear
evidence section. And it indicates witnesses present during domestic violence, statements taken, evidence collected, photos taken on there. What is your understanding of the significance of this collecting this information?
It's significant to tell a story about what happened at the domestic violence incident.
Okay. And then if we can scroll down a little bit further to additional questions.
Leonie Zone
There's a
says, is
series
it
of
common for
those,
associates to lead questioning?
including has
There's like
suspect threatened to kill
120
you?
potential witnesses in
do
this
they
case.
possess firearms? Have they
So
ever
they have to
attempted to smother,
diversify.
strangle, or suffocate you? And things of that nature. What is your understanding of why you're supposed to ask those questions?
To assess if
Give
domestic
you a
violence has
background on the
occurred.
relationship, an idea of what the victim and the suspect have been through.
Okay, thank you. Just let me ask you the question, Officer Science. You did not fill out that supplemental report when you responded on May 16, 2020, May 21, 2016 to the Broadway call, correct, with Amber Heard?
Correct. It did not meet criteria.
The question I asked was, did you fill out one of those forms?
No, I did not. I did not meet criteria.
Officer Science, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 10, and if I can direct your attention to the top, it says
thank
domestic
God.
violence standards of review, and it has field notebook divider, domestic violence laws, LAPD form number 18.30.02. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
It has
thank
case
goodness.
preparation. It says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
They're probably going
And
to do is
then
point out that
ensure all evidence is
they
gathered and
did not
preserved,
do
e.g.
this.
bloodied clothing, damaged phones, property. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Amanda
It also says
Jozon,
ensure
thank you for the
photographs are
huge
taken of
donation.
injuries
Just a
or
little thanks for
lack
sticking
of
it out through the
injury
tough
to
times for
complainant
us.
and
Thank
accused.
you, Amanda.
And
I
then
really
suggest
appreciate
both
that.
a day or two after. What is your understanding of the reasons for collecting this evidence?
Because these are fruits of a crime.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Because these are fruits of a crime. If there's a crime, this is important to prove that a crime was committed.
And what do you mean by fruits of a crime?
Like apples of a
If we're
crime.
talking domestic violence, the location would be evidence. So if there's, a house is ransacked, then that should be noted in the report. That would be considered evidence.
All right, and then we're going to go to the second page here. And it has, ensure photographs are taken of scene and damaged property, e.g. broken furniture, holes in wall, damaged phones, phone card, evidence of alcohol consumption, general disarray. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, proof of a crime.
Okay. And then it also says canvass location and interview all witnesses, including children, fresh complaint witnesses, neighbors, and local law enforcement. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what would be the reason for canvassing the location and interviewing all witnesses?
That would be further evidence.
All right. And what is your understanding of what fresh complaint means?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. And then if we go down a little bit further, it also has complainant questions. And it has questions such as length and nature of relationship, but also prior incidents of domestic violence reported and unreported, and what form of violence or abuse has taken. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And what is your understanding of why that would be important?
Because it gives us an idea and background of the relationship.
Okay. And then we go to the next page, and we have a little bit more here. We have the, not too far. And that says how long the abuse has been occurring, any logs or diaries, is there a pattern of alcohol or substance abuse? What is your understanding of why those would be relevant?
Again, because it gives us background on what we're dealing with, what type of relationship this is.
And may help with the proof of the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident. And it says in parentheses, fresh complaint witness. So I'm kind of guessing that must be the definition. But why would it be important to interview or identify the person who first saw the complainant after the incident?
They probably have the best recollection.
Okay. and also has identified the person with whom the complainant first spoke about the incident, fresh complaint witness. What is your understanding of why that would be important?
Same thing, the best recollection.
Okay. And then we have.
Oh my gosh. Come on.
Heard. Why would that be important?
Because it would prove to us that there was an incident if there was other people with the same story as the victim.
Okay. And then we also have, did witness observe how physical injury occurred? Why would that be important?
Because that would tell us that there was a crime, that somebody got injured.
Okay. And then we have statements by the complainant and or accused after the incident. Why would that be important?
It's all
Because we're
important to
getting our
assess
story
if
from
domestic
the
violence
complainant, so
occurred.
what they say is everything with the crime.
All right, let's look at 12 for a moment. This is exhibit number 12. It's Office of the Chief of Police, April 9, 2002. And it's a domestic violence victims memo. And it says, purpose, the department is legislatively mandated to provide specific information to victims of domestic violence crimes. And then they go in to describe that. What is your understanding of, well, let me go a little bit further because I'm not trying to, I'm going to try to move through this a little bit quicker. So it says, to mitigate this issue, the department has begun to use the Victim Information Notification Everyday, VINE, pamphlet to accomplish not only the domestic violence information requirements under Section 13701 of the California Penal Code, but also to provide information regarding the VINE program. Did you have a copy of that pamphlet? Was that something that was given to you?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that you typically provided then, as it says you should, to victims of domestic violence?
Yes.
What is your understanding of why you were to provide the pamphlet to the victim? You understand the question?
Yes, because it gives resources to the victims, domestic violent resources, like shelters and phone numbers to provide help.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this document?
Oh God.
Yes, I do. This is the VINE.
Okay.
Like when you say VINE, is this the pamphlet that
Yeah.
was being referred to? Okay. And it's your understanding that you were supposed to be giving that pamphlet to victims of domestic violence on calls? Is that correct?
This is all to set up
Did
that
you
she
provide
didn't
a
do
copy
it.
of this pamphlet to
She-
Amber Heard?
No.
I did not identify her as a victim of domestic violence.
Oh,
Is
rip.
that the sole reason why you did not give that to Amber Heard?
Yes, we want to give them to victims of domestic violence.
I'm going to ask you to take a
At this point, Your Honor, Ms. Heard's counsel is asking to move into evidence and publish to the jury Defendant's Exhibit 730, and Mr.
Jack.
Depp has no objection.
Really?
Evidence and can be published.
Oh, that was brutal. I did not. No. Here, Zachary says, I've been watching your trial streams to learn more about the law. They've been great so far. Thanks. Do you know anything else that might help me learn besides going to law school? Read Scalia's book. Read any of Scalia's books. Read Clarence Thomas's book, I think. Scalia has tons of books on like legal writing and construction.
Okay, and then we can.
Could be
Keep
very
going.
informative. Yes, pink shirt is the court TV lady for the chat Simp Squad.
first page of exhibit number 3. It's an incident recall from specifically May 21st, 2016. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
And please explain to me what it is.
It's a summary of our radio call.
All right, and how is this recorded?
By dispatch.
And how is it communicated to you?
A computer in our car.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at the very beginning of this. It starts out, it obviously has an incident number. Is this your understanding of the incident recall for the report to 849 South Broadway involving Amber Heard?
Yes.
It starts out with 5/21/16 at 20:30:58, which is 8:30:58 or almost 8:31. And it says incident initiated by such and such. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And the next thing that's communicated is Penthouse 3, PR received call from victim's friend Amber, assaulted by boyfriend. PR refused to give further. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Now,
Okay.
when you were out on the road, did you see that right away, or did you have to look this up later when it was you that was going to respond?
We review the calls as we're driving to the call.
Okay. Then we have at 5/21/2037, which is 8:37, a duplicate call. Do you see that?
I do.
All right, let's go down to 5/21/16. Officer Sines, can you go where I just highlighted here? And it's 20:57, which would be what time?
8:57.
All right, and it has STAT:AS. What does that mean?
There you go.
So would that be when you and Officer Haddon arrived at 849 South Broadway?
Correct.
Correct.
And then it has the next entry is 5/21/2016. It has 21/22/57. So that would be 9/22.
Correct.
Okay. And it says, go ahead. I'll have you read this. What does it say after that?
Met with Vic, Chuck Lope, verified husband left Lope. Vic advised verbal
Okay, go ahead into the next. Go ahead and go into the next
What?
page or next line. Go ahead.
dispute and refused to give any further info. Issued business card.
There you go.
Who wrote?
K-Dub
those two
Smiles, thank you for
lines?
the donation.
I don't recall.
And what did that mean to you? Those two lines that you just read.
It's a disposition of what happened at the call.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? I mean, just tell me in real person's words what those words are.
Yeah, that we met with the victim. We checked the location. The husband wasn't there. And that the victim advised us that she just had an argument and that she wasn't going to give us any further information. And because we didn't identify a crime, we issued her a business card letting her know that she could reach out to us later if she changed her mind and wanted to cooperate.
Okay, and at what point did you close this incident?
Never. It's
Whatever
still
it
open
says
to
on the
this
screen,
day.
Let's see, 9/22/57.
Okay, and what did incident closed mean?
That we cleared from the location. We were complete. Done.
Okay. Now, if we could go to page date stamp number 12. And do you recognize this document?
I do. It's a summary of all of our calls from that day.
All right, and I believe you testified earlier that you reviewed this document in preparation for this deposition. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. Correct.
Okay. And if we can go down to right here, that's 9/22, correct? At the end of that?
Correct.
All right. And it says 242D domestic violence. What is that?
It's a code for domestic violence.
And what does the 242D mean?
That's battery.
Officer Science, when we broke before
I'll
the
give you
lunch
battery.
break, I had just asked you about whether you had believed that you were at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016,
Oh,
for
Amber
30
put on
to
her
60
glasses?
minutes. Do you
Was she
recall
fighting
me
with
asking that?
fighting with
Yes, I
Dr.
do.
Librarian?
And do you recall testifying that that's what you thought was the time that you and Officer Haddon spent at the penthouse on May 21st, 2016?
Yes, I recall.
Okay. And in fact, it was significantly less, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, it was, you entered from the elevator at 9:04 p.m. and went back into the elevator at 9:19 for a total of 15 total minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And
15
we've seen
minutes
the
in an
video
elevator?
clips of you getting on the elevator and getting off. And that's where those timestamps come from. Now, once you got off the elevator at 9:04 p.m., the first thing you did was listen for some noise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you went around and checked out the outdoor courtyard to see if anyone was outside. Do you
Remember how
recall
they
that?
talked about
Yes, I do.
how the doctor talked
And
about how they will
you
they will
saw that there was a
copy
woman in the
people
gym
who are
was not related to the
charismatic?
incident. Do you recall that?
Correct.
with the
How did you know the woman
borderline
was not
personality?
related to the
They'll
incident?
imitate. She's imitating. It's
Because
amazing.
she seemed unfazed. She was just working out.
Did you speak with her?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall what she looked like?
I don't.
Game
Now,
Guy 151
Did
says the
you
last
take
few days
any
coming in and out of your
notes
streams.
during the
I noticed you're
entire
constantly not
15
listed in my
minutes when you
recents.
got off the elevator to
During
when
this
you
break,
got
I went
back
to see
on the
Tug's
elevator?
take, and he had to
I did not.
navigate the hard way
Did
back to you
Officer Haddon,
again.
to your knowledge?
I appreciate that.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Did you take
Doug Murray has a
pictures or
retracted
record
message.
anything?
I did not.
So after you saw the woman in the gym and looked at the parameter, you went back to the hallway and you met with what you called a white male who was generic. Do you recall using that term?
They asked me to describe him, yes.
R.I.P. that
And
guy.
you said generic.
Describe
Yeah.
him. It's a
And
generic
what do you
white
mean by
male.
generic?
It didn't have any identifying, I don't know, nothing that I could remember. I just remember a male white. Nothing out of the ordinary.
NSX
What
says
color
my
was
ex
his hair?
has this.
I
Has abused me
don't
several
even remember
times.
now.
I
Did
always
he have
left.
facial hair, a beard, or a mustache?
I grabbed her
I
by the
don't
shoulders
remember.
once
Do you recall
and
how
squeezed
tall
just
he
enough
was,
to stop
roughly?
her punching. She then
I
told
don't
my
remember
family, her
anything
family,
about
I
him.
hit her. It was
Did
her
you
family who
ask him
told me
his
about it,
name?
and they believed me.
I don't recall.
Now, the generic white male talked with you. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And when you first saw Amber
The generic
Heard,
white
she
male, or
was
as I like to refer to
crying,
him, the Mayo
red-eyed, and
monkey.
was not making eye contact with you, correct?
Correct.
And you asked her a few questions, and it was quite clear that she did not want to speak to the police. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Amber Heard was visibly upset, so she would look down. Sometimes she would look up at you when she spoke, but was back and forth, correct?
Correct.
What was Amber Heard wearing that night?
I don't recall.
What hairstyle did Amber Heard have that night?
I don't recall.
How's she gonna know?
Now, when was the first time you
Years
were
ago.
asked to provide details of the events of May 21, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall providing your testimony at a deposition in July of 2016?
Correct.
Is that
Correct.
the
Is that a
first
yes or a
time
no?
you were asked to provide any details of what your recollection was of the events of May 21, 2016?
Correct.
Okay. And that was roughly 2 months later, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many shifts had you worked in that 2-month period?
8,000.
I'm not aware. I don't know.
How many calls had you answered in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
How many of those calls were domestic violence calls in those 2 months?
I don't know that number.
And if you saw any signs of injury on Amber Heard, or even just damage to property, would you have been duty bound to make a report?
Correct.
Now, your recollection is that there was no damage to the flat. You searched the entire flat and there was no damage, broken glass, or anything out of the ordinary. Would you agree?
Correct.
Did you see anything, did you observe anything out of the ordinary during this particular call that you answered at the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No.
I did not.
When you left that call, when you got back into that elevator, do you recall what you were thinking?
I remember being impressed by the penthouse, how big and beautiful it was. Yes.
A big,
But
beautiful
anything
penthouse,
else?
wonderful penthouse. I've
No,
had a
nothing.
few in my day. Tremendous penthouse.
And just so we can stay on
Really
that for a minute,
remarkable.
you had
Lovely.
not heard of
Beautiful,
Amber
beautiful.
Heard at the time of this report, right, on May 21st,
Oh,
2016?
so wonderful penthouse.
Correct.
But you did know that Johnny Depp was an actor, correct?
Correct.
And
Cosmic
you
Loner
didn't
says,
know
thank you
that
for your
that was
efforts.
Johnny Depp's penthouse when you reported that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for
And
your efforts in making this
You, as you
entertaining
just
and
said, were
understandable.
impressed with the penthouse. Would it be fair to say you thought probably somebody with some wealth lived there?
Oh, stop it.
Can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit?
It's
number
kind of
20?
frustrating that high profile cases attract all kinds of bureaucracy. How often is the stalling and excessive /
Officer
ineffective
Sines, do you
questionings are
recognize
so
this
one-sided in a case?
elevator at all?
Well, for now it's one-sided because
Yes, I
it's
do.
Johnny Depp's case.
What do you
When it
recall?
switches, it might
That's
switch
the
the other
elevator
way.
from the location.
Okay. Alex, I'm going to ask you to go to 211940. And as you're moving that,
Catch you
Officer
later,
Sines, I'm going
STFU.
to ask you to take a look at this and see if you can tell me what you are saying to Officer Haddon in this video clip. That's
Okay.
you, is that correct?
Correct.
And Officer Haddon, do you recognize? Officer Sines, can you tell what you were saying to Officer Haddon?
I cannot.
Does it look like you might have said at the beginning that was crazy?
I can't tell what I was saying.
Would you agree, though, that you were quite animated in your discussion with Officer Haddon?
No, I wouldn't agree.
How would you describe your demeanor?
Not animated.
Comfortably talking to my partner.
All right, I'm going to ask you to take a look at plaintiff's exhibit number 17. And while Alex is bringing that up, so your best recollection is that you saw no injuries on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
And your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
And if you had seen either of those, you would have had to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Officer Sines, let me ask you this question. So we've established that you got off the elevator on the penthouse level. At
Yes, she has a
9:04
mask on,
p.m.
but guys,
Do you
at the
recall that?
time she's recording this,
Yes,
it
I
was
do.
required by law
Do you
that she
recognize
wear
the
a
person
mask
here?
indoors on March
Yes, I
31st,
do.
2021
Amber
in
Heard.
all buildings in LA. And she's a
And
cop
do you
being
see
recorded to be in
any
trial.
signs
She
of
has to wear the
injury
mask. It's
on
not her
Amber
fault.
Heard's face in this picture?
I do not.
Is it your testimony that you do not perceive this cheek to be reflecting an injury on Amber Heard?
Correct. No injury.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this section here above the eyelid, and now I think with the, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that eyelid. Is it your perception that that
Sorry if people
eyelid
didn't
does not
understand that.
reflect an injury? I'm sorry, what was your answer, Officer Sines?
Correct. No injury.
Okay, and then up above on the forehead level where the redness is and it looks like there's a couple of bumps, is it your perception that does not reflect an injury?
Correct.
Officer Sines, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition
Ron White
exhibit
says,
number
thank you for all you do,
18,
Nick. Oh, you're
close to
welcome.
the
You're
time
very
that
welcome.
You alighted from the elevator, correct?
I just talk shit on the internet though.
Please describe for me what you see in this photograph.
I see a striped carpet with discoloration on the right-hand side of the photo, and what I perceive as, I don't know if that's a reflection, some sort of mark.
Now, you believed and testified, in fact, that you considered the hallways to be very well lit that night, correct?
Correct.
Did you see these stains?
No, not that I recall.
Do you
Hear the
You use-
objection in there?
Would you agree that those are reddish stains on the right side?
I'll
Correct.
give you a reddish stain.
What does it look like from your experience?
Like a stain, like from a liquid.
Red wine, possibly?
It could be, yes.
Okay. But you don't recall seeing that in the hallway after you got off the elevator?
I do not.
And you did not investigate this or take any pictures or record anything about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go to number 19. Do you recognize what is depicted in exhibit number 19?
Yes, it's our business card.
And it has 1A1 on the front of it. What is that?
That's our unit designation.
And then it has Haddon and a badge number. Is that his badge number?
Okay.
That is his serial number.
Okay, serial number, thank you. And it has your name, and is that your serial number?
Correct.
Who wrote this on the card?
I don't recall.
Would it have been either you or Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Do you recognize your handwriting?
No, I don't know what my own handwriting looks like.
I can't tell from this.
Nailed
Now, I
it.
think you indicated when you were looking at the incident recall and the CAD summary that a business card had been left. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And why did you leave a business card?
So we always leave a business card.
I advised Amber Heard that she could contact us at any time if she changed her mind and decided that she wanted to speak to us and cooperate.
All right, let's go to number 20.
Joel
Do
Mikes
you
is.
recognize this?
I wonder if Amber will have
depicted in this picture.
a wake up moment
Yes, I
about
do.
her
It's the back
mental
of the
health.
business card.
All right.
Now that
And
so many
it
experts have
says
verified she's unwell in front of the public.
5/21/2016, and the time is 9:16 p.m. Is that the time that it was written?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recognize the handwriting on this side?
I've never seen handwriting in my life. Joe
It
Fisher,
looks like my handwriting.
interesting how Amber's
Okay.
diagnosis
Now,
mirrors
it
Jodi
says radio
Arias, and her
call of
defense also
dispute.
claimed
Do you see that?
PTSD.
I do.
Why didn't you put verbal dispute?
It didn't. Verbal dispute. It's the same thing to me.
And you have refused report on here, correct?
Why didn't you
Correct.
write a word that you didn't write?
Could you just read this next part that you wrote on here?
Sure. Advice can call at later time if changes mind, because she was uncooperative and didn't want to speak to us.
Okay. Now, why did you say if changes mind?
Because I was giving her the opportunity to have a resource if she changed her mind.
But if Amber Heard had no injuries and there was no evidence of any type of physical property issues, disarray, breakage, etc., then why would it matter if she changed her mind?
It's
Are
a
you
courtesy
serious?
that I choose to give people when I go to calls.
Now, if Amber Heard had called you later, you
Cops
had
hand
already
you
closed this out
cards
and
all the
had not
time.
written a report and had taken no notes, correct?
Correct.
But if I'm understanding your earlier testimony, that if you saw evidence of injury, or if you saw injury of evidence of property damage, even if the victim did not cooperate, you would write a report, correct?
Correct.
And we'll go to number 21. Officer Science, this is just a picture. Do you recognize you and Officer Haddon here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Officer Science, is the timestamp on here of
Depp seems just going to focus on
9:19
her saying she
PM,
didn't identify
21
Amber Heard as a
PM.
victim of
Does
domestic
that
violence.
comport with your recollection of when you left?
I don't recall what time I left. I'm just going based on the video that is in front of me.
Okay, do you have any reason to believe that's incorrect?
I don't.
Officer Steins, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 24. Okay. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes, Amber Heard.
Okay. Do you perceive there to be an injury or evidence of injury on Amber's face in this photo?
No, I do not.
What is your perception of the redness on the cheek and the eyelid and above the eyebrow?
It's consistent with what I observed. Her crying, she's fair skinned, her face is flushed.
I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as
Rip.
exhibit number 25.
No, see it the way I
Do you
do.
recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Do you see a red mark on
Do you see?
Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and above her eyebrow on this picture?
Her face looks flushed. Yes, redness.
Okay. And what is your perception of what that is caused by?
Like I said earlier, it's consistent with what I see in her crying.
Right. But you don't think it's consistent with a cell phone being thrown at her?
Correct. It does
Correct.
not look like an injury caused from a cell phone.
Oh, not helpful.
And why not?
Because it doesn't.
Because
I've
it's
seen plenty
consistent
of
with
people.
somebody crying. Her face is flushed.
This was taken on May 21st. I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 26. Do you recognize this as
Brutal.
Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Officer Steins, do you see any redness on Amber Heard's cheek and above her eyelid and we'll go with those?
I do.
And what is your perception of what the cause of those red marks?
It's consistent with her crying. Her face is flushed.
And is it fair to say that you do not believe that this reflects an injury?
Correct.
And would it also be fair to say that you would not consider it sufficient to investigate further, whether it's an injury?
There's nothing that would stop me from investigating. I would continue to ask her questions, and it's up to the victim if they want to cooperate.
But just so that we're clear here, even if the victim doesn't cooperate, if you see signs of injury, you still, and I believe you testified to this, believe yourself duty bound to write a report, correct?
Yes.
But in your
Yeah,
mind,
she didn't see
you
injury.
don't perceive this as to be reflective of an injury. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 27. Again, do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the cheek of Amber Heard on this one?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Objections to all
And then
these
you had
things.
testified on a number of these other pictures and on this one as well that this is consistent with crying. Do you see any redness on Amber's other cheek?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same or similar to the redness on the cheek, on the right cheek?
Based on this photo, it looks like one cheek is redder than the other.
But you also don't see any swelling with that?
Correct.
And I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you see redness on the right cheek and above the eye?
Yes, I do.
Oh my
And
gosh.
is it your perception that this reflects any type of, or could reflect any type of injury?
No.
No,
Why not?
It's not going well for this lady.
because my perception is it was consistent with her crying.
All right, let's take this down, go to 29. I'm gonna
Again,
ask
please
you
see it
some
the way I
questions.
want
Do
you to.
recognize this as Amber Heard?
Yes,
And do you see any redness in the right cheek and above the eyelid?
yes,
Okay, and is it your perception that these
Joshua
are not
says,
indicative of injury?
Rekieta is going to need some of that
Yes.
Johnny Depp super stash to get
And
through
what
the
is your
rest of this
reasoning?
trial.
it's consistent with her crying.
Let's take this one down. Let's go to number 30. Now, you testified earlier that you thoroughly searched the penthouse. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Josh Drew, the gentleman that you called the generic male, actually took you through and escorted you through the penthouse and the series of penthouses, correct?
Correct.
Officer Science, did you or did you not thoroughly search the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
We did search the penthouse.
Okay. And you used the term thoroughly, did you not?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you feel like you conducted a thorough search of the penthouses that night?
Yes, I did. I did a sweep of the location for the suspect.
Okay. And when you're talking about a sweep of the location, did you go through every room?
No, I cleaned the floors.
Yes, every room.
Okay. And was there anyone escorting you through those rooms?
Yes, the same male that we were met with at the beginning of the call.
That you called the generic male, correct?
Correct.
Now, you also testified a little earlier that this was a very nice series of penthouses, right?
Yes.
Did you interview the woman that was sitting with Amber Heard?
I attempted to. All parties were uncooperative.
What did you say to the woman that was with Miss Heard?
I don't recall the exact words, but I introduced myself to everyone and asked if they seen what happened or know what happened, and they all refused to speak to me.
If they
Did you ask
seen,
for their
ugh.
names?
I recall, yes, I did ask for their names. Nobody would give me their names.
Now, that's a little unusual, isn't it?
No, it's not. A lot of people don't like us.
Well, is it that they don't like you, or is it potentially that they don't want to, with a domestic violence situation, are reluctant to press charges?
Every situation's different. Based on my training experience where I work, it's usually that people do not like us.
Do you have a recollection of what the woman who was with Amber Heard looks like?
No recollection.
Do you know what color hair she had?
I have zero recollection.
So you don't
This
recall how old she was?
is
how
so
tall she
unhelpful
was,
for
what
her that it's
hairstyle was, what she was
hilarious to
wearing,
me.
Anything about her?
Zero recollection.
But somehow you're sure you tried to interview her and she refused to answer questions.
Yes, it's common practice. I try to interview everyone during my investigation.
So did you pull out your notebook?
She
at
looked
any time
generic
while you were in the
AF.
penthouse?
I did not. I had nothing to write. No one would speak to me.
Well, how did you know that when you started asking the questions that they weren't going to give an answer?
Because they just looked at me.
But wouldn't you pull out your notebook first and then ask
I'm
the
auto-tuned.
questions? Then write down the answers as they're giving them to you?
No, I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety issues until I'm sure that I have something to write.
Sorry, I'm sorry, officer. Can you repeat your answer?
I don't put anything in my hands for officer safety reasons. If I'm not sure I'm gonna write, I keep my hands free. When I ask the questions, I got no answers, therefore I didn't take out any notebooks or pens.
In case I have to bust a cap.
Did you have any reason to fear for your safety at the time that you were talking with Amber Heard and the woman with her?
I always fear for my safety. A potential suspect could have been in the house, so yes, my guard was not down if that's what you're asking.
What did you do first? Did you look at throughout the house to ensure that the person wasn't there, or did you ask the questions first and then look at the house?
I attempted to ask questions first. I can't just go into a house and start checking it without asking questions.
So what questions did you ask first?
I don't recall specific questions.
Do you recall any of your questions?
I don't.
Do you recall any of the answers that you were given?
I don't recall.
Now, we went through the domestic violence supplemental report and some of the guidelines for officers on domestic violence. Do you recall that the crime scene, a number of the items reflected location ransacked, location vandalized, furniture in disarray, personal property damage. Do you remember those being items as the checklist for crime scene for domestic violence?
As
Yes,
they pertain to domestic violence reports, yes, I do.
they were not present in this case.
Now, did you ever speak with the two officers who answered the second call to the townhouse that night?
I did not.
Did you ever communicate in any manner with the two officers who answered the second call to the penthouse?
I did not.
Did you communicate through a third party to the second set of officers relating to the domestic violence call and your determination?
I did not.
Did you know the two officers who responded to the second call?
Oh God.
Did not.
Sorry. Do you know who they are to this day?
I do not.
Have you ever spoken to the other two officers about the responding to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
Have you ever spoken with anyone else about your response and their response to this call on May 21st, 2016?
I have not.
And just so everybody's aware, up until now, you've been listening to questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel. At this point, I believe we're going to shift over to questioning from Mr. Depp's counsel.
Okay, Liberty and Freedom Mindset says, sure seems like the defense on cross of the psychologist almost opened up the door to Amber's prior relationship. Cat lady got wrecked.
Talking about during this deposition, and that is May 21st, 2016. I'll refer to that as the date of the incident. You understand what I mean when I say date of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So as of the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
Since, I believe, the end of November of 2015.
So between 6 to 8 months?
Yes.
Prior to the date of the incident, for how long had you been a training officer?
4 to 6 months.
Okay. And as of the date of the incident, approximately how many incidents of domestic violence had you come across?
I couldn't tell you. I believe it's at hundreds.
You're in LA.
Yes, that's how I understood it from testimony I read in previous depositions of yours. So it's in the hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you
This guy had to pause his game of Halo
and you indicated that
to do this
you
deposition.
proceeded to the incident at Eastern Columbia building due to what you heard from dispatch. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall, as you sit here today, what you were told from dispatch that led you to the Eastern Columbia building on the date of the incident?
I don't have an independent recollection.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you recall that it had something to do with a dispute at that location?
Correct.
Sure.
And when you first arrived at the scene of the incident, what did you first do on entering the building?
We met with a security guard in the lobby who escorted us to the elevator.
Did you ask that security guard any questions about the building? Sorry, did you ask that security guard any questions?
Not that I recall.
Did the security guard escort you up to the penthouse?
They gave us access through the elevator. I do not believe that they came up to the penthouse with us. I believe they just accessed the elevator.
Okay. And when you arrived at the penthouse and exited the elevator, Was it just you and your partner, Mr. Haddon? Officer Haddon?
Yes.
Guys, look at the
And what
date.
did you
Remember,
do
they're in
next?
LA. She has to wear the mask.
We tried to
She
listen
has
for
no
any
option.
kind of sounds of domestic violence.
Should be sanctioned by the court
We
and probably
checked
fired.
the hallways. We didn't observe anyone. We went out to a courtyard, didn't observe anyone. And based on what I was just reminded of, there was a woman in the gym who didn't seem involved, was working out, looked fine, nothing out of the ordinary. And then we responded to a door in the hallway, and I knocked and was met by a male.
Okay. Up until that point in time, from exiting the elevator to knocking on that door, did you see anything that indicated a crime?
I did not.
Up until the point where you knocked on that door, did you see or hear or witness anything indicating that there had been a domestic violence perpetrated?
I did not.
Up until you knocked on that door, did you see anything which you would have considered out of the ordinary?
I did not.
And I guess what I'm asking is, walking from the elevator to the gym and then to the door that you knocked on, were you in the hallway?
Yes, I was in the hallway.
Okay. And during that time period from exiting the elevator through to knocking on the door, was there anything in the hallway that was unusual to you?
Not that I observed, no.
Did you see any stains on the floor?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any vandalism in that area?
No, I did not.
No stains,
Did you see
no cuts,
any broken glass
no
in that area?
bumps,
I did not.
no glass. Getting ready to drop my fire witness testimony mixtape.
And upon knocking on the door, what happened next?
A male opened the door. I don't remember the exact questions and conversation we had, but I remember asking if they called for help, and he said that it was the neighbor and that she was inside of his house apartment with his girlfriend. And I asked him if they could step out, and he told me to wait, and he shut the door.
Yeah,
And
just
we
wait out
waited.
here, officer.
We waited for them to exit. I don't remember how much time passed by, and they came out, and that's when we were met with his girlfriend and who I know now as Miss Heard in the hallway.
And up until that point in time, did you hear anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you see anything that made you believe that there had been an act of domestic violence there?
I did not.
Okay. So you indicated that after you knocked on the door, you spoke with a gentleman. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified to someone as a generic white male. Is that the same person?
Yes.
So your previous testimony, when you were referring to a generic white male, that's the person who opened the door when you first knocked on it, correct?
Yes, there was only one male at the location besides my partner.
And there was only one male. And is that for the entire time you're at the location?
Yes.
So in the hall, you met with a generic white male, Miss Heard, and the generic white male girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with
There's an objection
your
leading in
partner,
there.
Officer Haddon?
Correct.
And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Miss Heard?
It was closed probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
Generic
not.
white male.
Okay. Were you
Remix.
looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
Gotta think of a good
And
song to put that on.
so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrected lenses?
I was not.
But I am blind though. NRB film, can you explain that back and forth about muffins? What was Amber's attorney
Although
attempting
you're
to
not wearing
prove?
corrected
How's the
lenses, were you
expert's
prescribed corrected lenses at the
explanation
time?
to counter it? They're trying to say
No, I
that
have never worn glasses. And I'm
the lawyer
not
breached her
prescribed. I have
duty of confidence, or
good
the
vision.
doctor breached her duty of
And at that
confidentiality by
time,
telling her
did you
husband.
have
Then
good
she
vision?
corrected her. No, I did not.
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
This
What
next
did
super
you
chat
ask Ms. Heard at that time?
is
if
very
anything?
funny to me.
I don't have an independent recollection. Again, it's been so long. I don't remember specific questions.
Okay. Now, let me just back up a little bit.
Oh,
During
God.
the time period from when you left the elevator,
Austin
and,
Inglis says, do
when
Trump voice
Ms.
as a
Heard
witness in any
came
way
onto
you
the
see fit.
hallway, at any time did the generic white
I was walking down the
male
hallway, found a
tell you
generic
if there had been an
white
act of domestic
male,
violence?
very
No, he did not.
nondescript. I couldn't even describe
Did
him
he tell you
today, and
anything
I'm
that made
very
you
good at
think there
descriptions.
may have been an act
Really
of domestic
wonderful. I have
violence?
lots of words, lots of
No, he did not.
adjectives to use on someone, and I have
Did he tell
none
you anything
other
that
than
made you
generic for
believe
this
that-
man.
that a crime may have been committed?
No, he did not.
And during that time period, did you ask him what had happened or what was happening?
Yes, I did ask him, and he just refused to give me any information.
Sean Perry says, crazy cat lady is white splaining to the POC officer.
So now,
Yeah.
fast forward to what we were talking about with respect to you in the hallway with the generic white male Ms. Heard and the generic white male's girlfriend. After you observed her and saw no sign of injury, what did you do next?
I advised her that we would be conducting a protective sweep just to make sure that there was no one else in the house. And she agreed if her neighbor, the male, could accompany us with the protective sweep.
Okay. Up until that point in time, did you ask Ms. Heard what happened?
Yes, I did.
And what was her response?
No response. She was uncooperative.
And Officer Stein, at that time, was Ms. Heard cooperative?
Ms. Heard was uncooperative.
Thank you.
Say that over and over.
by uncooperative, does that mean that when you asked her a question, she wouldn't say a word? Did she say something that made you think she was not cooperating?
She wouldn't say anything.
Okay. So just to be clear, you would ask questions and she wouldn't say anything.
Correct.
Correct.
And what did you do at that point?
After the protective sweep, I asked her again if she wanted to talk to me, if anything happened. Again, I don't remember the specific questions that I asked her, but I asked her questions to establish if there was some sort of crime, who was involved, and again, she wouldn't give me any information. I attempted to ask her friend, the other woman in the room. I even
Still Live says, since this was recorded over a year ago, defense should have known how damaging this would be if it aired in court way ahead of time.
Maybe she felt more comfortable that way.
Could they have prevented it? No.
Still, they denied that there was any crime. They wouldn't answer any specific questions. So I wrote a business card. I advised her if she changed her mind that she could call us at any time and we would respond to help her out.
So backing up a bit to the time you were in the hallway with the three of them, and you testified that Ms. Heard was uncooperative, and then you indicated you did a sweep. I want to start with from the point of time in the hallway.
Razor 390 says this officer deals with probably 100 plus calls for service a day, most of them not even requiring reports. This lawyer is attempting to make her look like this call was the highlight of her day. Big law.
How did you go from standing in the hallway to conducting a sweep?
I don't recall.
No, before you.
A constant toll says, God, this literally sounds like Jay Sean Lemoyne during this cop's deposition. It's all connected.
Yes, I did.
Sluts.
Okay. And what was the response?
I can't remember if she gave me a response or nodded her head. I can't remember.
From what you observed or heard from Ms. Heard, you took it that she was permitting you to enter the penthouses and look around. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. Was it more than one penthouse?
There was two.
Okay. And this term sweep we've been using, is that a technical police officer term?
Yes.
What do you mean by conducting a sweep?
It's called a protective sweep, and we do so to make sure that there's no other individuals that may be victims that are hurt inside of the location or suspects hiding, concealing themselves from officers that would attack the victim after we left the location. So we go in to verify that any potential suspects are gone from the location for the victim's safety.
Thank you. And you conducted a protective sweep of two penthouses, correct?
Correct.
What was your understanding of who owned or lived in the first penthouse that you performed a protective sweep on?
It was my understanding that Amber Heard, that it was her home. Again, the gentleman directed us. That's why he came with us, so we wouldn't get lost.
I see. And during your protective sweep during the first penthouse, did anybody accompany you during the entire sweep?
Yes, the only male that was there besides my partner.
Okay. And your partner conducted the sweep with you?
Correct.
Okay. Oh man, they spend a lot of time on this exact same thing over and over and over.
As to the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you go into every room of the penthouse?
To my knowledge, yes.
Scott Campbell says, is
And
there
was
such
your
a thing as a
knowledge
DILF?
based on,
Because
the
if there
generic
is,
male leading
there
male
she
out?
is. Just saying.
Correct.
Was it your understanding?
I think it means
that
doctor,
you,
but there
in
is
your
a
protective
DILF,
sweep,
Scott.
included you looking in every room in the penthouse?
Don't think it's what you mean, though.
Correct.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you see anything that led you to believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear anything that made you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
I did not.
During the first protective sweep,
see no
did you
evil,
see
hear no
anything
evil,
that made
speak
you
no
think that an
evil?
act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the first penthouse, did you hear or see anything? Did you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Okay. Upon your completion of the protective sweep of the first penthouse, up until that point in time, from you exiting the elevator up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you believe that a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Up until that point in time, did you hear or see anything that made you think an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Now, I want to ask you, you testified to viewing Ms. Heard and not seeing any signs of injury, did you view her again after that first viewing?
During the interviews and throughout the entire investigation, I'm constantly scanning her and watching. So if I see any other observations that would indicate any injury or domestic violence.
I've had to shoot dogs before, and I wasn't afraid to do it again.
I did not.
And you didn't see, did you see anything like that during the entire time period you were on that call? And do you believe that you had enough time viewing Ms. Heard to determine whether or not she had sustained any injuries?
Yes, I do.
And did you determine that she sustained any injuries?
No.
I determined that she did not sustain any injuries.
So other than the conversation you had with her in the hallway when you first got there, did you have any other conversations with Ms. Heard?
I did. Inside of the loft or penthouse, sorry.
Okay. Was that before or after the protective suite?
I believe both, before and after. I attempted.
Okay. How many separate conversations did you have with Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Okay. There was at least the one in the hallway, and there was one before or after the protective suite, correct? I'm sorry, I missed that answer.
Correct.
Okay. And during the second conversation you had with her after the one in the hallway, how close were you to her?
The same, 2 to 5 feet. She was right in front of me.
She was breathing in my mouth.
Were you close enough to get
My
a good
eyes.
view to determine whether or not she had any injuries?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And during that second conversation, did you determine
That bitch
whether
was
or not she had any injuries?
unscathed.
I determined that she did not have any injuries.
She didn't get
At
hit
any point
by
in time during the
nothing.
incident, during the date of the incident, did she complain of any injuries?
She did not.
Couldn't even
During the protective
complain
suite
as a
of the
lie.
penthouse, did you see anything in disarray?
I did not.
That shit was in
Now,
order.
you indicated, let me ask you, did you do a protective sweep of the second penthouse?
Yes, I did.
Motherfuckers had
Did
two
the generic white male
penthouses.
accompany you on that sweep as well?
Yes, he did.
What
Wouldn't
was your
leave me
understanding of who
alone.
owned or resided in that second penthouse?
I had no idea.
I don't know shit.
Did you, during that second protective sweep, did you walk through every room in that penthouse?
From my understanding, yes, we did.
So
Okay.
many rooms I
And during that
lost
second
track.
protective sweep, did you see anything that you would say was in disarray?
I did not.
The only
During
thing in
that
disarray
second
was the
protective
falseness
sweep,
of
did you
this
see anything
call.
that made you believe there had been a crime committed?
I did not.
I
During that
see
second
more
protective
crime
sweep,
at
did you hear
Taco
anything that made
Bell.
you think a crime had been committed?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
During the protective sweep of the second penthouse, did you hear or see anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
At this
After
point,
you
I was
performed
ready to
the second
crime.
protective- I'm sorry,
Crime
after
all
you
up in
performed
this
the protective
penthouse.
sweep of the second penthouse, what did you do?
I re-responded to where Amber Heard was. And I again tried to see if I could get any information from her. I was unsuccessful, and then I issued her the business card and
I
let her know
issued her
that
the
she could call us back
business.
if she wanted to talk.
Did she answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
At any point in time during the entirety of the incident, did Ms. Heard answer any of your questions?
No, she did not.
During the entire time of the incident, did Ms. Heard complain of any injury?
No, she did not.
This is
During the entirety
excruciating.
of
I hate this.
your time at the incident, did anybody
4 minutes.
say anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
They better not
No, they
finish
did not.
this.
During the entirety of the time you were at the
20
incident,
minutes left.
did anybody
Oh, God.
say anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
No, they did not.
No, there's no indication that domestic violence
During the
occurred.
entirety of
the
your time at the
50th time.
incident, did you see anything that made you believe a crime had occurred?
I did not.
During the entirety of your time at the incident, did you hear anything that made you believe a crime had been committed?
I did not.
Oh, whenever I
During
want the
the
viewers to
entirety
go
of your
down and
time
just turn
at
on
the
that auto
incident, Did
tune.
you hear or see anything that made you believe an act of domestic violence had occurred?
I did not.
Had you heard of anybody by the name of Miss Heard at that time?
Never.
Amber.
Oh, rip.
No, I've never heard of Amber Heard before that time.
Okay.
Damn. Did the judge seriously say 5:30 today? No, that was yesterday.
Did you recognize any of the people that you encountered during the incident?
I did not.
At the
Jesse-
time of the incident, did you have any reason to believe that anybody you encountered at the incident was famous?
I did not.
Jesse Welch says the doctor had said in the beginning that a lot of women are misdiagnosed with bipolar disorder instead of personality,
And
I
during the
believe.
entire time that you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you have any reason to believe that Mr. Depp was affiliated or involved in the incident?
I did not.
Madam Reporter, can you repeat my last question? I lost where I was.
Oh my God. He lost where he was. Tara Rayner says, cat lady wears her camel toe on her neck or beef curtains. I'm laughing at my own chat so hard I snorted. Mine, however, is powerless.
Question, during the entire time you were at the penthouses during the incident, did you witness any bruises on Miss Heard? And there was not a response.
I did not observe any injuries on Miss Heard.
AWACS Band
Did
Dog
you
says that
observe
psychiatrist
any
is a glasses
swelling
wearing
on
mind-breaking
Miss Heard's
waifu.
face?
I did not.
There's no swelling. There's no signs of injury. I know you wanted to say it over and over, but come on. It is getting to be a bit much.
Did you observe anything that led you to believe that she was a victim of domestic violence?
He's asked this
I did
question
Alex,
6
if you can
times.
Pull up,
But did you
Exhibit
observe anything though? J.K. Wynn says, was doctor about to mention Heard beating her ex? They bring the doctor back to highlight IPV pin on rebuttal. Nope, doctor's not held over for rebuttal. You think they can get Heard to bring up her beating ex? Yes. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, checked water DM, interesting story. STFU says, bipolar and BPD are not overlapping. That's BS. David Stowe says, I feel bad for whoever has to change. Amber Turd's betting after this trial is out. Grumpy's everywhere. STFU says, bipolar is biological,
So is this gonna
BPD is
be exhibit
behavioral.
57?
yeah.
Waiting for evidence here. True Nana Shabbat, bad pressure, bad cafeteria says,
Officer Signs, do you recall having your deposition taken on July 18th, 2016 in connection with Mr. Depp and Ms.
oh,
Heard?
wait, they said they were
Yes.
holding her over? Okay. Oh, he said no at
Okay.
first and then changed, didn't he?
And do you recall giving testimony in connection with that deposition under oath? Is it yes? I'm sorry, officer.
Yes.
And did you give accurate and true testimony at that time?
No, I
Yes.
lied under oath.
And you understood you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Alex, if you can go to page 26.
Oh, God. True Nana
Officer
Shabbat, bad
Signs,
pressure,
do you
bad
recall testifying as to
motherfucker.
Do you recall testifying that, and I'm talking about today, do you recall just testifying that you can't recall what Ms. Heard said to you, if anything?
I do not have an independent recollection, but I can go off what I'm seeing here on my screen.
Okay.
It says what I sent a third.
Your Honor, we're at 5 o'clock. It looks like we have about 18 minutes left. Do you want to?
You don't have any problem finishing it tonight, do you?
Oh, no, I do. I have a problem. Shit. It said, hi, new viewers.
Can you
Nick loves
agree
when you
with
tell
me
him not
that
to talk over the
your
court, when you put jelly
memory
on top of
of
peanut butter, but most of all, when you give him
day
tech advice.
Of the incident was fresher on July 18th, 2016 than it is today.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And the incident was May 21st, 2016. This deposition was taken July 18th, 2016. How long after the incident was this deposition taken?
A few months.
Okay. And Alex, if I could have control.
Miscellaneous says attorney Karen Cat Lady is asking the tough questions, right? Meow. Chris says this line of questioning is more painful than an unlubed colonoscopy. That was earlier. Mez says she may be wearing a mask to protect privacy. If Heard's found to have perjured herself, will she face jail time? Thank you for making law interesting. In theory, but no.
A little delayed off. Is that?
No one gets tagged for perjury in these trials unless they piss off the government specifically. ANN says, is there an unspoken agreement among high-end lawyers to draw out trial?
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't help that. I'm sorry, Mr. Preciado.
Longer than necessary because it's mutually beneficial to every attorney involved.
Here. Do you see my cursor?
Technically, no,
Yes, I
but
do.
kinda.
Okay. I'm going to start here at line 3. The question is, okay, so we'll get back to that. Before you did a sweep or a check of the rest of the penthouse,
Admiral's Rebellion says, please,
you
for
have
love
an
of God,
opportunity to
rackets
speak
talk.
with
I
Ms.
can't take
Heard
this depot.
when you were in the apartment? Answer, yes, I did. Okay, question, okay, can you tell us about that conversation? Answer, sure. I asked her what happened. Opening question. She said nothing, and she continued to cry. I said, who do you live with? Who do you live here with? She shook her head as if she did not want to answer. I asked her, are you hurt? Do you need an ambulance? And she shook her head again, no.
Diana
At
B
that
says,
point, I
why is
asked
it dated March
her if she
2021? That's
mind-
when this was
if she would
recorded.
mind if I checked her apartment? And that's when she said no. Officer, does this refresh your recollection of the conversation you had?
Mia
with Ms.
Bailey,
Heard at
who are
that
you
time?
asking to shut
Yes,
up?
it does.
Me? Because that
And your
probably won't
testimony that I
happen.
just
This
read,
testimony is
that true
horrifically
and
boring.
accurate?
Yes, it is.
During the entire time period, you were at the penthouses
But if you mean this lawyer, I agree.
on May 21st, 2016. Did Ms. Heard say that she had been assaulted in any way by anybody?
No, she did not.
Nighthawk Studio says this video deposition needs to be subject to exterminatus with extreme prejudice. Bone CK says, kill him with boredom, cat lady. G says, you need a button that just cuts your guests to a technical difficulty stream. That way you can cut them off. Time's up, bucko. Well, Oki says, I feel like paying more money to look like an idiot on your stream again. So here we go. Isn't it true that be leading the witness? I might just be prejudiced against turkeys though. Yes. Isn't it true that is leading the witness? NBR Film says, can you describe the texture and weight of the field officer's notebook? Was it smooth to the touch? Was the parchment coated? Which store did you buy it from?
Did you do anything that you would characterize as vandalism?
No, she's
I did not.
already testified to this. Katie Lou, welcome to Paralegal. El Kuhn, thank you for the donation. Same with Mulan Bain. Some stickers, salt, and a diamond. 200 Watt Studio says, for God's sake, Nick, put this on 2x speed, please. I can't. It's live. Just a Person, welcome to Paralegal. Thunder Pumper sent a 1-up sticker. Schwizzy Nut says, the glasses are prop, no refraction. Haley Simmons says, your Trump accent is great. Thank you, Haley. Pinkalo the Driving Ape says, what is the copyright
entire time you
date
were
on the
at
domestic
the
violence
penthouses
pamphlet?
on May 21st, 2016? Were you looking for any probable cause to believe that a crime had been committed?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
It's an officer. They're always looking for
And
probable
what did you
cause.
determine?
I determined there was no crime.
What did you determine with respect to an assessment of probable cause?
That there was none because there was no crime.
There was no probable cause of any sort of crime.
Thank you.
Tsunami Sue says, I don't recall. Sounds like Ron Soyboy Toye. Sergeant Ork, if the Hollywood vampires don't cover Buck Cherry's crazy bit, might be the greatest missed opportunity in history. Last of Yahoos says, just got back from talking to my mother. Is the gobbler inferring that this cop is lying to protect Johnny Depp? I need to go back to listen to this. Yes. Or any rich person, because cops are just beholden to rich people automatically as a matter of course, apparently. Air Chunk says, auto-tune. Look at this graph. Oh, God, that was horrible. AR picks for you. Welcome to Paralegal. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, objection, Your Honor. There's not enough blood in the human
During
body.
the entire time you were at the penthouses on May 21st, 2016, were you wearing any body-worn video cameras?
I was not.
Are you certain of that?
I am certain.
And how is it that you are certain of that?
Because I didn't start using body-worn video until June of 2016.
I can't auto-tune the deposition.
And that's after the date of the incident, correct?
That'd be funny. There's some way for me to do it, but I don't know how yet.
Alex, if you wouldn't mind putting Exhibit 9 back up.
Let's see. Objection, Your Honor. There's not enough blood in the human body to sustain life following the number of self-inflicted cuts necessary to remain conscious during this testimony. Trin says, what's with the outfit and makeup all of a sudden? I thought Amber Heard was going for a disheveled
You were
look.
shown this document earlier. What is this document?
I mean, she's trying to look
It is a
less like a
domestic violence
horrific
supplemental
bitch.
report.
And do you recall counsel asked you about the victim column and the crime scene column?
Yes, I do recall.
Do you also see that there's a suspect column in the middle?
Yes.
Okay. And is there any difference between the victim column and the suspect column with respect to the box terms?
No difference.
Okay. Did you fill out one of these forms in connection with your investigation on May 21st, 2016?
I did not,
Why not?
because it was determined there was no crime.
And Officer Sines, just one more question with respect to that Exhibit 9. I know it's not up, but the fact that you did not fill out that form, is that consistent with your training?
Yes, it is. I wouldn't fill that out because there was no crime. It's not called for.
When you testified during the London trial, at the time, did you believe your testimony was accurate?
Yes, I do.
No, I thought I was wrong. Such a dumb question.
At all times, you've testified under oath in any legal proceedings, trials, depositions. Do you always give accurate and truthful testimony?
Yes, I do.
And do you have any reason to not give accurate and truthful testimony in connection with this deposition?
I do not.
Officer Sines, do you see these two?
God, seriously, why do
Yes,
they
I do.
waste time on these questions like that?
Do you recognize
You didn't
the
lie,
person in the
did you?
pictures?
Would you ever lie?
Yes, Amber Heard?
In both pictures?
Yes.
Because you see a difference in these two pictures, between these two pictures.
Yes, I do the lighting of the photos.
Okay.
Mulan
Do you see any
Bain,
difference
welcome
in
to
connection
paralegal
with,
status.
The redness on the cheeks of Ms. Heard as between these two pictures?
Yes, I do. The left side is, the photo's brighter.
Okay. And other than that, would you agree with me that these two pictures are the same? In other words, Ms. Heard's face, the position of her face, everything about her in these pictures is identical except for the differences that you indicated?
Yes.
Okay.
Which was the lighting.
And even though these are the same pictures, do you see any difference with respect to the redness on Ms. Heard's face with respect to the two pictures?
Yes, the photo on the left is brighter, causing the redness on the cheeks to what appears to be brighter or exaggerated.
What does it say with respect to
Mike the Dan
let's
Crosby.
concentrate on the picture on the left?
Sure you'd never lie? What about now? And now? What about now?
Can you read for me what it says in the little box at the very top on the left? Under add a title, do you see a date and a timestamp?
Yes, I see it.
What's it say? Date and timestamp?
Date is May 21st, 2016. Timestamp is 9:25:12 p.m.
And now let's look at the other picture, exhibit 29, at the same spot. Can you read for me what the timestamp says there?
Yes, it says May 21st, 2016, 9:25:12 p.m.
So both exhibits, both pictures have the same exact timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And even though that's the case, do you still believe that there's a difference between the two pictures as you previously described?
Yes, I do.
Signs, do you
Yeah,
see
did one
those
have a
both
flash
around?
on?
Yes.
Do you recall counsel asking you questions
Yes.
during your protective sweep of the two penthouses on May 21st, 2016? Did you see anything in disarray?
No.
Oh, okay. Rip says Dr. Curry costs $450 for 90 minutes. Seems like a good bargain to have her talk me up and be within 10 feet of her. Casey Smith says, I'd like to see the metadata of the photo to show whether it was taken before or after the police being there. Bogey34 says Chandler Halderson sustained more injuries chopping up and consuming his parents than Turd did in her entire Johnny Depp relationship.
I think you answered this, but up until the present, for how long have you been a LA Los Angeles police officer?
I will be going on 12 years.
Officer Sines, in connection with your investigation at the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016, were you in a rush in any way to complete the investigation?
No.
Boyo says Domo arigato Rekieta Robato.
Had been committed?
Yes.
Are you going to stay on this again?
At any point in time during your investigation on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses, did Ms. Heard ask you to file a report?
No.
Did anybody that you spoke with or saw on May 21st, 2016 at the penthouses ask you to file a report?
No.
Did you have any cause to file a report?
No.
And was that determination in line with your training?
Yes.
Deadleg says, is there any good reason to ask the same question over and over when the answer is I don't know? No. The Admiral's Rebellion
If you
says,
had witnessed anything that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report?
yes, I would have.
And you, in fact, did not file a report, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
And if you had witnessed something that led you to believe that an act of domestic violence had occurred, would you have filed a report even if Ms. Heard had asked you not to?
Yes.
Yes.
She's already answered
And
this.
is that in line with your training?
Yes.
Officer
Answer this.
Science, you were asked some questions.
Oh, God.
And just so everybody's on the same page, we have about 1.5 minutes of questions from Ms. Heard's counsel at this point.
Oh, coming in hot there, homie. Oh, my gosh.
When you were got off the elevator in the penthouse and when you got on and how much time you spent at the penthouse level, I approached it in my earlier, but based on the cross-examination, I feel like we need to go back to that. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at what is exhibit number 6.
Oh,
And you recognize you
the Admiral's Rebellion
Officer
says,
Haddon in this picture?
I just want to point out that if there was ever a generic female, it's Amber
And
Heard.
What time does the timestamp on this picture say for the elevator?
It says 21:04:43.
Okay, that's 9:04:43. Would that be right, PM?
Yes.
And you looked at this earlier. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it again at 21. And so this one has what time?
21:19:49.
All right, and allowing for and Officer Science, you said earlier that you weren't sure whether there were accuracies or inaccuracies in terms of the elevators, but allowing for that there may be any issues at all, would you agree that it still means that you were on and off that elevator in 15 minutes?
Assuming the times are correct, yes.
Okay. You were asked to look at a number of the pictures that I had shown you earlier that were taken on the night of May 21st, 2016, both before, during, and after the time that you and Officer
finish up.
Haddon had reported to
It's just like a minute left.
To Ms. Heard's penthouse. Do you recall seeing those again and being asked about them?
Yes.
You were asked by counsel for Mr. Depp to take a look at those again, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he asked you if you had seen any of those photographs before, and you indicated that you had not, correct?
Correct.
So, other than what was placed in the CAD summary by either you or Officer Haddon, and then also went into the incident recall, are you aware of any documentation that either you or Officer Haddon collected relating in any manner to your visit to the penthouse on May 21, 2016?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank
All right,
God
ladies and
it's
gentlemen, that concludes
over.
the testimony for today. Please do not do any outside research and don't talk to anybody about the case. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.
Oh my gosh, that was terrible. God, it got so boring. Okay. We're going to read the rest of Super Chat's lightning round once this is all wrapped up in just a second here. And then we'll be done for the day. Because I will have to go pretty quickly.
I still have some outstanding exhibits. So if you could get with Jamie and see which ones those are so we can get that taken care of so we don't.
Jamie, pull up
get
those
backwards.
exhibits.
Keep up. All right. All right. We'll see you in the morning. All right. Thank you.
There we go. That's that. Okay, let me hit the Super Chats quick because I do have to go very soon. Nick Kafifi says, can the jurors send notes to the judge yet or only during deliberations? Your Honor, we unanimously request to review this deposition at 1.5 speed, only during deliberations. Romo Drummer says, to your hatred of Red Bull, there's a kind of Red Bull that tastes like cola. It's called Red Bull Cola. Same Red Bull effects, incredible taste of cola. I don't like the effects of energy drinks either. I'm just not a big fan. Amber Politis says, me and my boyfriend are watching live and he made a comment. It's Crazy Cat Lady writing for Johnny Depp. Thank you for all the entertainment you provide. I've been a long time fan. Hey, thank you, Amber. Much appreciated. DM says, hey, Nick, I am but a humble frame carpenter in the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia. Love all the content. It gives me something to listen to when framing houses, although the last hour has made me want to take the excess trip to the ground floor. Don't do that, but you can take a nail gun and start puncturing holes in your wrists, just up the arm to help ease the pain. Darren Haviland says, just got back. Good that Nick didn't hang himself. I will be back later for a safety check. Amber Politis says, meant working, not writing. I like your emojis. David A. Hamilton says, oh, that sounds like a pickup line. Hey, like your emojis. David A. Hamilton says, Beth Mowens needs to go back to calling football. She's a horrible lawyer. Venray Lal says, Elaine, have you ever heard of Amica Cream? Jerk it. Says Rekieta Law Studio is looking. Where did it go? Oh my gosh. Looking like a AAA company versus this production. Tara Rayner says generic white male will forever be known as that. Captain Cook says for foreigners, dirty white boy remix to generic white male. Oh gosh. Henry Bevan says, gotta give you this for the Trump impressions. Thank you, Tara Rayner. She would have cooperated if the cop was undercover as paparazzi and rolled out a red carpet. The attention she wanted was from Johnny Depp, not the cops. Gerard Garvin says, I refuse to fund Nick's auto-tune shenanigans. Oh, wait. Aniston Jade says, for the auto-tune commentary alone. I don't know what to do about sometimes, man, these deposition testimonies are the worst. Deep Service says, wave your hands in the air like a generic white guy. Histrionic psychotic. Beauty is seen, ugly is heard. S. Asp says, it would be interesting to see the CAD notes and hear the 911 tape of the supposed incident. Who called? Why the hell are they there? Alex Sargent must be a high budget office, that 1990s TV. I was thinking about it. It might have been in the law library in the courthouse too. It could have been something like that. IB Shikaikin Jack says, in rackets, popping out the hottest tunes of 2022. Nadia says, do a generic white male impression. Okay, here we go. Hello. I am generic white male. Nice to meet you. It has been a pleasure. May I take your coat? Those are interesting shoes. I too wear New Balance. C. Goody says, auto-tune sucks for unbreaded, but fantastic here. OC17NT, how are you doing the auto-tune? I'm doing it through my my digital audio console and some filters from Universal Audio. Barry Dworak says, I expected the cop to say, am I being detained? So am I free to go? Porkmaster says, officer, did you hear Johnny Depp call Miss Heard a cunt? Don, is her name going to change to Amber Turd since the alleged bed incident? Yes. J Spike, how much to hear the auto-tune Trump? Frankly, I don't think you could afford it. It's really quite expensive. It doesn't come through very well. Squeeb Esquire says, was the field notebook a bondsman number 7? THX1138 says, son escaped the same diabolical abuse from a histrionic woman. Behaviors are blatant and patterns predictable. Men need to be very selective in choosing a partner. Looks fade, scars don't. Run, it's Godzilla says, finding your live stream today has been prohibitively hard. Yeah. K-Dub Smile says, I see nothing, I hear nothing. Amber gets nothing. Mia Bailey says, not you, make this lawyer stop. Oh, thank you, Mia. Sorry, didn't mean to call you out. I was just kind of curious who you were talking to. Igor Slagathor says, can a witness on the stand ever reply with phrasing that a lawyer would use during an objection, such as asked and answered irrelevance? Oh, yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want. Sure. Yeah, haven't you asked and answered that question? Haven't you asked that question and had me answer it already? How is this relevant? But the judge does not like, judges will admonish witnesses who ask questions back. That's not what they're supposed to do. But you can do whatever you want until the judge says no. Jet Bandit says, now look at this picture. Would you say this lump is unhealthy? Dizzy Kincaid, have you ever tried sugar or PCP? Mitch Hedberg. Luke says, are lawyers supposed to seem more or less competent during depositions? I can't tell. It's just tough because they're there for like often 6 hours, man, of just endless questions and answer and question and answer. And oh, they're just slow and boring. Master Sugar Bear, thank you for the donation. Dr. Spoon, the cross of the psychiatrist with the cat lady proves why there is a higher amount of domestic abuse with lesbian couples. They got to prove which one is the correct one. Master Sugar Bear says, could you imagine cop lady saying, could you repeat the question? No. Oh God, that would have been horrid. A couple more and then we're done. Rumble username sucks says, hey Nick, have you considered shaving your beard and the sides of your mustache to go with the haircut? I feel like that would really fill out the look along with some Hugo Boss gear. Wolf of Fenris says, Ralph can't angle. He's round. Touche. And then El Gonzo says, Racket's giving advice on his personal experience with shaken baby syndrome, huh? Yeah, yep. I was shook and I don't want anyone else to be shook. El Gonzo says, what disorders did she say she believes Miss Turd has? Borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. El Gonzo says, I might just have borderline personality disorder. Fuck you, Nikki. Heart you. Jelly Miss, I heard from an uncivil law stream last week that Musk was never properly served with a subpoena, which means that if he is to testify, he, the defense, and the plaintiff all need to agree on it. Do you know if there's any truth to that? I've no idea. El Gonzo says, I don't know the status of his service. El Gonzo says, Racket's giving advice. Wait, read that one. P Clip says, J-Danks won. Jelly Miss says, we've seen a lot about how badly Depp's team defends against objections, but Crazy Cat lawyers' only defense against objections so far has been, that isn't a reason for objection. Judge has been terribly kind, hasn't been terribly kind on the rulings either. Eris Legacy says, how long before she starts hurling cats at her? Malik Fox and this doc is having fun up there. That smile is telling us everything. She knows she's wrecking this lady and we're all enjoying it. Darth Vader 1776 says, cat lady just got obliterated by the muffin milf. Eris Legacy, Rekieta Law, not sure you heard about this case, but would be cool if you could pass this along to the law tubers. Maybe one of them could cover this one. Jaws Flores murder, Houston child stabbed to death at 11. I'll take a look at it. We'll read up on that one. And then Zalcor07 says, if I hear about Musk buying Twitter again, did you know that, guys, did you know that Elon Musk bought Twitter? It was amazing. There we go. That's it. You guys have been amazing. It's 4:30, ending right on time. I've got to go. I will catch you guys later tonight. I might not do a show tonight because I might need sleep, but I'll announce later what my plans are. I have not figured it out until either tonight or tomorrow or both. Talk to you then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of the broad. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plenty, folks, from Dutty to Drexel. They bring their perspective spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the talk better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.